Declare open this hearing of the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Economics for the review of Australia's 4 major banks. Today the committee will hear from National Australia Bank and ANZ. I welcome bank representatives as well as members of the public and media in the room watching the webcast and those watching the webcast. As I indicated yesterday, these public hearings have played an important role in enabling parliamentary and public scrutiny of the major banks since the Hayne Royal Commission, and the committee takes this responsibility very seriously. The banking sector and the big banks in particular play a key role in our society, both economically and socially. They facilitate household savings and life cycle accumulation of resources. They also provide significant amounts of credit for both households in buying a house and other life journeys, but also business formation and growth. We are also, of course, in a period of elevated interest rates, and so the banks also play a key role in monetary policy transmission. And so we'll be very interested to hear from today's witnesses about how their borrowers and customers more generally are coping with current economic conditions. Equally important is the question of how banks have supported customers in these challenging times. Committee members will doubtless have questions for today's witnesses about recent ASIC reports of poor treatment of vulnerable customers, including those experiencing financial hardship. Today's hearing is obviously particularly timely in light of ASIC's ongoing investigation of suspected misconduct by ANZ bond traders. We are, of course, gravely concerned by these allegations. If substantiated, the suspected behaviour would amount to an extremely serious breach of community trust and basic ethics. We look forward to hearing from ANZ this afternoon about the steps that it is taking in response to this investigation. In accordance with the committee's resolution of 9 August 2022, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the website. While I appreciate that there is significant public interest in this hearing, I remind all those present that these are parliamentary proceedings which must be conducted with decorum and respect. Those present here today are advised that filming and recording by the media are permitted during the hearing. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening of the need to report the committee's proceedings fairly and accurately. Media present are also reminded to conduct themselves in a manner that does not interfere with proceedings, and they must not encroach into the committee's work area or film or photograph the documents or devices of committee members, witnesses or others. So I now welcome representatives of the National Australia Bank. For the benefit of Hansard, could I please ask that you each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
It's Andrew Irvin, I'm the Group CEO of NAB.
Sean Allen Dooley, I'm the Group Chief Risk Officer of National Australia Bank.
Right, thank you. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings are legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. Mr. Irvine, I now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. This is my first time appearing before this committee, and I value the opportunity to have this conversation and your role in the banking sector and the broader economy. I would also like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people, the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. Since becoming NAB Group CEO in April, I have made it a priority to meet many customers and colleagues. Their resilience, their innovation, and their optimism, despite the challenging economic conditions, is a testament to the can-do Australian spirit. Today, I have the privilege of representing their views and their concerns, as well as sharing my own thoughts on the economy and several key areas of focus for NAB. NAB remains optimistic about the longer-term outlook for Australia, though the reality today is challenging. Growth is weaker than it has been for many years, though still positive. The job market continues to show resilience, but is softening. Business conditions are only slightly below the long-term average. We do, however, expect the economy to grow more quickly in the second half of the year. The key question on many minds is how long interest rates will remain at their current restricted level to bring inflationary pressures into the RBA's target range. In terms of what all this means to our customers, my view is that there are two Australias and a two-speed economy operating at present. Customers in certain sectors and certain geographies are doing well and are ambitious to grow. These include mining and resource businesses and consumers living and working in parts of Western Australia, the ANT, and Queensland. In other sectors and geographies, customers are doing it tougher. These include retail and parts of the construction industry. Victoria and New South Wales are under more pressure than other states. Our data shows people are having to make tough decisions about where they spend their money. They're getting by, but it is tough. Not unexpectedly, we saw some asset deterioration in our balance sheet in our most recent quarter. There is a lot of focus on home buyers with a home loan and the pressure of higher interest rates. But we must all remember that 1 in 3 Australians have a home loan. On the other hand, inflation hurts everyone. And renters have been particularly hard hit by higher rents and higher living costs. NAB's Consumer Sentiment Survey continues to show cost of living pressures are causing the greatest stress, with 1 in 3 Australians reporting very high stress related to cost of living. NAB's bankers are helping our customers who need support with assistance tailored to their individual circumstances. And our message to customers always is that if you are in difficulty, please call us and call us early. There are 5 other areas of focus for us at NAB. These are topics that have been previously brought to this committee. The first area is the housing crisis. This is Australia's single biggest societal and policy challenge. Scalability is crucial for success. NAB is making good progress on our plan to deliver $6 billion of support to more affordable and specialist housing by 2029. We are partnering with community housing providers, developers, government, and investors to increase the supply and quality of social and affordable housing. And while some progress is being made, we need to work together with more urgency and be far more innovative as a country in both the type of housing and the methods of construction if we are to tackle this crisis. The second area is scams and fraud. This is the plague of our times. NAB has a bank-wide strategy to target scammers and protect our customers. Initiatives include removing links from text messages, expanding payment alert types in digital banking, blocking payments to high-risk crypto platforms, and working with telcos to prevent spoofing. This is working. Payment alerts resulted in over 100 million of potential scam payments being abandoned by our customers from March 23 to June this year. NAB customer losses have fallen 24% between October 23 and June 24, compared with the same period a year before. As part of Scam Awareness Week, just this week, we had more than 15,000 people register for our free webinars with NAB experts who shared red flags about scams and ways to protect yourself, your family, and your business. I also do want to acknowledge the government and its agencies for their work in the space, and we welcome the new scam code. NAB supports the approach the government is taking on this with the focus on prevention. It is clear we have more to do collectively to stop criminals and make Australia the hardest country in the world for them to steal our money. Banks, telcos, and in particular social and digital media companies need to do more to play their part to stop scams happening before they reach customers. Thirdly, productivity, together with housing availability, drive living standards and growth. Small and medium businesses continue to tell us it can be too hard to run and grow a business in this country. They say there's too much complexity and that it takes too much time away from running their businesses. We are working with our business customers to better understand the opportunities and the barriers they face, and we will continue to advocate for our business customers through policy settings to make them more productive and to help them grow. The fourth area we are focusing on is delivering banking services to meet the needs and preferences of our customers. We are constantly thinking about how our digital and physical footprints evolve as customer behavior changes. This includes the issue of access to cash, especially in rural and remote areas. And we continue to work constructively with governments, regulators, the Post Office and customers on the future of banking services. And the final area we are working with customers in our community is to support Australia's transition to net zero. We want to help our customers reduce emissions and build climate resilience. At the same time, we are acutely aware of the need for reliable energy supply, including the role of gas, particularly as rising power costs hurt Australian families and hurt Australian businesses. There needs to be an orderly transition to net zero that balances the social, the economic, and the environmental requirements. And we look forward to playing our role. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and Sean and I look forward to discussing these issues and any other important topics with the committee.
Thanks for your opening statement. I just wanted to start with some questions around the state of the economy. So I think you made the observation that at an overarching level, there's quite a degree of resilience, but underneath that, there are varied experiences, both by business sector, but also type of household. Now, without getting commentary on every aspect of current policy from the government in response to the impacts of inflation, but also interest rates on society, just interested if you could drill down into what are some of the cohorts that are doing it toughest?
Yeah. Well, as I said, the averages tell a story of a country growing at around 1.5%, which is lower than Australia has grown in 30 years. But most consumers are getting by, they're juggling, they're balancing it, but they're not having fun, they're not enjoying it, it's tough. The problem is that the averages don't tell the story, and we live in a very diverse country. Regionally, if you live in WA, Queensland, NT, economic growth is significantly higher than the averages that we're seeing in Australia. You can go in some regional towns and new trucks, new tractors, people are doing well. We're probably going to have one of the best agricultural harvests we've had in a very long time. Conversely, if you look at Southeast Australia, and I think Victoria in particular, people are doing it tougher. These economies are more correlated to domestic demand, more correlated to interest rate settings than the resource correlated economies I mentioned prior. And I think that's where we're seeing the hardship emerging. In our books, I think Victoria and to some extent New South Wales are showing numbers slightly worse than our averages. And then when you dig in a little bit deeper, I think you see in Australia that diverges demographically as well. I can split the country essentially into three broad cohorts. There are 1/3 of households who own their home and have paid off their home loan. Those households tend to skew older, they tend to be retired, they tend to have excess savings, and if they have a home loan, have it fully offset. And they're doing well. They're getting a real rate of return on their deposits and they're spending money. In fact, they're keeping the economy propped up. The second cohort are people who own a home and have a home loan. And within that category, I would say younger families who've bought a house maybe in the last 5 years are probably doing it toughest. Thankfully, employment levels are still really constructive, so people have jobs. And as long as there is income coming in, our observation is most households are getting by. They're focusing on paying the mortgage, paying the car loan, and ensuring their kids are healthy and growing. But they're doing it tough and they're having to economize and budget hard. The third group, and I mentioned this in my opening remarks, that we don't actually talk much about are renters. We do focus overly on homeowners, and renters, the renters I've been speaking to, I reckon are doing it toughest. I've spoken to consumers who've had rents increase 50, 60% in the last couple of years, and while incomes have risen, they haven't kept up with that sort of rental increase. we're fortunate to partner with and bank the Salvation Army, the Good Shepherd. And when I talk to these community organizations, they tell me that 1 in 4 of the people that they see and help today are people they've never seen before. So they continue to see people affected by mental health or drug addiction or homelessness. But they're also now seeing what they would call the working poor. These are people just like you and I who have jobs, live in apartments or dwellings, but they're just simply struggling to make ends meet, and they need the help of organizations like the Salvos to get by. And I think it's a good example of what's happening today out there across Australia.
You would see at a very granular level some of the assistance coming through to people's accounts. It takes a number of forms, so there'd be direct assistance provided through a range of programs. There'd be wages growth kicking in again, especially at the lower end. There'd be tax cuts, obviously having a direct impact on disposable income. So presumably you'd be seeing that is supporting greater resilience for those houses that are in the more vulnerable situations?
That's correct. It's our expectation that tax cuts, the energy rebates as well that were recently announced, will make an impact. I think it's still a little bit early for us to see the data show up, but that's our expectation that these measures that were announced will make a meaningful difference to families up and down the country.
What proportion of mortgages are you seeing that are in a state of being in stress or strain? And also what proportion of people even beyond mortgage holders are you seeing in a position where they might be in need of some kind of assistance?
We bank about, we have about 1 million home loan customers, broadly speaking, at National Australia Bank. And when we look at our past due numbers in the most recent quarter, I think 1.6% of our customers were past due for 30 days, and 0.9% of our customers were past due at 90 days. Now these are not, they're a little bit higher than long-term averages, but not much higher, which I frankly find quite surprising in the data. Our long-term averages over the last 10 years would have had 30-day delinquencies at 1.4% versus the 1.6 that we have today. So I think that's testament to the resilience of customers and testament to the fact that most of them do still have jobs and income coming in. Were that to change and were unemployment to rise significantly, I think that would be very, very concerning. And I'm sure the Reserve Bank is watching employment numbers as hard as they're watching inflation, as they're thinking through their decisioning on what the right level of interest rates should be.
But to date, resilience in the labour market has been a key factor.
Correct.
Yeah. And what are you doing to help people when they enter varying levels of financial strain?
Yeah. Well, we do a number of things. First of all, we continue to ask our customers to call us and to call us early if they are struggling or believe they will be struggling. The primary drivers of hardship are, losing a job, a health event, or divorce. I think these are the three primary areas. And so if anyone is impacted or afflicted by one of those types of events, I think it's always best to call your bank early. And then what we will do is listen to how you're doing and what's happened, and then have a targeted conversation on how we can best help our customers. And of the 0.9% of customers that are at 90-day arrears, the vast majority of those would be in our hardship program, where we would be helping them get through these times. I don't know, Sean, if there's anything else you would add.
Yeah, I think as Andrew said, the main message to all of our customers, if they're experiencing financial difficulty, is to get in contact with us. That being said, we've got a very proactive approach of trying to identify customers that might experience more stress and making outbound calls to those customers to check in to see how they're going. We've got about 800 staff members in our area that looks after customers that might be experiencing more financial difficulty, and through that process we talk to them about various options to either sort of reduce or defer payments for a period of time to help them get back on their feet, to look at the amount of interest that they're paying and maybe adjust that for a period of time to help them get back on their feet, but more particularly to stay in close contact with them. It's most important for obviously our customers who are experiencing difficulty, but also the communities in which they live in, that we get as many of our customers back into a viable situation as quickly as possible.
Look, I just had some questions around an issue which I raised with both of the banks that appeared yesterday. CBA made some moves to extend the bonus limits on certain staff from 50 to 80%. I mean, as was pointed out yesterday, the Sedgwick findings weren't technically implemented, but nonetheless, there were recommendations made for certain people operating in loan origination and management. Those bonus arrangements have gone from 50 to 80%. I think other banks either have or possibly will follow suit. I mean, I take on board the point that in looking at it holistically, there are other parts of the sector where there are not restrictions on variable remuneration. But I do note that ASIC made the observation that this change is disappointing and that there is ample evidence that variable remuneration arrangements and incentive selling result in poor outcomes for customers. And Elizabeth Sheedy, professor at Macquarie Business School, made the observation that the risk is people become short-term focused and do dodgy stuff like exploiting unsophisticated customers. This committee had a very significant role in the post-Hayne Royal Commission review of implementation of the recommendations. It does strike me that following on from that period of a whole series of reforms coming in post-Hayne, we're now a few years down the track. Is there a risk here that old practices are going to start to creep in?
No, thank you for the question, Dr. Molino. Candidly, we made this decision to move reluctantly, and it was not our or my preference to do so. Unfortunately, following the announcement by one of our competitors, I think it made our situation untenable. Not a few weeks ago, I lost 5 of my very best bankers, home loan bankers, all who went to that particular competitor. And in our exit interviews, all identified the reason why as the changes in remuneration. And I'm not going to be able to serve customers well if I lose all my best bankers. And so we had to make the change. We're very conscious of the fact that we need to manage the controls and the customer outcomes. And I take that very seriously, and I can assure you our board took that very seriously as well. And we've put in a very strong system to manage controls and customer outcomes with all of those bankers who are able to avail themselves of that extended variable remuneration. In fact, what we have done is we've put in a hard gate on risk controls and customer outcomes. So if we see anything that makes us concerned, they will not be eligible, not for 80%, for no bonus at all. So we've put in place incredibly strong guardrails here because we're very conscious of making sure that first and foremost, our customers get the very best outcome for them.
I mean, I think there have been a number of different aspects of the internal checks which have been pointed to, balanced scorecards and others. I mean, for me, that's worthwhile, and I'm sure this committee will follow up on how those are being complied with. I mean, there's a broader issue for me, which is, we're a few years down the track from Hayne, and there's this issue. We're going to be following up with, and I don't expect you to comment on this, but another incident with another bank, which is a significant individual incident, but potentially reflective of broader issues. For me, it just raises questions of the risk of cultural issues seeping in different ways, and I'm just interested in the ways in which you're keeping an eye on this, and the board is keeping an eye on this at a systemic level.
Yeah. Look, I wasn't personally here during the Royal Commission. I came in late 2020, but I can tell you that I see banking as noble purpose, and our job is to help people buy a first home, build a business, and enable their lifelong dreams and ambitions. I'm fostering a culture of really deep advocacy for customers across every person that works in our company. And so culture is very important, but controls are important as well. And you need both of those to run a successful bank. Great culture, and culture is what you do when people aren't looking. Culture is what you do when things are hard. That's what culture is, and always optimizing for a customer. And that's the culture we're trying to build at our bank. And then we're ensuring that we have really good, strong operational controls in our company. And we work hard every day to ensure that is the case. We have a balanced scorecard that looks at financial and non-financial measures in how we evaluate and remunerate all of our staff, and we'll continue to do that and do that well. And APRA has identified improvements in our controls and risk culture as one of the reasons why they removed our risk overlay. And they commended our bank for a number of improvements there. We know that we have to continue to improve every single day. That's my job and the job of my executive leadership team to do that.
What I'd add to Andrew's comments is that we've implemented all the recommendations of the Royal Commission that apply to us. Some of those are still in progress. But at the same time as the Royal Commission, we also conducted a self-assessment into our governance culture and accountability practices at the request of APRA. And over the last 5 or 6 years, we've had a very extensive piece of work, a program of work right across the organisation that deals to uplift in our risk management practices, in our governance processes and our accountability. And the central theme around that has been getting the culture to where we want it to be, but it's a piece of work that we'll always continue to focus on. Culture is not something that you can deal to and then leave. It's something that we'll continue to lead through the board and through Andrew and the rest of the executive to ensure that we're aware of the impact that we have as an organisation on our customers, and ensuring that the customer outcomes are the thing that we're most focused on in ensuring that we run our organisation appropriately.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think you made the point that banking at its best, it provides people with incredible, important services in their lives, and there's no doubt that at its best, it does provide a lot of people in the community the opportunity to borrow for important life cycle services. At its best, it provides credit to in households, but also businesses. But regulation is there for not just banking, but in other sectors. The risks of things in large organisations going wrong. And that's really the balance. And I'm just curious on this one. So you said it was a reluctant decision based on the need to compete with, getting high quality staff. Was that a decision that you made or the board made or both?
Yeah, management made a recommendation to the board, and we shared the facts around what we heard from the backers that were departing and what we heard from our staff. And so we made a recommendation to the board. What the board was very focused on was the balanced scorecard, the audits and the controls that we would put in place to ensure that customer outcomes were always going to be optimal. And so they provided very good scrutiny of management prior to endorsing our recommended approach. I also had a call personally with Joe Longo prior to our announcement to inform him of our intentions. And as ASIC has said publicly, they're going to continue to be scrutinizing our bank and all the banks to ensure that customer outcomes are not negatively impacted, as they should, and I welcome that scrutiny. And I can assure you we're going to focus incredibly hard to make sure that customer outcomes are first and foremost in our minds.
Okay, well, I'm sure we'll follow back on this in future iterations. Look, I had some questions around regional and rural branches. A couple of the big banks have moratoriums, which I think for regional and rural communities is welcome, but my sense is that there's also a broader trend which is occurring, and notwithstanding those moratoriums, what we're likely to see over the medium term is more pressure on banks to close branches, to reduce their footprint. I'm just interested firstly in what is the process by which NAB would make a decision as to whether to close a branch or not? What's the community consultation? What kind of social impact assessments undertaken?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. Maybe I'll also have Sean comment on that. But before I do, I just want to inform the committee that I've been CEO since April. And I have asked the team, as part of our strategy refresh, to take a fresh look at the role of the branch in our business and how we move forward. We have not announced the branch closure anywhere in the country since I've been CEO, and that work is ongoing. I personally believe that branches have an incredibly important role to play in the provision of banking services to our customers, and I just wanted to let the committee know that at the outset. When I look at the state of our network today, NAB has about half of its branch footprint in regional Australia, which is more than any other of the big four banks. So of all the big four banks, we would be the most regional bank in the country. We are Australia's agricultural bank. We bank 1 in 3 farmers across Australia. So we're very proud of that heritage and the fact that we, despite the closures that have happened in the past few years, are still the bank that has more branches in regional Australia as part of our total footprint than anyone else. The challenge that we have is that customer preferences and customer behaviours are changing. And I've looked, as part of the work that we're doing, I've looked at some of the branches that have been closed, and unfortunately, the large majority of them were empty. Some of these branches may have had 4 or 5 or 6 transactions in a day. So, we essentially have 3 staff members sitting in a branch, not doing much. And many of our staff members in these locations actually have welcomed closures when they happened because they weren't enjoying the role. We've done an incredible job at keeping over, I think, 97 or 98% of our staff if we do a closure, and retaining them in the bank. And the only reason they leave us is because they want to. Anyone who wants to stay, we find them a role. And that's something I feel we've done really well. And so I think the challenge that we have is to continue to have good usage of our physical footprint. I haven't seen the final recommendations of the work, but it's my strong view personally that branches that are used will continue to stay operational and open.
So just on the issue of some branches having low throughput or low traffic, low numbers of clients coming through, some banks, as I understand it, have explored the possibility of branches remaining but having perhaps reduced opening hours and then going to back office functions for part of the day. Are those kinds of options part of the review? Yeah,
we already have. Do you know how many, Sean, would have that type of?
I'm not sure how many actually have that type of arrangement, but we have those processes in place where we'll have compressed hours. The branch will be open for a certain number of hours in the day, and then the staff will take on other duties and activities supporting customers in the afternoon. We could certainly get that information.
Our preference, where possible, is to have that type of arrangement to ensure sustainability, and we would have a number of branches that operate in that way today.
But as Sandra said before, the decision to close a branch is a very difficult decision, and one that's not taken lightly, and there's a lot of work that's done internally to consider those decisions, including looking at alternate banking arrangements. So we look at Bank at Post and how far that is away, other NAB branches and the distance from the branch that's been closed. But I think it's also important to state that we've invested a lot in our branch network at the same time as we've closed some branches. We've also invested significantly across rural and regional Australia in building business banking centres and building operations areas. We've put construction in place in areas such as Wangaratta and Geraldton and Wodonga, Traralgon and others. So Toowoomba. And so we've invested since 2020 over $470 million in 316 branches and business banking centres across the country, many of those in regional locations. So,
I mean, there's a regional rural dimension to this, but there's also a broader issue that I see in my electorate where there's a material number of people, it might be older people, it might be people from a non-English speaking background who have a strong preference for interacting with a person. And this came up to some degree yesterday in the discussions around the payment system when the figure was put forward that 96% of transactions are now digital. But even though that trend is there and it's a very high proportion, I mean, there is a significant number of people, and again, going beyond even the regional regional metro divide, even in metro communities, there are a lot of people who struggle with that kind of engagement with digital transactions or using apps. So I'm just interested in what your thoughts are around how you ensure that you provide an essential service that caters to that material number of people.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I think requires ongoing dialogue and discourse, and it's something that we look at and manage every single day. Some of the things that we have tried with the post office, as an example, is that we would send a banker to a regional or remote location, maybe that doesn't have a bank branch but a post office, and have a banker spend a day there every few weeks to ensure that customers do have an ability to have a conversation with a banker if there is a need there. And so we are looking at ways that we can continue to have an in-person offering. We also have used Zoom and other such mechanisms to provide services. We have mobile bankers and mobile business bankers who will go to a customer's place of residence, and we have many of those in regional Australia. And so, you know, we are looking at all sorts of different ways and means to continue to provide in-person services wherever we can.
And so where are discussions at with Australia Post? I mean, there's obviously an existing relationship. I know that for a number of the banks, there are discussions around changing, tweaking, improving that relationship. So where's all of that at?
Yeah. So just a little bit of context for the committee. We renewed our agreement with Australia Post around 3 years ago. And so we're 3 years into a 10-year agreement with them. And as part of that agreement, we committed to increasing the number of transactions that went to Australia Post and marketing the service more. And we're close to meeting the numbers that we committed to delivering for them. We're actually not quite at the level yet, but we're getting there. So, you know, we're of the opinion that we're meeting the commitments that we were embedded in that contract that we signed 3 years ago. Now, I am aware of the conversations that have come from the post office to say that they are finding the costs of maintaining the bank at post network difficult. And I actually just last week met with the CEO of Australia Post, and it was a cordial conversation. I told him that we will, despite the fact that we have a 3-year contract in place, we will be constructive in any of those conversations because we see Australia Post as an important part of the service offering for regional and remote Australians. What we did say is that we just wanted to see some of the transparency so that we can understand what the issues are that they are facing and see how we can be helpful in solving them. One of the things that I think is apparent is that we might be overspending or over-resourcing metro locations, and we could potentially use that money to improve the offering in regional Australia. we have a high number of transactions where our consumers are using Australia Post, where there's an NAB branch right next door. Now, I don't begrudge that. They may be in a post office for a reason. They're buying stamps or need to post a letter or a package, and they're doing banking at the same time. It's convenient, but it's also quite easy for them to use the NAB across the street or next door. And so, is that a good use of our collective resources, and could we optimize that more? They're the types of conversations that I think we could have with the post office.
I mean, my electorate doesn't feel over-resourced, so let's maybe just try and increase the regional ones at the... But look, that'll be an ongoing discussion, I'm sure. What's happening to your volume of transactions at Australia Post?
They're increasing.
But at what rough annual rate?
Let me see if I can have that.
And I can put that on notice, and then a
So for-
regional, rural, metro breakdown would be interesting.
So over the year ended September 2023, there were about 2.8 million transactions through Bank at Post, NAB transactions. We expect that for this year to exceed that number and potentially reach about 3 million.
Yeah, I think 3 million was our contractual commitment to them in terms of what they were aspiring for. The reason for that is the way our contract is structured is that we pay a flat fixed fee, a community service fee to them. And then they also get a transactional fee. That transactional fee varies by metro and regional. So the regional one is higher because the cost of cash in regional is higher. And it was our understanding that it was better for the post office to have higher transaction volumes because they'd get more revenue from the service.
And those numbers have grown each of the last 4 years, and more than half of those transactions are in regional locations.
Yeah. Well, if we could get the numbers for the last, and the growth rate for the last 4 years, that'd be great.
We can provide that.
Thank you. Now, just a couple of questions on scams, then I'll hand over to the Deputy. ASIC last week released a report into anti-scam practices by 15 ADIs in 2022-3. The report found that the overall approach to scam strategy and governance was highly variable and overall less mature than expected by ASIC. The report found banks had inconsistent and narrow approaches to determining liability across the bank, and that some victims weren't well supported, and that the ability to direct and stop scam payments had gaps. Since the time period covered in that report, can you detail what steps have been taken to protect your customers from scams?
Absolutely. I mean, we take this issue very seriously. As I said in my opening remarks, scams are the plague of our time, and we're taking action as a bank, which we have added significant friction in payment alerts. As I mentioned, over $100 million of payment activity was abandoned by customers because we put in additional friction to essentially say, are you sure? You have never paid this counterparty. Please double check. And so that's a significant, I think it's over 250,000 every single day is abandoned by Australians. We were the first organization in the country to tell customers that we will never have hyperlinks in our text messages. Hyperlinks in text messages were one of the biggest threat vectors for customers because criminals were essentially spoofing us, pretending to be NAB and sending customers text messages that linked to a fraudulent website where customers' information was harvested. And we said, you will never get that from us. We were the first company in the country to make that commitment. We block payments to high-risk cryptocurrency platforms. We are using very sophisticated biometric technology. We invested in a biometric company, and we use their capability where we're actually not just looking at what one would traditionally look at, which is like geolocating the device to make sure that it's not in a high-risk country, but we're actually looking at how the device is used by the human, so that if the usage of the device is different on a payment than what our historic usage suggests, it's even how you hold the device, that will create a learning for us to investigate a payment. If you're pausing differently when you're entering credentials to how you've done it in the past, we will have a look at that payment. So we're putting very sophisticated layers of protection for our customers, and we're going to continue to work hard at this. This is more to do. These criminals are sophisticated. They're organized criminals in many ways, and they're going to continue to improve their capabilities, and we need to keep up, if not go faster.
So, look, that's interesting. And look, since that ASIC report, it is welcome that in aggregate, the total amount of scam activity in the last year, as I understand it, fell by, I think it was 13%. So that is welcome. But one area that remains contentious is compensation and reimbursement.
Yep.
So the aggregate amount is coming down and there is a lot that's being blocked. But during the period 1 July 21 to 30 June 22, the big four banks paid a combined total reimbursement or compensation of around 21 million. That compensation varied across the banks but was between 2 and 5%, so a low proportion everywhere. And where reimbursement was paid, the average amount refunded to the victim was around 36% of what had been stolen. So do you accept that these are low numbers of reimbursement, I mean, particularly compared to other areas where customers are disadvantaged?
If I could, when there's an unauthorized fraud, we reimburse the customer 100%. We always have done, and we always will. I think the issue that gets complicated is when a scam or a fraud is authorized by the customer inadvertently. And in that case, as I said, we've been working really, really hard, and there are 3 or 4 areas of approaches to help customers keep their money. The first thing I mentioned is where we're alerting customers prior to them actually pressing go on a payment to abandon the payment. That we've saved over $100 million a year. Then,
and is that mostly in investment and romance scams?
Investment is the biggest one. It's probably about 50% of all scams. Romance would be the second. Yeah.
And sorry, just on that, so you're getting to the point where you're giving people a warning to stop. So what's the quantum of what's being stopped versus what's occurring?
Yeah, I'll go into that. So I think it's about 100 million that is abandoned annually. Then, and that's before they press go, where we've made them reconsider, our customers reconsider. Then the second bundle is where they've actually pressed go, but our intelligence, or we've paused the payment because we didn't like something in that payment, and then essentially we prevented it. Now, we sometimes prevent legitimate payments, because we don't always get it right, but we've prevented, again, over $100 million of payments that were scam activity because of our intelligence and our rules impeding that. Then the third area that's actually quite important for the committee to understand is that there are times where the payment was approved, we didn't stop it. It went through our rules, but we were able to get the money back for our customer. And in that case, in the last year, I think it was, got back about $90 million, where the money had actually moved to another bank, the scammer's bank, and we were able to get it back in a timely manner. Now, that's hard to do. We work incredibly hard at being fast so that the money is still into an account, because when the money is in the account, there's still a decent chance for us to get it if it's with another domestic bank. It's much harder then once those monies have been dispersed. And then in the final amount is when we've not been able to get the money back, we have to then consider, is there a reimbursement? And in that case, what we do is we look at whether or not we had fault in the matter. So did we miss a red flag? Do we feel that our rules should have captured the payment but didn't? And in those cases, we will make a reimbursement. So,
And then just what are total losses versus the amounts that you stopped in those three?
I think
Well, I think one of the challenges in estimating total losses around scams is not all of them are reported. There are a number of scams will actually occur across the community that don't involve the financial system as well. So,
But do you have an estimate of, but even a kind of a lower bound on, because we see reported the fact that aggregate scam activities come down 13%. So we're obviously at an aggregate level trying to estimate how much
we think
loss
we
there
are
is.
stopping the majority of scams before they hit customer losses. And so the numbers that I've talked about where they've either, based on reported numbers, Sean's quite right to say we don't know what's unreported.
So in terms of what we do understand, so last year was about $180 million worth of scam losses to our customers.
For NAB?
NAB, yep. And this year the scam losses are down, but they're still unacceptably high.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I thought it might be more than that, in that the numbers I've seen for aggregate losses were well over $1 billion.
For NAB?
No, for the sector.
Yeah.
And if you're roughly a bit over 20%. But anyway, look, I can come back with questions on those.
Our scam losses are down in excess of the overall industry. Which is heartening, but we know we have more to do.
No, look, and it's obviously good that some is being stopped before. Just good to get a sense of the rough quantums.
If I might add, Chairman, there is an area where I think we would like to see settings change that I think would help Australians. If I could maybe just talk a little bit about that. Today, with AFCX, which is the Australian Financial Crime Exchange, banks are able to share information with each other to make it harder for scammers and to give each other information to stop scammers. And today we share recipient accounts. We share bad devices. So if there's a particular device that was used by a scammer, we share that so that if they try and use it at another bank has that information real time. We share bad IP addresses, and we share known fraudsters. The issue that we have is that with the country's AML laws, there are tipping off regimes where we are not able to share personal information about a potential scammer with another bank. And so what does that mean and how does it manifest? It means that I can share the BIN number and account number of a scammer that's maybe using a NAB mule account, but will it be in the process of shutting it down? So the challenge that we have in the industry is that scammer will then just go to another bank and open another account or do an account takeover and continue their practices. And it's particularly challenging where maybe they're doing it at a smaller bank or a digital bank that may not have the capabilities of a bigger bank. And therefore, we're continuing to have these vulnerabilities in our financial system. Thankfully, AUSTRAC is currently proposing consultation in looking at our AML-CTF laws. And I think I would strongly welcome some changes in the tipping off components so that banks can safely share more information with each other about these criminals to make it harder for them to take our hard-earned money.
No, I'm conscious there's a bit of a tension between getting the best outcomes here and some of the protections we have for competitive tension. But I know that information sharing is an area that has been looked at a lot over the last couple of years. Just before getting onto one other scams issue, it'd be good to get an update on the ways in which your organisation-wide approach to liability is evolving. So do you have a policy where you kind of define when liability is, when you feel as an organisation that you should be liable versus when not? I mean, you made the point that NAB will make some kind of compensation when it is partly or wholly at fault, and this is broadly the approach we're seeing with other banks. But this is a nuanced area, and it's an evolving area. So it'd just be good to, if there's a policy that you've developed or an approach, it'd be good to see that.
I mean, we can share that. I mean, ultimately, if there's a fraud and it was unauthorized, we reimburse. And then if it was a fraud that was authorized, we first try and prevent it, then we try and get the money back, and we ultimately reimburse if we believe the bank could have done a better job or was at fault in enabling that transaction to occur.
I mean, that's useful, but it's also, and I see this in people that have approached my office, there are, in the complexity of the real world, there are lots of situations in the grey area where, it's not clear cut as to whether it's
and because of that, we'll review
binary.
every case very carefully and thoroughly to ensure that we understand what actually happened, to consider whether actions taken by or not taken by our organisation contributed to the loss and whether we were at fault, and to deal with the matter appropriately. So the policy is to understand the issue, to reimburse where we're at fault, and certainly to deal with the complaints that emerge. But there's also the avenue for our customers to go to AFCA as well, as if they think that there is an issue that we haven't dealt to as well. So.
But I do want to reinforce that what we're seeing here in Australia is working. Our scams year over year are down 24%. I'm not aware of other jurisdictions or countries that are seeing that type of improvement in annualized scam losses. And I think the approach that we have, a Team Australia approach across government and telecommunication providers, regulators and banks, is working. As was mentioned by one of our peers yesterday, I do think we have a lot of work to do with social media and the digital economy. That's the weak link in the chain right now, and something like 40% of all unauthorized scams authorized scams emanate from a social media setting. In fact, I'm aware of one just a couple of weeks ago where our customers were seeing, well, not just our customers, but all Australians were seeing advertising on Meta platforms purporting to be National Australia Bank, saying that if you put $500 into a NAB credit card, you'll get $1,500 back. We saw that. We contacted Meta. They actually took it down after a few hours, but disappointingly, it was like whack-a-mole, and then it kept coming up and up and up again under different aliases, and so we kept having to call and get it taken down. But there must be more effort and controls, I think, there, because it's such a weak link in our collective defences.
Well, so that's a segue to my final question, which is that the ecosystem approach seems to be working. We have the National Anti-Scam Centre. But what are some practical steps that need to be taken with social media platforms and telcos as next steps that would help to protect consumers better?
Well, I think it's clearly evident that they don't have the same level of kind of KYC, if you will, to understand who are setting up these accounts. Are they robots or real people? And are they who they say they are? And so collecting more personal information from people who are signing up for these platforms, I think, would be a good start. And then they clearly need, I think, ongoing management of their user base so that that those users are continuing to be who they say they were. That's the bar that we have to operate in as a bank. And I think given the threat vector is so targeted at them, I think they really need to step up. And I would encourage more dialogue there.
And I think, to reiterate what Andrew said earlier, more actions to reduce friction around sharing of information across the participants in the industry to help identify both not only new scam typologies but bad actors in the system, and that we can deal with those quickly. So efforts to remove the friction there would be really important.
Well, thanks for your evidence, and I might circle back a bit towards the end. I'll hand over to the Deputy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you both. I'll just start very quickly, Andrew, by saying thank you for your engagement on the issue of the Pittsworth Bank, and happy to note the positive change you've brought in that relationship. I think when a decision is made, that the nature of that closure matters, and a modicum of humility which you've brought to that conversation does have an impact. So,
thank you. I think we
appreciate
could
the
have done better
challenges
in that case, and you know, I think that community could take our apology.
Well, look, I'll come back on regional banks in general in a moment, but I do want to talk about something you raised, because it does sort of strike a chord with me, the emergence of a sort of a working poor, a phrase that we're more likely to have associated out of the US previously. But you know, I was at a food bank and I saw a mother come in and take boxes of food, but wanting, you know, adamantly pointing out she had a job. I saw another case of a cleaner at our local hospital living in a car. And, you know, these are people who are working, who have jobs, who are contributing to the economy, but sort of finding themselves marginalised. Those are just anecdotes. What are you seeing? Who are these people? Where do they exist within the economy? Are they you know, blue collar, white collar?
Yeah. I think they tend to be younger, and they tend to be renters, but they are working across industries. I think, you know, single mothers in particular have this hardship. As I mentioned, often the causes of hardship are job loss or health events or divorce. And so they're the things that we acutely watch for. And so they do cross all sections of society if one of those life events happens to happen to somebody. I guess the silver lining is that as long as there is health and ability, people can work more. They can take a second shift, they can find a second job, they can drive an Uber, and we're seeing a lot of the working poor pushing really hard to ensure that they can make ends meet. Sadly, there are still, though, many in our community that are struggling to get by and need the services of these amazing organizations like the Vinnies, the Salvos, the Good Shepherd, to help them. As I mentioned, where we see customers in hardship, we also play a role. But I do think it's important to note that banks are probably no longer the best barometer of society in terms of how society is handling this cost of living crisis. Because of responsible lending and the barriers to bank lending, we probably don't see the people in our lending books that are most vulnerable. Maybe we would have in the past, we don't today. And so I think that's why you're seeing a little bit of a disconnect between what we shared earlier, which is the arrears in our balance sheet being quite low and not that much higher than a 10-year average. And it just feels at odds with what we're hearing and seeing from our customers all around the economy today. And I think it's because where they may have debt instruments, they're not with us, and they're with others.
Whereas previously they would have been on your books in some form, and then they would have defaulted, or
that's right.
Yeah. Is it because a lot of these issues? I mean, these are issues that aren't new to us now. It's just it seems like it's the issue of the recoverability of people within the economy, and I'm interested that that's the experience is that their only pathway is to work more. That's quite a challenge. That would suggest there's no savings potential in that demographic.
Yeah, I think with cost of living, we'll have to see with the tax changes what happens to that money, and is it spent or saved? And so we'll have to see. You know, I do feel like we're getting to a point where interest rates will start to come down. That will provide more money in the economy, more demand in the economy, which will mean that businesses will be healthier, and therefore they'll be able to hire more, pay more, and more economic activity is better for all parts of society. And so, when interest rates do start to come down at some point next year, which we are hopeful they will, I think that will have positive impacts for everybody. And we do see Australian gross GDP growth trending to more normalized levels once those interest rates start to come down. But it's going to be tough, I think, for the best part of the next 6 to 9 months for many people.
And for the
households,
sorry, please.
I was just going to add to Andrew's comments that households are managing their budgets and their expenditure very carefully as well, and we're seeing that with probably less discretionary expenditure flowing through to some of our business customers as well. So those businesses that rely on discretionary household expenditure, such as cafes and restaurants and hotels and fashion retailers and others, are experiencing tougher trading conditions. So it has an impact on the business sector as well. And so, as you say, employment is one lever, but also managing household budgets is another lever, and we've seen that play through in terms of our spend data as well.
And I'm assuming we talk about the working poor, that's sort of well into non-discretionary spending as well.
Certainly.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess you've kind of alluded to it, but what would you see as being the biggest single pressure on this demographic? I mean, you talked about renters. So is it rent? Is it general inflation? Is it real wages? What's the one thing?
Well, I think it's inflation more than interest rates for the working poor, and it's energy. Energy costs have gone very significantly higher in the last 2 years. It's food. Costs of goods have increased a lot, and so it's the day-to-day living expenses. Gas at the pump, food in the trolley at the supermarket. These are the things that ordinary Australians are saying to us that they need help with.
And I guess, do you observe, is there any difference in behaviour? Because I'm interested in this idea of their recoverability. Like in the past, when someone went through one of those life events, it might be 3 months and then they're sort of back on track.
Yeah.
Do you have a view on that?
Yeah, maybe I'll also hand it over to Sean momentarily, but if I look at our customers that go into hardship, we look at things called cure rates. So customers who go into hardship who we help, we have a plan for, and then do they get back on their feet? And the majority of customers do, which is actually really great. I don't know, Sean, if you have the numbers in terms of what those rates are.
Yeah, I don't have them right in front of me, but many of our customers are able to recover and return to normal operating conditions pretty quickly. So after that 90-day period.
So if they lose a job, that maybe 90 days, 120 days, they can find another job. If there's a divorce, maybe they need to wait till the divorce settles before the joint funds are dispersed. And so these are the type of events. If it's a health event, maybe it's a health event for a period of time, and then they get healthy again. So usually there is a period of time where help is needed. And for the customers that borrow from us, we're there for them. But as I said, unfortunately, there are many customers that no longer borrow from us, and so it's harder for us to help them because we don't always see it.
And I guess just one more bit on this sort of idea of the working poor. Are you seeing a demographic change? I mean, one of the problems I have in a place like Toowoomba, we get when people are stressed, they come in from outside, from regional areas into Toowoomba. So it looks like it's a urban issue, but it's actually an external issue coming in. Do you guys have any data on I guess where that spread is geographically?
I think where we're probably seeing more of the stress is in the urban corridors, the growth corridors.
Yeah.
So where people have bought in and
where
they're
they've bought in, we've probably got a higher loan-to-value ratio, probably a generally lower income, probably higher household expenditure as a percentage of their income. That's where we're probably seeing more of the stress.
Yeah, as a bank, remember, we generally see more homeowner stress. And so for us, the corridors of greater stress would be Western Melbourne, followed by Western Sydney, which is which makes sense given that those are the states more correlated with
Yeah.
domestic demand and have less of the resource economies to rely upon.
Does that sort of align with consumer confidence data that you have, or are they overly pulling it down or impacting it in any way?
Well, the confidence does vary by state. I think Victorians are the least confident, and then Western Australians and Queenslanders relatively more confident. Interestingly, conditions are okay. Its confidence is low, but conditions are okay. But that's problematic because confidence ultimately will drive business conditions. And when people are confident, they buy things, they're comfortable to buy things. So we'll have to see what kind of Christmas we have. If confidence doesn't improve prior to Christmas, will that mean that we'll have a poor trading season over Christmas, which then ultimately will impact businesses?
That's kind of, you've almost described the conditions perfectly for the working poor, isn't it? The conditions are kind of okay, but confidence is really
right.
down. So the lived experience is below.
That's right.
What might be measurable. Thank you very much on that point. Can I just go back to, I guess it feels like we're a bit in a transition period when it comes to regional banking. So we're sort of going through this. Banks are responding to customer behaviour, and in my area we often see an NAB Prado driving around out to each of the farms and visiting people. So there's been a change there, I think, in banking business. But what do you see on the other side of this? What does regional banking look like? Where are we heading to?
Look, I think it's still a dynamic topic. We've invested heavily in hub locations in regional towns where the foot traffic is sufficient and where we can locate business bankers. Toowoomba's a great example. Wagga, Albury, Wangaratta, Geraldton, all over the country. We do have these hub regional towns that we have invested in, where we locate bankers in NAB vehicles that can then drive to more remote and regional cities. And so one of our strategies has been to do that, enable vehicles and have these mobile bankers who then go to customers' home or place of business. And that's working quite well for us. I think where we are able to keep a branch in a smaller location where the usage is sufficient for us to operate that branch maybe at reduced hours, we would do that. And where the usage is insufficient to justify keeping a location, we then would leverage our Bank of Post solution, with occasional physical presence. I think there's also a conversation to be had about whether or not we could leverage ATMs more in regional and rural Australia. And it's a topic I raised with the CEO of Australia Post. Maybe putting ATMs at the front of the post office or somewhere else in that town to relieve some of the pressure on Bank at Post from the cash deposits and withdrawals. And so these are all sorts of kinds of conversations that I would welcome and will be constructive in. But it's still a dynamic process, I think, Deputy Chair.
No, thank you. I just note that was one of the concerns we had with some of our Australia Post locations, is that they see the opportunity of that. They're not quite set up for that. And it's whether that fits with the current owners of those particular branches' ambitions as well. So there's some space there. One of the things I've heard back from local residents, as well as the smaller banks and the customer-owned banks in my region, is what they're seeing is people are keeping their loans, and NAB is a huge contributor in our local area. They're keeping the loans, but they're moving to the smaller banks for their transactional sort of accounts. So there's a bit of an ecosystem happening there. Is this something you're seeing?
I'm not sure I've seen it that much, but customers have choice, and if there is a bank branch in a location that's different from NAB, it makes sense that they may avail themselves of transaction banking services from that branch if it's convenient for them. But I don't think we've seen that at scale, have we, Sean?
No, we haven't. And what we're very keen to do is to provide all the banking service to our customers, including the transactional banking. So it's certainly our strategy to attract our customers in terms of transactional banking product and services to support the lending exposures or the deposits that we provide to our customers or take from our customers.
In terms of like your business growth, was it the case that people were taking out loans from their exposure to your branches? And if branch numbers decline, is there a different
The large proportion of our borrowing customers would be bank customers on the deposit side. So we don't have that many customers that are loan-only customers.
And by saying you've largely kept the banking
Correct.
branches, yeah.
And it's because we've got mobile banking that they like and enjoy, and as has been discussed, 95% transactions tend to be through digital channels.
Just going to touch quickly on the issue of scams the Chair raised. What's and across the different types of scams, and I appreciate they're all different, they all have different access points, but what do you find is the most successful method of changing a customer's behaviour and changing their mind? So I appreciate you might have a different situation from an investment scam to a romance scam to something that's a deliberate spoof where they're trying to impersonate you. But what changes their mind the most?
I think storytelling and sharing real lived experience. So just yesterday, actually, we had 15,000 actually customers and non-customers, and I believe it may have been quite a bit more than that because it was also shared on, I think, TikTok. So we had 15,000 people on our webinar, but it was transmitted through TikTok. And customers, and actually any Australian could join, and we had experts just giving real-life examples of the things that they see day in and day out. And I think education, storytelling is key. Ultimately, things like, if it feels too good to be true, then it probably is, you know? And so the notion of putting $500 into a NAB credit card and expecting $1,500 back in the following week, question that, I think. And so if you haven't made a payment to someone, and in this case that would have been a first-time payment, question it. If you get a call from someone pretending to be the bank, asking for your personal information or your password, one of the things we say is, our bank, in fact, no bank would ever ask you for your password. Would never do it. And so if someone's asking for it, push the red button, put the phone down. It's not us. And so just constantly educating and talking to our customers and all Australians in plain language, I think, is one of the things that we can do most and more of.
Yeah, I can see the benefit of a third party doing that. I probably just raised a concern. I'm not a frequent visitor to TikTok. Mr. Luxale might be, but certainly my mother isn't. And I guess there's that other.
And on my phone.
Yes, yeah. But there is that demographic that probably is most exposed.
That's right.
Reaching those people, I think, is probably important. But I see the value of a evidence-based example.
So we have a lot of material on our website as well, on our nab.com.au site, but there will be a number of people that don't look at our banking site. So I think in general education in the media.
We train all our branch staff on this and educating customers. When our business bankers go out to business customers, no matter what the topic, we always say, talk to them about being cyber safe and scam safe. And even in a branch environment, our staff are regularly talking to customers, and these would be generally older customers. And I don't think a week goes by where we don't share an incredible story of one of our bank tellers helping customers to avoid a scam loss. And we're constantly highlighting that, celebrating that internally, and it's something we're proud of. But we've got to keep at it and never stop.
And look, just finally you raised the issue of productivity in your opening comments. It is a huge concern. We had a significant drop, and we've got a slow recovery on that. What are your business banking clients telling you? I guess you touched on sort of red tape, regulation sort of issues. Yeah. Specifically, or more in general, where do they see the biggest issues?
I think generally what we hear from our business customers, and we're Australia's biggest business bank, is it's just too damn hard to get things done. It's hard to, if you're in the building or construction business, it's hard to get planning permission. It's hard to get properties zoned. It's hard to get building permits and planning permits. And you know, God forbid you may want a variance, a small variance, that it will take an enormous amount of time and be very, very difficult. And so I hear that day in and day out from our business customers. You know, if it's payroll, the amount of complexity in payroll in Australia is immense. And so if you've got a small business that operates in one state, and I had a very successful furniture retailer who operated in Victoria, wanted to open a store in Brisbane. The complexity on payroll, because you know Queensland has different payroll practices than Victoria, was hard. You know, we can do that. We're a big company, but a small business trying to open a second store. Is it necessary that every state should have its own different payroll standards and systems? That's an impediment to growth for business people. And any legislation that just adds to the paperwork burden isn't welcome. And that's what we hear from our business customers, is that it's hard and it feels like it's getting harder.
Well, thank you for that. I'm going to get a burner phone to avail myself to your TikTok contributions. Chair, over to you.
Thank you. Mr. Lexal.
Don't do it, Mr. Hamilton. Stay free of TikTok. Thanks, Mr. Irvine and Mr. Dooley, for coming today. I'll be asking a few questions about digital payments and so on and so forth. You're a co-owner of Australian Payments Plus, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and you've got someone on the board. So all the big four banks are, and others are. So how did that co-ownership begin? Are you aware of back in the day?
No, well, I think there's been various iterations and mergers. Yeah. Typically, in most jurisdictions that I have worked as a banker, big banks are stakeholders in the domestic payment schemes, and that's the case here. And so, as you know, NPP developed over the more legacy payment rails, the bodies merged. But I think it's always been the case that the big banks have been owners of the various organizations that manage and operate the payment rails in the country.
So I would imagine at the start there would have been an investment from the big banks to set it up, to create those payment rails.
That's correct.
Are there any ongoing costs for the banks to keep APP running? Like, do you pay a fee every year? Is it like a membership thing, or are they self-funded?
Well, I'm not aware of the amount of fee that we'll pay. We could probably take that on notice and sort of come back to you on it. But I think what we would say is that all of the banks are investing significantly in the payments infrastructure alongside AusPay and the other payment rails.
So through APP or like separately?
Well, sometimes it's about building additional capability. So at the moment in time, while we have NPP rails today, we've been spending tens of millions of dollars as a bank on enabling Pay2, which is an enhancement to the NPP capability. And so I think the banks are constantly spending money on payment infrastructure to ensure that it doesn't decay, that it continues to be future-proof, and I think also optimizes scams, fraud, and cyber safety. And so while the infrastructure may be built, you can't stand still, and you're constantly adding enhancements to ensure that these capabilities are robust. They also require data and infrastructure, and data and infrastructure cost money to maintain and keep up to date.
Yeah, there's no doubt that there are costs to maintaining a non-digital payment system and a digital payment system. I just want to try and understand how I think having that domestic payment system, digital payment system, I'm just trying to get
I'm sure
a bit more of an understanding.
Come back to the committee with
sure.
if there are annual costs that we would pay to AP Plus, we'll share that.
There are costs per transaction that you pay, so that that APP charge, which you then pass on in some respect to the merchant, which then goes to the consumer, like a per transaction cost. There's that, right?
Yes.
Yes. So
right.
you pay APP a per transaction cost.
We would pay them a transaction cost. We wouldn't charge customers a transaction cost. Customers don't pay to use MPP.
No. So FPOS though, they do.
FPOS they do.
Yes.
But with MPP, we would pay to
That's right.
AP Plus, but we wouldn't charge that to customers.
Why not? Why do you charge them for one and not the other?
Well, we charge, I think, businesses would pay, not consumers.
Yep.
Whereas in card acceptance, as you were highlighting yesterday, there is surcharging in place for consumers that isn't the case on direct payments.
Yeah. Why?
Because that's how it's been implemented by the RBI, I think, in 2003. This is the first country I've ever lived in that has surcharging that was legal. I've lived in the Middle East, the UK, and in both Canada and the US, and surcharging is illegal in everywhere else I've ever lived.
So you pay for per transaction on, like as I'm talking about NAB here, not the one that you pay on your FPOS debit transactions. You pay for OSCO, BPay, PayID, Pay2, and just depending on your product offering, some you pass through to your customers and some you don't. Okay. Can I ask what your cost is per FPOS debit transaction? Is it a flat cost? Is it a percentage?
Let me see.
We'll take that one on notice.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll take that.
If you can share it, I mean, you might.
Yeah, we'll take that on notice.
Yep. And would you imagine that cost is the same to all the owners of the system?
Yeah, I believe so. We have simplified pricing for most of our clients that incorporates LCR.
No, sorry, I'm talking about your relationship with APP. So I'm not onto your customer side yet. I'm just trying to understand how the co-ownership works and what benefits there are to you as co-owners for using the FPOS debit system and their other products, so OSCO, BPay. So is it your understanding that APP charge you per transaction similar to the other owners of the scheme or co-owners of the scheme?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, okay. And is that a flat fee per transaction or is it a percentage of the transaction?
I need to get back to you
sure.
with that.
All right. I just thought I'd ask it again just so. Do you get charged X by, which you'll get back to me on, to APP, when you pass that through to your customers, not through the blended rate? I'll get to the blended rate in a sec. And I'm specifically talking about FPOS debit. Is there do you put a margin on that, or is that something that you just pass through at cost?
On FPOS, we enable least cost routing to our customers. That's enabled, it's available for 100% of our customers. We're proud of the fact that more of our customers use least cost routing than any other major bank. One of the things that we've done recently, so I expect this to continue to improve, what we've done is we've made a change so that it's now an opt-out approach versus an opt-in approach. So in the past, merchants needed to opt in to avail themselves of least cost routing. Now we're making it the default. So they actually literally physically have to opt out of it for whatever reason that might be the case. And so we're very hopeful that our least cost routing numbers will continue to improve and that we'll continue to be a top performer vis-a-vis competitors in this space.
Okay, but the problem with a blended rate and least cost routing is that, particularly for the consumer, often the FPOS debit rate is lower than your advertised 1.15%.
Yeah, and we'll keep looking at that. And so if our least cost routing increases, I would expect that we'll reduce our simplified pricing rate as well.
Do you think simplified surcharging has had its day, given the fact that, nearly we've got some of the highest debit transactions in terms of percentage in the world? Do you think blended rates are...
Well, these, I think, these things are they're two different things. So one is the rate that the banks and the merchant acquirer charges a merchant. And there, we're enabling least cost routing. We have simplified payments, and we will look to continue to be competitive on the price of that. And if LCR increases, I'm sure that we will reflect that in our simplified pricing approach. The issue of surcharging is a different one, where Australia allows merchants to surcharge to their customers for the cost of that they pay for a payment. Now, what I don't like about surcharging is the lack of transparency and the lack of consistency. Yesterday, Mr. Laxell, you highlighted with a prop the $5 in cash and the $5.08 that you would pay if you used debit. My experience is different from that. My experience is that it's all over the place. And in fact, earlier this year in Sydney, I had the shocking experience of buying a coffee with a 10% surcharge. So I don't know if any of you have experienced that, but that's outrageous.
Yeah.
And so and the RBA has commenced consultation. Wherever this lands, my hope is that it's not consistent. And it can't just be played with in this matter. I personally don't like surcharging, but if surcharging maintains, I hope to goodness that it's simpler, more transparent and consistent.
Do you think that some small businesses in particular pass on this surcharge because of the disparity between what banks charge, merchant providers, and you're one of those, what they charge to small businesses? I think the RBA have... they said it's the gap between the lowest fee and the highest fee on digital payments is wide, 0.2% upward, to upwards of 2%. Do you understand why small businesses would pass it on if it's as high as 2%?
Absolutely. Well, look, I think surcharging came in a time and place that was quite different to today. Again, I wasn't here in 2003, but in the markets that I was in, the cost of credit card acceptance in those days was much higher than it is today. And credit cards tended to be the predominant payment of card acceptance. And debit cards weren't anywhere near as frequent. So often it was a case of cash that's free or a credit card that's quite expensive from an interchange perspective. Times have moved on quite significantly since those days. It's over 20 years ago. Debit is much more prevalent. We have least cost routing and a domestic scheme that's taking market share. And so it's possible that, surcharging was warranted over 20 years ago, but I think it behooves us to ask whether it still serves its purpose. It's my view that I think it just adds to confusion. It means I don't know what the price of a good is that I'm buying, and I don't like it.
Yeah, neither do I, as you can gather, no doubt. And I just want to be very clear in my questioning over the last few days and today. I understand why there are surcharges for overseas schemes, right? Like, Visa often provide goods on credit. It's their money. They give you 50, X days interest free. There are loyalty points, rewards. Understand there's a cost to that and there's a brand involved with that. I don't understand why that's same, just like you. I don't understand why in the shift to debit, where we're accessing our own money through a locally owned scheme, I don't understand why, in many instances, particularly in small business, where, and I think this is a makeup of the blend. This is a byproduct of the blended rate, where the costs for those schemes, according to the RBA, are significantly lower, but businesses and consumers are still being charged that crossed subsidised rate in that blended rate. So yours is 1.15%, which is quite low for a blended rate. So good on you. It's still higher than what I believe a debit transaction should cost. It's as high as 1.6% on a very popular software and technology provider, which is where I got the $5.08 from.
Right.
So I guess you're offering this blended product where you're using low debit costs to cross-subsidise high credit costs. Do you not have a problem? Like, is that not a concern?
I guess we're taking the variability risk away from the merchant, because if we didn't do that, the merchant would ultimately just pay the rates of their customer base. And I don't know, those may diverge. Different cafes or different merchants may have different mixes of domestic FPOS versus card versus Visa debit, say, or MasterCard debit. And so what we do is try and simplify this for businesses, because they tell us simple is better for them, and they like simple. As you said, we're very conscious in making sure that our services provide real value to our customers, and we're constantly looking at that. And as I said, if our LCR rates continue to go up, I would expect our simplified pricing to reduce. And that's important. We are Australia's business bank. We care deeply about our small business customers, and we want to make sure that they're getting good value from our services.
But I think the points you make is right around it. There's a broader conversation to be had around the payments network more broadly and the different forms of payment. So if we take cash, for instance, the cash is not being used by anywhere to the extent that it has been historically, but it still costs a merchant or a business owner, a shop, to collect and manage cash. The cost of that cash is not obvious to the consumer, but it's definitely a cost that's incurred by the business owner, in the same way that electronic payments also incur a cost as well. And I think what we need to continue to look at is the economics of the various forms of payment, the amount of investment that we need to keep putting in to maintain those various forms of payment, to ensure that consumers have choice whether they want to use cash, whether they want to use debit or some other form of payment, to ensure that we're getting the right investment in those platforms, to ensure that it's not only efficient but it's safe, and it's safe for the customers. So I think we need to continue to have that sort of conversation around the economics and the efficiency of the whole sector, and that's certainly what the RBA have.
Do you still think in 2024, with digital payments where they are, and particularly with FPOS debit payments where they are, do you still think it's feasible to charge a percentage of a transaction value as a fee, like from across the providers? So from Australian Payments Plus to be 0.5% of the value of the transaction. That's a very small amount at $10. It's a higher amount at $1,000. Do you still think percentage of transaction fee charges are
I think
the way to do it?
I think we'll have to see in terms of how large least cost routing becomes in the total mix. So today, 48% of our transaction flows are not through LCR, and those are through the schemes, and there we do have variable costs. So, we have costs of rewards, costs of insurances, credit risk as well, because they're not debit payments in some cases. But I think as the market changes and moves to more and more least cost routing, I think that's something that we can look at.
And I think one alternate could be flat fees, but that could create some unintended distortions as well, particularly for smaller payments. So we need to look at that carefully.
Yeah, it could. Yep.
Yeah.
When I go on your website and I go to open a personal bank account, it seems like you've got a relationship with Visa for personal bank accounts. Like you only offer Visa debit.
We offer
For your
MasterCard
classic.
as well. We bought Citibank's Australian banking franchise, and they were a MasterCard provider. So we're still in the process of doing the conversion, but I think you could say it'd be 80-20.
Okay. And you've got an arrangement with Visa?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And MasterCard, but predominantly Visa.
But, so I'm just talking about your classic banking product, which I'd imagine would be your biggest one for bank accounts for consumers. Yeah. And Visa, do Visa pay you a loyalty fee or a scheme rebate, or does NAB benefit from that relationship with Visa?
Well, the way our contracts work, they're usually 8 or 10-year contracts that we put to market when they come up for bid. And typically the way it works is that when payments are routed through one of those schemes, we would get a rebate on what we pay, what Visa would get on a payment. And then those monies typically are contractually required to be used to improve our products and services. So we would then use those rebate monies on an annual basis to invest in better solutions, better digital capability, new product innovation, and what have you.
Now, when you sign an agreement with a major card provider, do you commit to a certain value of transaction as a minimum?
There are minimums in there, usually, that are jointly negotiated, and obviously there are benefits to the bank in terms of overall amounts.
And do you get better rebates the higher you push through those major card schemes? Is it incentivized that you get push more through Visa than, just say it's $1 billion, you get X percent. If it's $2 billion, you get a little bit higher. Are they incentivized?
From an issuing perspective, yes.
Okay. So the more Visa you issue.
Yeah. Now remember that there are two. There's a least cost routing and is a acquiring fee, and then there's an issuing fee. And this is talking about the issuing side.
Yep.
So the person with the card, not the terminal.
Yep. So you're incentivized to do.
But there's also a matter of consumer behaviour as well. So we've got more of our volume going through EFTPOS now than we would in other channels as well. So that's been increasing, the use of EFTPOS debit.
Yep. And that's because your LCR is increasing.
Correct.
And so does that impact your relationship with Visa? Like the fact that you're not putting as much through, like when you eventually get to a higher rate of LCR, is that going to, like...
Well, that becomes a commercial discussion between us and Visa around the terms of the arrangement and the contract. So.
Yeah. But look, we are pushing this. We want to do higher. We've put in opt-outs components. So we're moving forward in a way that we want LCR to be as large a percentage of our merchant flows as possible.
Right. Can I ask why it's taken a while? Because you are the highest, but it's still only half.
The biggest impediment for us was in our high caps business, which is our health platform for it accepts payments, but it also is the primary claim reimbursement modality for health insurance in Australia. And we had a legacy terminal that we needed to upgrade that wasn't LCR compatible, and that's now happened. But it was hard work, and to do that, you have to literally replace every terminal, every merchant. But thankfully, we're through that now.
So, multi-network card with LCR enabled will take the transaction value off Visa, because it'll push it through
On an acquiring basis, yes.
Yep, okay. And will that sort of stop you meeting some of your undertakings to Visa in those agreements, or will that have an impact on those agreements?
I think the primary undertakings are on the issuing side, not on the acquiring side.
Okay. When do you expect those LCR rates to start bumping up? Like the 52% was as at June. Like, do you have any forecasts on when you'll reach 70, 80, 90?
I do not, but I'm happy to present that to the committee. The problem is we don't have enough of a fact base yet because we only instituted that in July 1st. So probably would want to see a little bit more time on how it's actually taking effect. But I'd be happy to provide our forecast as best as we can.
And with your existing merchants, so it's opt-out for new merchants, or it's opt-out for, have you just sent it to all your merchants saying, if you don't tell us by X date, we're going to turn it?
I think it's opt-out for new merchants, but we constantly send collateral and marketing and notifications to existing merchants. I'm not sure if it's feasibly possible technically to do an opt-out on the back book, but again, that's something I'm happy to look at.
Yeah. We've still got that blended rate problem though, don't we? You know, where you go in and tap, you're expected to be charged, you should be charged a lower rate, but we're getting that cross-subsidisation that other banks mentioned was kind of coming out of the sector.
We're going to continue to look at that pricing and make sure that it's appropriate based on the LCR mix. And by the way, merchant fees have come down significantly over the last 10 or 20 years, and I expect that to continue.
Yep. Yes, so do I. Recently, I think it was a bit of a surprise that Apple announced that they'd opened up their wallet. I think it was only last week. But details are pretty light on. Do you have any understanding of who they'll allow access to, how they'll allow access?
Yeah, no, this is, I think, a bit of a success story for Australia. Yeah. So up until now, it was only the European Union that had won the ability to access Apple's NFC chip. Prior to that, it had been a complete walled garden. And the only reason that Europe was able to get that was because of the threat of legal action in the courts. What Apple has subsequently done is add 5 or 6 additional jurisdictions where they'll be opening up the NFC, and I think they'll have done that based on their own assessment on the amount of political noise in those jurisdictions. And so they've only done it for 5 or 6 new ones, and thankfully Australia is one of those jurisdictions. And so had we been less noisy, I would expect that we would not have been in one of those, and we would have been in the 200 countries that will still not be able to access the NFC. So I think this is great news for us.
And how will that change how you interact with Apple Wallet, or are details a bit too light on at the moment?
I mean, it's still early days. Ultimately, my expectation is that today, the only wallet that one has on the phone is an Apple wallet. And so it's within their wallet and their infrastructure that all of your payment cards and loyalty cards and even identity, frankly, can be stored. So my understanding is that over time, other participants in the digital ecosystem will be able to build apps that could have similar functionality and be able to essentially compete with Apple's own wallet.
So you'd have a NAB wallet potentially?
Potentially.
Yeah.
I think the details are still thin on the ground. And I expect that what will happen is there will be a significant ecosystem develop over time where fintechs and potentially banks look to see how they can avail themselves and build additional propositions to customers alongside Apple's own propositions.
You pay Apple for access to their wallet now?
We don't pay Apple access to their wallet, but we do pay Apple a pretty meaningful transaction fee
for every transaction.
Every transaction that is used by the phone.
And you build that into your blended rates?
We do.
That's
and
another.
That's non-negotiable.
Yeah.
It's you want in, here's the price. Take it or leave it.
That's adding to costs as well, isn't it? You know, we do have legislation before the Parliament. I would dare say that's probably what Apple is responding to there. I think that's all I have for now. If you could, I'll go through the transcript and I might put those questions in writing. It'd be good to understand about that domestic payment ownership and how we can help drive down those local FPOS debit charges.
Thank you, Mr. Lexer.
Thanks. Well, look, we'll have a short break. I'll suspend proceedings and we'll recommence at 11:20. Proceedings. I'll now hand over the call to Ms. Spender.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much to Mr. Irvine and Mr. Dooley for joining, and my apologies for not being able to be there in person today. There are a few topics I wanted to cover, but I wanted firstly to start off with just some further conversation around scams. I know we've covered so far in the hearing today quite a lot of conversation in this space. Firstly, I'm conscious that that Ms. Irvine, you've worked in other jurisdictions, and fairly recently. So I want to ask, do you have any comparable data about how much Australians lose against scams compared to other countries? As the data I've seen suggests that Australians lose around $100 per person per annum versus the UK, which is sort of in the mid-30s, and the US in the mid-40s. But I've had other bank CEOs contest that. And so I'm just interested if you've got any perspectives on this.
Thank you, Ms. Spender, for the question. The data that I do have, I think, is likely the same data that you are talking about from the UK. And I can provide a little bit more perspective on the differences and why they may not be comparable. So my understanding is that in the UK, the payment system regulator for their version of faster payments, which would be RNPP, does look at annual scam losses across that payment platform. And it looks at the largest 14 participants on that payment platform, not all participants. And I think that's where you may be referencing scam losses per person in the 35, was it pound or dollar range?
Dollar. I think it is in dollars terms.
Dollars. So what those figures do not do is highlight scams on any other payment modality. And so it's limited to the faster payments. And obviously there are many other payment modalities in the UK like there are here in Australia. In addition to NPP. The other thing in Australia, the primary data source that we have is called Australia Scam Watch. And that looks at and actually brings in every possible scam typology that an Australian suffers, actually whether or not a bank is involved. So it would also include, for example, if someone hired a dodgy tradie to fix a roof and either got poor work or the person didn't turn up and they put a down payment, for example, and so those losses would also be included. So they're not like for like, and therefore it's difficult to compare how we do versus others. I do have and have seen some data where some of the different UK banks were broken out, and we at NAB would compare very, very favorably in terms of scam losses for our customers vis-a-vis those. But again, I think it's often we need to be careful on making these comparisons because, of comparability. The one thing I would point to is that in Australia, scam losses are falling. And my understanding in other jurisdictions, certainly in North America and other wealthier countries, that we are an exception rather than the norm. And so we need to continue to lean in as a country to ensure that we make Australia the hardest place in the world for criminals to take our money.
Okay. Look, absolutely. And it's certainly an issue that many people in my community are extremely concerned about. I'm afraid I think I've just lost video. Can you still hear me?
We can see you.
Okay, well, I'm afraid I've just lost video of you, but I'll carry on as it is. I think the follow-up question I wanted to ask was, you spoke about the reduction in scam losses for your clients, and CBA and Westpac have also given evidence around this this week, with CBA saying they've lost around 50% and Westpac they've had about a 50% reduction in losses, Westpac around 30%. I think you had it in the sort of mid-20s from memory. So I just want to talk to you about, what are those differences, and how do you compare yourself against the other banks in terms of driving that? And, can you get to, say, the 50% benchmark, which is the strongest drop I've heard to date? But how do you think about how well you're doing compared to other banks on this?
Yeah, I'd love to see the data. I only have my comparables. So again, I'm not 100% sure if the comparability is the same or the periods are the same that we're all referencing. I think it's good to see that everyone's going down. And so, we're going to continue to push into it. We're spending significant amounts of money on this topic. It, I would say, is one of the most important management topics that we talk about every single day at the bank. And we're going to continue to lean in on it. We're working much harder on improving our sophistication on mule accounts. I think as an industry, we've all spent a lot of time on the actual payment and the payment account, and I think there's more work that we need to be doing on managing these recipient accounts, because obviously if you make it harder for them to have an account that the money could go to, that also strengthens the ecosystem. And so that's an area I think all of the industry players need to work harder on, and we certainly are in that space. The other area that I'm really encouraged by is that the industry is going to be deploying a total industry matching scheme for account verification, and I think that's coming in early to mid next year. And so that's also something that we are looking forward to deploying.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And a question really about sort of the incentives around this. I know there's been pushback from the banks against adopting a sort of UK type scheme where, the presumption is the bank will pay compensation. And, we've heard the arguments in the last 2 days in relation to that. However, there is this, we know how sophisticated these scams are, and I highlighted yesterday that the deputy chair of ASIC, was scammed, as have been many people of vast amounts of money and people who are actually very sophisticated operators. And so my concern is that how do you make sure that the banks, while they may not ultimately be responsible at some level if the person, the individual has said, yes, I want to send this money regardless of your warnings, how do we make sure that the banks still have very strong incentives to make those, to reduce those opportunities if the banks are not actually got some sort of skin in the game financially on this? Because we do, this is an area that needs enormous investment, and not just in the things that the banks can, might be legally liable for, also for the things that the bank isn't necessarily legally liable for, but which individuals have not a lot of power, frankly, to protect themselves from.
No, I understand, and I have incredible empathy for how hard it is sometimes to spot some of these scams and how sophisticated some of them are. Hence the focus that we have on education and being scam aware and scam safe. And I got to tell you, I think over the last year or two, we've seen a significant improvement in awareness amongst the broader population. I think that's one of the drivers of why we are seeing losses go down. Actually, the number of attempts continue to go up. Scam attempts are up in double digits. So again, that shows us, I think, that what we're doing is working as a country. And that while attempts are still growing significantly, losses are falling and falling materially. So I think we've got to keep going, keep at it. Whether, these are our customers who we care deeply about, and we feel real pain when they lose money. And so the notion that we're not investing in capabilities and in technology because we may not be always having the loss in an authorized scam typology, we're investing very, very hard in this space, and we're going as fast as we possibly can. I think the goal for all of us here needs to make Australia the hardest place in the world for criminals to come. We want to be the absolute best alarm system on the street, if you will. And I think we're making progress as a country in that space, and we've got to continue to lean in. And I highlighted earlier in this testimony areas that I think we can improve. One being taking a look at our AML CTF laws to see if there's a little bit more information sharing that can be provided to strengthen our collective intelligence. And then the other one that I think is really worthy of pushing into is the issue of social media. The scam that you're referring to, I'm actually aware of with the Asset Commissioner, and that was in a social media that originated in social media. So it's a great example of the weak link in the chain that we have here in our country.
Okay, thank you. I've heard one suggestion is you should have scam alerts, when people watch the news or something like that after the weather, which made me laugh. But I think you're right in terms of just building awareness and visibility.
I think that last suggestion is very consistent with what we're saying about the importance of educating all participants, all customers around the prevalence of scams and how these scam typologies are emerging. There are new ones emerging every single day, and the one that you referred to earlier, that was a new typology, but we'd seen the payee on our scam list, so we actually prevented that payment from occurring even after it was authorised. So I think continuing to engage with our customers, because they play a really important role in the fight against scams, because we need them to be vigilant, them to be questioning, them to be curious, and them to be double checking. And that's a really important part. As Andrew said, the objective here is to make Australia as hard as possible for scammers to be successful.
Yeah, and I think that's, I would build on that to say also, how do we help people feel comfortable about talking up about the scams that they're facing, and I think also providing some of those alerts, because as I understand it from your point of view, if customers put forward what's happening to them, it's people can get on top of, you have a greater chance of actually closing the accounts that happens to. So that is, I think there is a culture here as well in our community we need to sort of really get on the front foot on. Then the next area I wanted to talk to you about was really business lending. And I'd be interested in your perspective on whether, how you see, you've got a significant business presence. What do you think of the levels of access to capital for, small, medium sort of emerging businesses is in this country, and how effective is the system working at the moment?
Happy to talk about that, Ms. Spender. Right now, it's interesting, over the last, I think, 3 years since the COVID pandemic, business credit growth has been very high, higher than we have seen in historical periods. they peaked at high teens, actually, in terms of year-over-year growth for us and for our bank. And then more recently, I think we're seeing SME growth in the 10 percentage point range, which in this economic cycle, I think is quite extraordinary. So SMEs are availing themselves of credit to grow and expand their businesses. The point you highlight around emerging businesses and smaller businesses, I think, is an interesting one for debate. And it's my observation now, having worked here for 4 years, that often small businesses and new businesses use the home loan or the home as the principal source of security to fund a business. And we do see that. I think they find it easier to get funding on a home from banks. Banks in Australia tend to prefer secured lending versus unsecured lending. And so we see that. And for us, as companies then maturate, they then move away from the home as the principal source of security to either a business, office or workplace, or industrial land, or even moving to unsecured lending, overdrafts, and other business loans. I would say that the rate of unsecured lending in this country is lower than I'm used to in other markets. And so when I ran the business bank for the last 3.5 years, it's an area that we were pushing into. So we've made significant enhancements to our online QuickBiz solution that will do up to $500,000 in unsecured lending. And in certain cases where we have a long history with customers and we have good data for them, we would approve them in a matter of minutes and actually have the cash in the account in a matter of minutes, which is quite an incredible capability. The issue is it doesn't happen enough. And I need more money being delivered that way. We're working really hard also to improve the data capabilities that we have of our customers, leveraging cloud accounting platforms and our own data and information if we have a deposit account. Because when we do that really, really well, I think the data gives us a very good sense of the working capital and cash flows in a business. And it's my view that that has lending value. And so that we can lend against that safely, because it's important we do lend safely. Everyone always needs to remember it's not our money, it's our depositors' money that we're lending. But I think there's more and more opportunity for us to leverage data to make lending decisions versus always relying on physical security.
We always start our credit assessment process with looking at the customer's business, their cash flows, the competitive challenges they face, and really understanding what we call their primary ability to service their debt. We don't lend just on security. We lend on making sure that the business is viable, can service its obligations. In fact, some of our largest growth areas have been in our small business sector. We've seen roughly 16% growth in our small business lending over the course of the last year. Remembering that our portfolio turns over a lot during a year, so our business lending book is roughly about $150 billion in our business bank, and we would have probably on average $3.5 to $4 billion of new lending each month. Yep. And so the portfolio is turning over. As Andrew said, we're investing in data and data insights, which will give us a much more contemporary view of the customer's risk profile, because historically banks have looked at financial statements that could have been aged. There's been a significant change in circumstances, and so that's not as good a predictor of a customer's ability to service as their transactional data will be, and that's where we're investing more and more. So.
And look, I think your comment about growing. The comment you made, sorry, about unsecured loans is an interesting one, because when I looked at the RBA data around this, there are two themes that really come out. Firstly is that sort of unsecured loans in particularly in small businesses is such a fine line that it's not clear that there is, it's probably in the below 5%. And for me, this is extremely concerning when we have a housing crisis where, younger entrepreneurs do not necessarily have, a house to be able to get lending against. Frankly, they might be struggling, frankly, to keep up with their mortgage payments. But the other trend, certainly in the RBA data at the national level, is that while business lending has actually increased since 2019, small business lending has basically flatlined. And so, so medium business and big business lending has increased. And this is, I think, from just the RBA chart packs. So my concern here is that we're driving towards, bigger businesses, which, obviously are important parts of our economy. But if we're not supporting our small businesses,
That's right,
accessing finance, and people don't have the homes they can, borrow against to, finance them, then we're in a bit of, that's actually long-term, actually extremely damaging for the economy and for people's prospects. So, you talked about, that's a bit, I guess it's a comment, but you've worked in different places. How is this different? Why is Australia in this situation? And is there anything we can do about it?
Yeah, well, look, as I said, I'm used to working in markets where the rate of unsecured lending is higher. One thing I did want to say at the outset is our bank has actually grown small business lending fast, and we've taken quite significant market share. I think we're up 400 or 500 basis points in market share in small business. So we're pushing into it as a bank, but it doesn't change the theme that you're articulating that I agree with, that more needs to be done in unsecured lending. We recently, in Canada, I had a product at our bank that lent against recurring card receivables. So this was a solution that, if every month you're a business and say you have $100,000 of takings in terms of through your merchant FPOS, and that's consistent every single month, that, in my opinion, has lending value. And so we actually built a product here at NAB that we have now deployed that would lend up to 30% of that annualized recurring turnover. It's unsecured. It's got a clear, transparent fee to the customer. And the way the solution works is that whatever amount you borrowed up to 30%, we will then, on a daily basis, sweep that proportion of merchant revenue into your loan account to repay the fee. So it's a lovely product, and I think it's exactly the type of product that businesses could avail themselves of to enable them to grow, because there's no security involved. It just manages their recurring revenue and gives them upfront cash to grow and sustain their businesses. Unfortunately, we haven't yet seen the product take off. So there's something also a little bit about the Australian psyche too. And so while I think banks have to do more, Australians also are very focused on property as the primary source of leverage. And which again, I haven't seen in other markets. Some of that may be due to price, because secured loans are cheaper than unsecured loans. But I do think this is an area where as a country we have more to do.
Okay. Thank you. Speaking of areas where we have more to do, housing's obviously, is a critical issue. You mentioned it in your opening remarks. And I think there's a significant question on the banks here, is to say, in that social and affordable space, is there more that you can be doing to help sort of finance and grow that sector? I note your opening remarks in this space, but I guess, partly it's a push to say, what else can you guys be doing in this space? And partly, are there any sort of structural impediments for you to be supporting the investment that is really important for all Australians?
We've set a goal of providing $6 billion to affordable housing over the next 5 years. And so far, we're looking really good in terms of deploying that. And I think there is more that we can do, and I'm happy to talk about areas where we can play a larger role. But I do want to emphasize with the committee that this is far and away a supply problem versus a demand problem in terms of housing. And because when I speak to the federal politicians, the primary lever that federal government and politicians have is demand-side levers. I do worry that if all we pull as a country are demand-side levers and continue to make weak progress on supply-side levers, all we will do is make housing more expensive. And so the more money banks put in, the more enablement we give to first-time home buyers to potentially pull money from superannuation, whatever it is. If that's all we do, we just increase the price of housing stock. It's simple supply and demand economics. And so I do think that the conversation needs to focus 80% of the time on supply, and only 20% of the time the conversation should be on demand.
I just challenge you just on that point, though, but I think if we're talking about financing new homes and new social and affordable homes, that for me, that's a supply issue. Like, how do you get the finance in that space to work with building? So, take your point on too much, on sort of things that just drive demand up. But I think what about that enablement of supply?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I talk to developers, they don't tell me that financing is the problem in supply and affordable housing. They tell me that the problem is, and it differs by jurisdiction. In New South Wales and in particularly in Sydney, the planning and zoning issues in the state and in the city are very, very challenging, and they're the worst in the country. That we have planning challenges across the country, but Sydney and New South Wales are the laggards here. And so planning and how difficult that is, how long it takes, that adds to cost for developers, and it constricts supply. In Victoria, the big issue is taxation. And the amount of taxation in the cost of constructing a new dwelling is somewhere between 40 and 45% of the dwelling's costs. And so it's such an impediment to actually starting construction. I was at a luncheon with about 10 or 12 of our property clients a couple of weeks ago in Melbourne. And amongst those clients, I would say there was a few thousand dwellings that have been approved and they're ready to go. And not one of them is being started because the maths don't work. And so, then we know that there's costs with input costs in construction, although materials have started to come down, but wages are still very high. We don't have enough specialized trade labor in this country. I think in the last year, Australia brought in hundreds of thousands of newcomers, and of those, only 8,000 were trades with trade skills. And that, I think, is problematic. We need more people coming into the country that are, electricians, plumbers, who have concreting skills or roofing skills that will, I think, add capacity for us to bring dwellings to market. And also, I think, speed up the process. So these are the things that I hear from my customers. The other thing I hear is that there is also not enough format innovation in construction. And so, if we want to have more social and affordable housing, I think we need more modularization, changes to how dwellings are put together. We need more focus on medium density building. Too much is still in light density housing and detached or semi-detached dwellings. So there's an awful lot of work to be done to, I think, bring more of the right type of housing to market and do that at scale.
We also know from our experience and feedback from our customers that there's large tracts of land that's either unused or underutilised that's often owned by not-for-profit organisations or faith-based organisations or others. So creating incentives to enable some of that release, I think, is an area that we need to look at as well. That being said, we also do a lot of work with groups such as Nightingale, Good Shepherd, and others to work with them on not only their projects but helping people into affordable housing where we can.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Look, I wanted to sort of wrap up lastly, which is a question really around sort of tax is a question I've been asking the different sort of bank CEOs. You've just touched on tax in relation to the property sector, but sort of is relating both to tax but also to some of the issues that you highlighted in your opening remarks in terms of particularly renters and those people who aren't already in the property market, and sort of, you know, what the sort of two-speed or, you know, in some ways three-speed economy feels like at the moment, whether you're an owner-occupier, you've got a mortgage holder, or someone who is renting. And, you know, how, you know, from a tax point of view, do you see, is this an area that you think that we need reform? And do you have any other comments or reflections on, you know, how do we better support those people who you've identified as having the hardest time right now?
Yeah, I'm not personally a tax policy expert, but I do have a view that you know, more debate and dialogue around the appropriate tax settings for Australia would be helpful right now. What we want is to have a dynamic growth economy, and so enabling businesses to hire staff, grow their businesses, and do that in a, you know, so I think business taxation is always the first place to look at, because, you know, especially small business taxation, they're the drivers of economic growth in our economy. And whatever we can do to enable the people that put capital at risk, the people that hire staff and grow businesses, to enable them to grow, that's good for everybody. And so I think that's a big focus for me. From an income tax perspective, I would like to see a little bit less income tax. And obviously that needs to go somewhere. So, you know, maybe a bit more consumption tax. So, but I think looking at income tax thresholds and maybe providing a bit more oxygen for people lower on the income threshold, in terms of either a higher point at which taxation starts or lower thresholds, I think would be welcome by me and by our customers.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll hand back.
Thanks very much. Ms. Lawrence.
Good evening. How are you?
You're on
afternoon, perhaps for you now.
It's connection work today.
My apologies. My apologies. I'm not also present to speak to you directly. I've got a range of questions, different themes. Just like to start with just getting a sense from you, please, Mr. Irving, about the percentage of people who borrowed at trough interest rates through COVID.
Yeah, well, I think most of the customers that would have borrowed at low interest rates, you're talking about fixed term rates, I'm assuming. I think
when they're at obviously record lows there.
Yeah, I think we would have got to about 40% of home loan customers who availed themselves of those low fixed rates.
What percentage, sorry?
I think about 40%. Which is quite high, because typically Australians prefer variable rate mortgages. And so it was a unique moment in time where fixed rates, long-term fixed rates, were so low. Most of those customers will now have rolled off and be on variable rate mortgages. We see very few customers today choosing to fix, given where long-term rates are today.
Right. And sorry, Bella, can I just trouble you to close that door? Thanks. And so can I ask then, relative to your experience in the UK, where, as I understand it, the tendency is to take out long-term mortgage loans, like over many years, not 5 or perhaps 3, as perhaps is often the case in Australia. How did that compare there?
Yeah, my most recent experience was in Canada. It's been 20 years since I worked in the UK. In Canada, it's somewhat similar to Australia in terms of more fixed variable rates, but I think the rates of fixed would be a touch higher than here. The economy that has the most long-term rates would be the US. They have mortgages often for 20 or 30 years. And so in today's economic environment, most home loan holders in the US have not actually experienced the rising interest rates because they would be on these long-term fixed rates that they may have taken out many years ago. Now, they're able to do that because they have deep capital markets, and the banks actually don't hold those mortgages on their balance sheet. And they do what's called securitization and essentially distribute those home loans to the marketplace. No other country has been able to successfully replicate that due to the fact that the US has a uniquely large capital market.
But is it the case that the UK do offer similar length mortgage loans and in Europe too?
I think the UK has started to offer up to 10-year home loans, but my understanding is that the proportion of home loaners that use those 10-year loans are very, very small still, and it's in its infancy.
And is that a model you can see developing in Australia, or what are the constraints of consumers having more choice about the length of terms that they fix at?
Yeah, I think right now we go up to 5. Do we have we had
We'll go
longer
up
term?
to 5 years. I think one of the issues in Australia is probably the way we fund our balance sheets and the capital markets. So we have to look at the way we manage our own interest rate risk in terms of what we pay to depositors and then what we earn from our mortgages. But if we look at the sort of the last, our disclosures go into quite a bit of detail on this, but the number of customers or the percentage of customers that are on fixed rate now are about 13%. And a lot of that's going to be driven by the outlook that borrowers have for interest rates in themselves. So as you know, the media, the expectation generally is that interest rates may have peaked. When I say may, they may have peaked and they may fall. So in that environment, you would rationally expect customers to want to wait to see where interest rates settled before they made a decision as to whether they were prepared to fix their interest rate or otherwise. So most Australian customers will stay on variable rate because of the flexibility that also offers to them as well. So whilst a mortgage loan might have a contractual term of 25 years or 30 years or in some cases even longer, the experience is that customers will pay their mortgages down faster than that, and so the average life of a mortgage is much lower.
But are you finding that still to be the case where, you know, for people, I mean, perhaps it's still too early to say, but I imagine a lot of the people you're just describing there who have paid their mortgage down much quicker than their length of term perhaps were holding mortgages of $200,000 as compared to $1 million plus now. Like, do we need to look at whether there are structural issues or whatever to ensure there is sufficient flexibility, given that the average mortgage now is, you know, clearly different to what it was in decades past, where perhaps, you know, the variable model was something more people able to accommodate as a percentage of their income, but now obviously that's really changing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the customer preference that I've observed since I've been in this country is that they prefer variable home loans with offsets, and that where they are able to kind of prepay, they accumulate money in the deposit account, which over time means that they're being charged less interest, and so their repayments are going down to pay down principal earlier. And actually, most of our customers are significantly ahead. So the average mortgage holder today is 37 months ahead of their mortgage payments because of offset accounts.
And in part, would that be a bit of a spike as a consequence of the COVID relief payments?
Yeah, I think there was some
Or is there an average?
There was some excess deposits that customers were able to to put down. We've had pretty significant deposit growth as a bank over the last 2 or 3 years that would be quite a bit in excess of historical levels, and we've seen that manifest in increased deposits in offset accounts.
Yeah, as interest rates fell or at lower levels, customers were taking advantage of that to increase the amount in offset or to pay down their mortgage faster. So, and as interest rates have increased, we've seen some of those offset balances reduced, but as Andrew said, we've seen savings accounts grow. 68% of our customers have got an offset account or redraw balance greater than 1 month repayment. So people are managing their circumstances carefully, and it very much driven by the flexibility that is offered to them.
With the offset account. And offset accounts are...
Can I just challenge, though, just a little further, because I often do hear the response being why we don't have more options around long-term 10-year to 15, 20, 35-year options for mortgage length of terms is because, consumers like having the variability of the interest rate. But if it was offered when the interest rates were at their trough at, 2%, you don't think people would have opted to take a 10, 15, 25-year contract term?
Well, they may...
Was there anything on offer that consumers could actually demonstrate their preference towards?
If I could, Mr. Dooley, I think the issue for us as a bank is the way we fund ourselves is predominantly through customer deposits. So 80% of our loan book is funded by our customer deposits. And the vast majority of those customer deposits are not in term deposits. They're in what we call at-call deposits. And so what that means is structurally banks are unable to have long duration loans because you'd have a mismatch against your deposits, and that's when you have bank failures, is when there's a mismatch between the duration of their assets and liabilities. And so because of the nature of how we fund our assets, we do have to make sure that the average duration of our loan book is kind of around 2.5 to 3 years, because that's the average duration of our deposit book. What I think would be required, and it gets a bit of a sophisticated answer, but what I think would be required would be to access long-term pools of capital to be able to offer long-term assets and long-term mortgages. So let me potentially hypothesize what that could look like. If we partnered with, say, superannuation, and superannuation said, okay, Mr. Irvin, I'm happy to do, $10 or $20 billion of origination through NAB that you can place with me. And the reason they might want to do that is because unlike a bank where our liabilities to depositors are short-term because someone can go into a bank and take their money whenever they want, with superannuation, that money is there for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years because it's there to fund retirement. So it makes sense for these long-term providers of capital to potentially work with us in the system to provide longer-term mortgage instruments. And ultimately, that's what the US has been able to do. They have a very large annuity business in their insurance area. And annuities by nature are very, very long-term in terms of providing a payout. So that it matches well with these long-term mortgages. So the people who are buying these mortgages that the banks securitize are these long-term liability holders. So I do think there is a conversation to be had about whether or not banks could leverage other pools of capital to offer longer-term mortgages, but that has not happened at scale yet in this country.
Well, Mr. Irvin, I really appreciate your more comprehensive response, because I really did want to get past the fact that consumers are not interested, because I just don't think that's the case. I think it's more to the point of the structural issues and barriers. And I think to explore particularly the superannuation funds to support the delivery of affordable homes, I think this is a potential real vehicle to meet both aspirations of consumers, but equally to meet that demand that we have on housing that's affordable as well, without putting obviously the banks at risk, but having a great returns for super. So I think there's a lot of wins in all of that, but it takes that kind of discussion, and I do hope that you will lead the way to open up those conversations with the super funds. It'd be fantastic to see.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence.
In terms of the scams, I did ask yesterday about whether you're seeing some uplift, particularly around scams for investments, and for those, we're obviously seeing a big push towards self-managed super funds, and whether you're able to sort of categorise where those scams are sitting in the investment framework. Is it around the self-managed super funds that we need to put more effort to avoid people sending off money to a particular glossy prospectus?
Yeah, I would say it's across all investment pools. And so self-managed super funds are not more or less exposed to investment scamming as any other investment pool managed by individuals. Obviously, money that's managed by sophisticated investment professionals is likely going to be more secure than money that less sophisticated people might be managing. And so self-managed super funds is one area, but even money that you have in your bank account or money that you might have in your discretionary stock portfolio, if you're into that, is also at risk. And ultimately, the nature of these investment scams is that, people are fooled into too good to be true offers and opportunities. I can tell you, we had a client recently that wanted us to match a TD rate at another bank. In this case, it was HSBC. And the rate was astonishing, and our bankers simply couldn't get there. And this was a client who we've worked with for many, many years and had a strong relationship with, and we were disappointed to see them go. And thankfully, our banker said, "You know what? Can you just show me, please, the offer that you have been given, because that's a heck of a rate you're getting." And he looked at the prospectus that was on offer, and he did some research, and he noticed some things, and lo and behold, it was a fake advertisement. And so in this particular case, we were able to save the person's money. And it was actually like literally their whole retirement fund. So it would have been quite disastrous for this individual. It was like, I think, a couple of $1 million. So, and so thankfully, in this case, one of our bankers just had their wits about them. But it's so, there's a cost of living crisis, and a couple of percentage points of interest rates on a term deposit is enticing. It's intoxicating for people. And we've got to make sure that people ask all the questions so that they don't get fooled.
And at a really simple mechanism, like I'm still personally seeing, when I review my credit card statement, that it's really quite difficult to identify businesses because the name doesn't relate to the item I've purchased or the shop that I've purchased it from. And I just wonder, is there any work, or who's the body that decides what the name on the credit card statement will show as to the consumer, just even at that basic level, help people individually work through their statements to see has something come out that shouldn't have?
I think that's the merchant who chooses what name actually goes on the bill.
And I think it's a good point about how do we get greater clarity and transparency of the names, because I agree with you, sometimes it can be very confusing as to what appears on the statement.
And is that something that can be led by industry? Like, is it just simple? Can you just speak to your merchants? I mean, presumably it's a make work exercise for you, because I personally call my bank just I have no idea what this business is, and they have to backtrack it, and they charge a fee for the effort. Is it something that can just be fixed?
Let us look into that. I do hypothesize that some businesses use obscure names purposefully. and there may be vested interest into why that is the case. But let us take that away and see if there's anything that we can do.
We're in fix-it mode today, and I like that. And equally around scams, so one popped in my inbox, and I'm using personal experiences because I know people will relate to these, and I just don't want anyone to feel that it's only something happening to others. It happens to us all. Where the invoice came through and there wasn't any weird thing with the email, there wasn't any strange thing with the subject. It all looked very normal, and it had the attached PayPal invoice, and I've had a similar one from Xero. And these are obviously ways in which we are all starting to settle accounts. What are you seeing there in terms of any change in the way the scammers are approaching? Because to be honest, it was simply because I haven't done any transactions in that space that I thought this is definitely a scam. But I mean, if you were a frequent shopper in that model, it would catch you.
Yeah, it's. I think invoice scams are our third biggest scam typology after investment scams and romance scams. And what we try and educate all of our customers to do is, first of all, if you've paid that person before, to check that the invoice, the account number in BSB hasn't changed. And so look to see if there's been a change, and if there has been a change, to actually make a call to the business to confirm that it's a legitimate invoice.
But often don't call on the phone number that's on the invoice, right? Call separately, make your own inquiry, because that can also be fake. Yeah.
The industry is also going to be launching early next year or mid next year a pan-bank-wide name-checking capability that I think will also help, so that we can match business names with account numbers, so that customers don't have to do that manually. And I think that's also going to be a significant enhancement on invoice scams. Predominantly, it won't help necessarily with investment scams and romance scams, but it's a good example of the type of work the industry is doing to keep getting ahead of the criminal actors.
And I do wonder, like the type of investment you would need to do in your own banking technology, like kind of how do you structure how, as an executive group, to decide where your investments within the business needs to happen? I mean, I know there was some early discussions around productivity, and what are you doing as for the bank in terms of taking it into different directions around enhancing your own bank systems and technologies, but also not just in the security sense for customer protections, but obviously also around productivity?
Yeah, as a bank, we spend well in excess of $1 billion every year on technology. I think the numbers are around $1.5 billion, give or take. And the areas that we would look to spend would be one around risk management and keeping the bank and our customers safe. And that actually is the first and primary area that we look to spend money on. And so we spend very significant amounts of money to do that. I think the challenge, empathy for some of the smaller regional banks or even smaller international banks that may not have the budgets and the scale that we have to protect customers. And I think that's also something that we need to be mindful of.
And do you think the government is obviously moving towards a voluntary digital ID? Will that support and integrate with the type of work you're just describing there? Like, is that how you expect
I'm very, very excited about digital IDs and what it will mean to Australians. It will help on scams, but the biggest place I think that it's going to help us is actually on cybersecurity. So we've seen instances where companies have been hacked by cyber criminals. And by the way, the vectors and the integrations of frauds and scams and cyber are quite closely held. They're often one and the same criminal actors. And one of the risks that we have as a country is that when we're doing 100-point ID checks, you provide the information about you to banks. So you would say, okay, my name is Tanya Lawrence, I live at this address, here's my driver's license or passport, here's my social security number or social insurance. You would give very personal information that the company that's providing services to you keeps in their environment at risk of being hacked. The huge advantage of digital ID is going to be that going forward tomorrow, when you want to buy a product or service, Ms. Lawrence, you will provide us with permission to access your digital ID, and we will access that digital ID in a tokenized way, where we will actually never get your information. All we will get is that we'll get a check to say that, yes, you are you, this is Tanya Lawrence, you're good, you're verified to go ahead. So that tokenization and that anonymity is actually going to make a very significant impact to keeping our data and information safe and sound from criminals. So I am tremendously excited about what this will mean for our country going forward.
Fantastic. That's very positive. Thank you. Great feedback. In terms of though forecasting the changes, you did in your opening statements speak about climate risks as an example. I'd love to talk more about that, but instead I just want to pivot to other financial disruptors instead. And in this context, I wonder how you see the future of, central digital currencies, stablecoin, WeChat. What are you seeing as the disruptor for your bank and, by extension, your shareholders and customers?
Yeah, I think what's incredibly important for us and our bank, and we think about this all day long, is that we need to stay relevant and it's intimate with our customers so that we're important to them every single day. We want to have their deposit accounts because that's the most important day-to-day transactional source of information so that we can be understanding what their needs are and providing solutions to them, lending solutions, deposit solutions, what have you. And that means we need to innovate and provide new solutions to them. I think the different, we've seen in Australia new entrants into the payment space that are, seeking to provide additional services to Australians. We welcome competition as long as those competitors have to abide by the same regulation and security settings that we do. And by and large, I think they do, but that's something that we always need to pay attention to. In terms of cryptocurrency, we still see this space as very high risk for our customers, and so we were seeing so many scams and customer complaints around payments to crypto exchanges and cryptocurrencies that we actually put in significant impediments and banned payments to those currencies in order to protect our customers. And we would want to see much more maturity and regulation in those cryptocurrencies before we would be comfortable enabling our customers to transact with them. Now, many Australians are bypassing us and choosing to buy cryptocurrency directly. There's nothing we can do about that, but we do urge everybody to just make sure they're knowledgeable about the risks that they're taking.
There's ATMs for them now in shopping malls.
As Andrew's describing with crypto, I mean, that the disruption is coming from evolution of technology, and so blockchain-enabled cryptocurrency. We spend a lot of time looking at emerging technologies and what that could mean for both our customers and for our business models. And so examples of that will be generative artificial intelligence and what that will do, not only for our customers, for ourselves, but also how people can misuse generative artificial intelligence to create new threats to our customers. Similarly with quantum computing, what will that enable in time? And so we'll spend a lot of time and effort understanding these emerging trends and what it means for our business model, what it means for our customers, and both understanding the risks that it presents, but also the risk management practices that we need to continue to expand upon.
I just worry, and I think people need to stay and be educated. It feels like the gold rush of our times. People want to make a quick buck, and some of these instruments have grown fast and become profitable for people. And therefore they're shared widely on social media. And social media, people that you've never met, you're taking, Australians today are taking financial advice from people they've never met on the web. And who knows what the veracity or capability of those people are. There is something to be said about the fact that, financial advice in this country is now much, much more limited. And so I do worry that many Australians, and frankly younger people today, are getting their advice from nefarious sources.
So I definitely appreciate the comments you're making around the cryptos, but what about the future for stable coins, central digital currencies, and then payment systems that like WeChat use?
Yeah, I think stable coins and I think we would have more confidence in digital currencies that are actually fiat currencies, leveraging the blockchain. So, a digital version of AUD issued by the central bank. We think that that is something that's interesting. It will have the same rules and governance that we would have in our existing payment system. And so to the extent that that maturates and scales and has the safety and regulation embedded in it, we would be supportive of that.
But what we have also observed is the lack of demand from customers for stablecoins. So we actually stood up a project around stablecoin a couple of years ago, and we paused that because of that lack of demand. But where there's efforts from the central banks, we'll play a role in that where we can. So.
And then on WeChat, are you across much of how that's disrupted the banking system in China?
Yeah, WeChat and Alipay have very significantly disrupted the banking system in China. Now, China had legacy banking rails and didn't have our version of faster payments and NPP. And so essentially what happened is that these new rails were built by private participants outside of broader bank or payment ecosystems, and they took off. And they took off because what they did, I think quite smartly, was they integrated the payment with texting and social media. And so, younger people were suddenly able to issue and receive payments through things like WeChat rails, aligned to text messages, thanks for last night, had a great time, here's the $30 I owe you for the bill. And those types of things took off because they brought the social texting and the payments together. And I think there's a lesson for us that, we need to continue to stay current on emerging social trends, because there is a risk that if, national payment systems and the banking sector don't innovate, that someone comes in and does it to us. And so, I think it's...
I think you can buy a car on WeChat. Like, I don't think there's any limitations now.
Yeah. But what they are also seeing is these platforms are seeing the same issues with scams and frauds. And so I I think that's starting to inhibit their growth.
Okay, interesting. Excellent. Okay, from future forecasting to back into local territory. I heard your comments this morning around the regional remote banking service offerings. My electorate of Hasluck is peri-urban, so I have communities, might only be some 40 k's from the city, but it might as well be 4,000 kilometres from the city for the level of servicing that is extended to them in some instances. Now, we know that Australia Post has a community service obligation, and I'm very thankful that that is one thing we haven't seen any change within, the communities of my electorate at least. But they are very, very small, tiny little post offices. They have extended hours, maybe operating till 8 p.m. at night. They often have a little, supermarket attached to them. And increasingly, they're having to, attend to banking services because the banks have all left. So, I've spoken about my concerns in relation to how they can sustain what the banks have moved away from, because they clearly didn't see it as to be profitable, but now we're looking for the post offices to pick that up. So Mr. Phil Graham this morning has, made mention that to the bank like your own, who's obviously is making those partnerships and investments with Australia Post, that they are facing potential losses. And I'll just quickly read the quote from Mr. Graham. The shifting banking landscape, along with the increased cost of doing business, means Bank at Post is heading towards losses over the medium term unless our banking partners provide additional funding. As Australia Post serves more banking customers, we must reconsider our increased compliance, safety and security measures for customers and our team members. I just would like to see if you have some response to that.
Yeah, and I'm happy to respond, Ms. Lawrence. And as I mentioned earlier in this inquiry, I had a conversation with Mr. Graham last week. It was cordial and constructive. We signed an agreement with the Post Office 3 years ago that we understood that they were happy with, and that we understood that they understood their cost drivers when making that contractual agreement, as well as the drivers on the revenue for them. And in those conversations, they actually pushed us to commit to more volume than we were doing, and so we had to commit to marketing and actually driving customers to Bank at Post so that they could increase their revenue, get more scale, and make it profitable. Like you, I have heard Mr. Graham's more recent comments that they are struggling with additional costs and therefore the overall profitability of the service. So my comments to him was, okay, we're here to help. If you could share with us, what's changed in the last 3 years since the contract was signed, because as we sit here, we're actually close to, but not quite delivering the transaction volumes that we committed to 3 years ago. So it's not as if, from a transaction standpoint, they're experiencing transaction flows that they did not expect to experience because they were contractually what our commitments were. And then what may have changed on the cost side in the last 3 years in their business that has changed their thinking from 3 years ago. And we're happy to understand that he committed to sharing that information with us. And then I think if it makes sense and is understandable, we're going to be good partners for them. They're actually our customer, the Australia Post Office. We have a great relationship with the Post Office, and we intend to be constructive in these conversations.
And do you share their concerns around compliance? I mean, you understand the compliance obligations for banking, and now we're asking little post offices who are often, maybe family run, or they have quite, junior staff because they extended hours until 8 p.m. at night, perhaps, because they're offering more than just postal. Like, how do you envisage partnering with them to help them skill and be able to train and retain staff that are as qualified as the bank tellers that you spoke to at the beginning? So what on the compliance and training, on the security side, they don't have all the big screens that you guys do. This is a big ask of them.
Yeah, my understanding is we did do that, and I will certainly make the offer again that we would be happy to continue to provide training and share how we do compliance to the extent that that's helpful. Now, they have been doing banking services for a while, so they do have some capability, but this is an area where we want to and should be working together, and we'd be happy to do that. The one thing that I do want to better understand in our conversations with the Post Office is the impact on these small regional and rural licensees that you mentioned. I think when we did the original contract, we were of the opinion that they wanted more bank at post transaction volumes because it would actually help them become more sustainable businesses, because letter mail and post mail is falling precipitously, and that there was actually a risk that the economics of these small regional and rural locations was in jeopardy, and that actually bank at post services was helpful in creating additional revenue streams. Now, if that's incorrect, and that actually bank at post is burdensome to these locations versus being helpful, I'd want to understand that, because we could maybe redeploy our capability. We spend significant dollars with AusPost, and maybe there's a better solution for Australia. I don't know, but that's also something that we'll want to understand. But we're being very constructive, and we want to find a way through this for everybody's benefit.
Well, certainly, I think, as a representative of a community that has seen branch closures everywhere and ATMs pulled out, we really do need this partnership to work, and I am concerned that what we're asking of these little licensed operations to have to, make the capital adjustments for their fit out and for security, for training is unfair ask. It's a massive cost shift. And yeah, I can understand the desirability for them to, be able to provide that service to the local community for cash banking. But yeah, it is, I think, something I would hope that you will work furiously towards, because we just can't have a situation where these little small outlets and businesses are having to basically wear the costs that banks have walked away from.
Yeah, we're committed to being good partners here.
Great. In terms of customers generally, so we're at around the 5-year anniversary of the Haynes Royal Commission. How have you reformed the bank's model to ensure that serious complaints are raised by customers are fully addressed, and how have you addressed transparency?
Yes, and this has been a big focus for our organisation. The first thing that we've worked really, really hard at is to ensure that every single complaint in our company gets entered into our system so that we know about it. I don't think that was the case during the Royal Commission, which may be one of the reasons why the banking industry got into trouble. So today, we're very zealous in complaint capture. In fact, we probably over-capture. I know that when I came to Australia, just as an example, I asked for e-statements versus paper statements, and that was done for myself and my wife, but for some reason my 3 children received a paper statement about 3 months after we had moved to the country. And in this case, I let my banker know, hey, could you move it to e-statements? And they did, but that was captured as 3 complaints in our systems. Now, as a consumer, I didn't actually think that was a complaint. It was simply, hey, could you just make that change. But I'm okay with that because what it means is we're getting much more feedback. And so we understand how our customers are feeling so that we can improve our products and services. We have various...
AFCA's actually reported some, 48,000 complaints in the last 6 months. How many complaints would your bank be receiving?
Like our complaints or AFCA complaints?
Complaints that your bank has received, say over the last year or the last couple of years, like what sort of metrics
they're up. I think we would have something like 300,000 complaints over a full year, and that's up significantly, I think, from a couple of years before. Now, I think what you will see in that is a commingling of much better capture rates. Per my comment before, so it's hard for us to know whether or not, is it that our products and services are getting worse and we're having more issues? I don't believe that's the case. Fortunately, where we do have complaints, our resolution, our first point of contact resolution is in the high 90s%, and we have customer surveys to make sure that that's the case. So they tell us that they're satisfied with the resolution. And we continue to watch that and monitor that across our business. And where we're not able to resolve complaints, obviously our customers go to AFCA. Pleasingly, our AFCA caseload as a percentage of cases is low and one of the lowest in the industry. And so we look at that, again, also very regularly to ensure that we're showing up well with the communities and the customers that we serve.
And in terms of code compliance breach reports, so my understanding is the Code Compliance Monitoring Committee showing, increases across particular breaches. ASIC's reported some 19,500 breaches in the 2002-23 period, or 22-23 period, sorry. So what is the NAB doing to reduce their number of breaches, and how long does it take to report on average, and are there any recurring systemic issues that you're identifying?
Yeah, I'll hand over momentarily to Mr. Dooley. But the way we look at, so we report every and any breach that happens in our system, whether it's systemic or not. And that if we do see multiple breaches in the same area, that often would suggest to us that there may be a systemic issue, either with a product or a process or a platform. And then what we would then do is, if we see something emerging as more systemic in nature, we would then take that to our product and engineering teams, and we align our whole company against customer journeys, and that they would then address that feedback in their solutions and deliver, outcomes to address that breach. But I don't know, Sean, if I could hand over to you.
Thank you, Andrew. We get a report from the BCCC every 6 months based on their review of breach reporting overall, and Andrew meets with their chair on a regular basis. What we saw in the last 6 months is that we had probably the second lowest of the total breach numbers by major banks in the period from July to December 23. However, that had gone up by about from about 2,709 to 3,381 over that period. Now, overall across the industry, breaches had increased by about 9%. And so we work with the BCCC to understand the causes of those breaches and what we're seeing on a time series basis. So in the period to January to June 2023, again, we were the second lowest of the major banks. And through the engagement with the BCCC, we get better understanding of what are the root causes of those breaches. We're looking to continue to address those, but really get back to what is the root cause of the breach in the first place and what can we do to intervene to avoid a breach occurring in the first place, because a breach has obviously a customer outcome that's adverse and one we don't want to see.
The other thing, Ms. Lawrence, I might add is I think we're the only bank that has a customer committee of the board of directors. And that customer committee meets very regularly, I think 8 times a year. and they pay particular attention to our breach reporting stats, our customer complaint stats, and our action to solve the breaches. And we take that very seriously. And we have a balanced scorecard for how we review our staff. And, if the number of breaches and the action to address those breaches is part of our evaluation framework for performance.
Thank you. I think I'm just about out of time, but I just want to do one really quick one. Hopefully it's just a yes or no answer. You spoke earlier about the need to address the ease of doing business. For small business, you didn't actually put a limit on it, so I want to go a little more at the top end. With the mid-tier banks, do you think that they should be subjected to the same regulations as the top four, or do you think that they should have less onerous regulatory requirements?
Yeah, look, my view on this is that we should all be treated the same. The US had different regulatory treatments for their banks, and so smaller banks in the US had a lower bar to larger banks. And, 18 months ago, we saw how that ended, where many smaller banks, quite a number of them, actually failed. And the reason for their failure was that the elements that drove the failure were not requirements for smaller banks, but were the requirements for their larger peers. So I think we've just got to be very careful. We do want a sound and stable regulatory regime. We also want competition. So that benefits Australia and Australians. And I think our regulators are attuned to that. But it would be my view that we should be thoughtful on suggesting lower regulatory thresholds for smaller banks.
And our committee recommended the financial regulatory grid, which I believe is getting working its way to being implemented. Do you see that as the vehicle by which we can start to simplify and ensure that it's regulation, any changes are fit?
Yeah, no, we welcome the regulatory grid. We commend the fact that this committee was instrumental in pushing for it, and we're looking forward to seeing some outcomes once it's deployed in anger.
That's a great note to finish on. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Lawrence. Look, I'll just follow up just with a couple of questions, probably on notice, just to follow up some of the questions on dispute resolution Ms Lawrence raised. So with the AFCA data, and I'm going to ask this of all the banks, it'd be good to get your, or the proportion of disputes resolved in favour of the applicant, and at each stage. So at the point of where there's negotiation between AFCA and the two parties, but also at the determination stage. And also just to get a sense of whether
we'll take that on notice.
Yeah, and whether that win-loss rate varies across types of dispute. And then also just interested in whether there's any trend in number of formal legal disputes involving the bank and customers.
The legal cases that we're dealing with have fallen precipitously, actually, as for our bank anyway, over the last 5 years.
So it'd be good to get some trend lines in that. And then also, I'm pretty sure the answer is yes to this, but just wanted to clarify. Is NAB committed to being a model litigant?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but just good to have that confirmed. Okay, and look, there might be a couple of additional questions on notice, but thank you for your attendance today. The committee secretariat will contact you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. We'll now suspend proceedings and resume at 1:30. Hearings. I now welcome representatives of ANZ. For the benefit of Hansard, could I please ask that you state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Sure. Shane Carey Elliott, and I'm the Chief Executive of ANZ Group.
Hello, it's Miley Carnegie, and I'm the Group Executive for the Retail Bank in Australia for ANZ.
Thank you. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings are legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. I also remind any members on video or teleconference to respect and adhere to the requirement to mute their microphone. Mr. Elliott, I invite you to make an opening statement.
Great, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. As I said, joining me is Miley Carnegie, our Group Executive for the Australian retail business. And Miley and I look forward to discussing with you the issues like cost of living, scams and interest rates. But before we get into these, I would like first to address recent developments relating to ANZ. As you know, last Friday, APRA announced that it would increase our capital add-on due to concerns with our non-financial risk management practices, and we acknowledge those concerns. For some time now, we've had a program of work to improve how we manage non-financial risk. And while this program has delivered positive progress, we clearly have more work to do. We're also working with APRA on the scope of an independent culture and control review within our markets business, which will report to the board. APRA's announcement has occurred as we face three matters in parts of our markets business. First, data reporting errors with regards to information provided to the Australian Office of Financial Management, known as AOFM. Second, an investigation by ASIC into our involvement with a Treasury bond issuance in 2023. And finally, conduct and behavioural matters primarily within our Sydney dealing room. On the data reporting issue, I've personally apologised to the Chief Executive at AOFM, and we are reviewing and improving our relevant processes. On ASIC's investigation into the bond issuance, we're taking this very seriously. We've undertaken detailed work in connection with this matter and continue to examine the issues. There has been speculation that potential misconduct by ANZ in connection with this issuance may have cost taxpayers. From what I have seen, there is no evidence of this. Now, in saying this, I acknowledge that we do not have all the information that ASIC has, and our position will be reviewed in the coming months. On the conduct issues, a broad number of allegations have been externally examined, and 3 people have subsequently left the bank. The ANZ board is monitoring the APRA and the markets matters very closely, and work is continuing. The board will ensure there are appropriate consequences for proven failures or misconduct. Now, as the committee may appreciate, there's a limit to how much I can discuss these matters today. However, I do assure the committee that we're taking them very seriously. Now, look, turning to how our customers are managing in the current economic environment, the nation does appear to be emerging from a difficult period of inflation. The price increases that have been hurting Australians are starting to moderate, and Wednesday's CPI figure was further welcome news. We still expect that the Reserve Bank will reduce the cash rate by 75 basis points next year, with the first cut likely to be in February. Lower interest rates will be welcome relief for borrowers who have faced high debt costs for some time, although savers will face lower returns. Now, we're very conscious of the pressure that higher debt costs have placed on many of our customers who are also managing bigger bills for everyday essentials. That said, the aggregate data that we look at suggests that overall our customers have been holding up well. While our latest published figures showed an increase in the number of ANZ home loan customers in hardship, they remain low at around 3 in every 1,000 customers. Those figures also showed that mortgage offset balances continue to increase, and early data suggests that home loan customers have increased their savings following the recent Stage 3 tax cuts. Moreover, although stress amongst credit card customers is slightly up, they're not showing signs of dependency on their credit limits for basic living expenses. Now, as you may appreciate, our small business customers are also facing higher costs, including for wages. And we know from ASIC insolvency data that more businesses through the economy are getting into trouble. However, our data seems to suggest that small business customers at ANZ are managing well despite these conditions. Published figures for our small business customers indicate that around 2 in every 1,000 were in hardship. And that's encouraging and suggests that many of our small business customers are managing the challenges of today's economy well. Of course, under the headline figures are people, and those people are finding it harder to pay for housing and everyday expenses, and businesses struggling with higher costs. We expect that more people in business will sadly get into difficulty in the coming months. Now, because some customers are hesitant to ask for help, we're trying to reach out sooner. We're using data analytics and modelling to identify hardship triggers such as reduced income or negative cash flow. And when we contact these customers, we let them know what we can do to help. That may include pausing or reducing payments or restructuring their loans. Now, the other area we're trying to help is by investing in prevention and detection tools to address the terrible impact of scams on our customers. These include our Falcon card technology and new methods such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and biometrics. From October 23 to June 24, total scam losses suffered by our customers fell by almost half, while the number of scam events decreased by a third compared with the same period in 2023. And in that time, we've also prevented more than $100 million of customers' funds going to criminals in the first place. However, that rate of harm is still too high, and we'll continue to work on measures to protect our customers. Now, just quickly to finish, I'm pleased that we completed our acquisition of Suncorp Bank 1 month ago. We've now welcomed around 3,000 employees and 1.2 million customers into the ANZ Group, and we look forward to giving them a great place to work and bank. We're excited about the opportunity to play a bigger role in Queensland, including through a new digital hub that will help grow the state's tech sector and open strong career pathways for Queenslanders, while giving ANZ a key platform to continue to deliver innovation to its customers. Thank you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thanks very much. So, look, I'll start with some questions on the bond trading incident, and then I'll move on to some questions on state of the economy and regional branches, and then we have other committee members. So you've said that there isn't at this stage evidence to be conclusive either way in terms of whether there was market manipulation or not. But in terms of just framing the issue, if there had been market manipulation in a situation like this, it could potentially have resulted in higher borrowing costs to the government, couldn't it?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. I mean, as I said,
I'm just trying to frame the scope or the seriousness of what we're looking at.
Oh, look, clearly it's very serious. I'm not shying away from the seriousness of it. As I said, though, this was a matter some time ago in 2023. We, internally we've investigated, and as I've said, we've not seen, and I've not seen, any evidence, any of the data that supports any misconduct, market manipulation or otherwise, from ANZ. So those investigations are ongoing, and as I mentioned, ASIC may have a different view. They may have different data than us. They've had the opportunity to speak to and interview some of the traders and staff at the bank, but certainly based on what I've seen, there's nothing there. Now, hypothetically, market manipulation is a broadly defined term, could have all sorts of impacts on the markets. It could, you're right, hypothetically, yes, it could have meant higher costs to taxpayers, but as I said, we've seen no evidence of that at this stage.
And so the reason I'm framing that is because this committee has examined bank behaviour in other contexts, in AML, CTF, and in those contexts, the consequences of behaviour that doesn't rise to the appropriate standard might be that money goes to inappropriate destinations, yes, or whatever it might be. But in this context, we're talking about a very central market for government, which is the government issuing bonds, borrowing money, and so the price that it has to pay is a core issue for taxpayers.
Absolutely. But just again, there's multiple roles for a bank like ANZ and something like this. At its heart, actually, the role of ANZ in this particular case was to de-risk the issuance for the AOFM and ultimately for the taxpayer. Making such an issue in the market of such scale comes with some risk, and ANZ was taking on that risk to remove that risk from the government for $8 billion of that issuance, and in doing so, we had to go about hedging our position to also protect the bank. And that's what we're talking about in terms of the trading activity that underlies these investigations.
When did you become aware of this issue specifically?
So I received an email in February this year, so a number of months ago, from one of our legal team who works within the institutional bank within markets. That email alerted me to the fact that ASIC had formally notified us that they were undertaking an investigation into the trading activity around this issuance. That advice to me at the time sort of outlined, again, we didn't have a lot of data at that point other than ASIC told us they're conducting an investigation. It outlined the basics of it. And basically said to me that the team would keep me informed, that there was nothing for me to act upon at this point. It was really sort of an FYI acknowledgement of the investigation.
But so you were made aware because ASIC had started an investigation. That was what kicked it off, not ANZ alerting ASIC to behaviour that they thought looked
correct. So just to be
problematic.
clear, just to make sure I've answered your question correctly, I'm talking about me as an individual being. That was when I, as CEO, was notified. I mean, the bank had obviously we'd conducted this role for AOFM. There was unusual trading activity in the marketplace after the price setting of the bond and after we had substantially finished our hedging position. When ANZ no longer had a financial interest in the market, there was something unusual. AOFM, in dialogue with our team, wanted to have an investigation to understand better what was driving that. So we had done some work on our own with AOFM. That goes all the way back to sort of April last year. But I wasn't aware of that.
No, that's right. So you're February 24, but going back to April 23.
Yeah.
So was that triggered by AOFM?
So what normally happens in these situations, when you're appointed into these roles, the AOFM is given, and not just for ANZ, and the AOFM is given the right, if you will, to check in, obviously, as the hedging is going on. In fact, they're offered an open phone line in so they can listen live. And sometimes they take up that option, sometimes they don't. But always after the fact, they're our customer. We engage with the customer to sort of have a bit of a retrospective on how did it go. And so they were engaged at that time. AOFM raised some concerns about the price action in the market after ANZ had finished hedging. And so we did an investigation then. We did not see that there was any poor behaviour or improper behaviour from ANZ at that time.
Okay, yeah, so just before getting back to February this year, but so what triggered it back in April 23 was that AOFM identified some behaviour they wanted to further investigate?
Well, not behaviour. They noticed in the marketplace there was unusual activity. It's an interesting one when you go back and have a look for those who are interested in that type of thing, I guess. The futures market was quite volatile. It was unusually volatile after the price setting. Now, it wasn't totally unique. If you go back over a period of time, and we've done that, as you can imagine now, we have seen times when that's occurred like that in the past, but it's not normal. And so it was a little unusual. And so, of course, it begged questions as to what was driving that.
Right. So then going back to Feb 24, so what did you then do about it after having been told?
So as CEO, so as you can imagine, ASIC undertake investigations all the time. That's their job. Mm-hmm. Some of those end up in prosecutions and other matters, and some don't. So again, I was alerted to, and again, we have all sorts of things going on with regulators. I was aware of it. I was given the basics of the outline. At that point, we did not have any evidence of any wrongdoing. The team assured me that they were well resourced to continue in dialogue and cooperate with ASIC as ASIC went about its investigations, and they continued to keep me informed as that progressed.
So since February, what has been the reporting to you from your team and ASIC?
Yeah, so good question. So we have a range of mechanisms for monitoring various investigations or ongoing discussions we're having with regulators, not just ASIC, might be APRA, might be ASIC, might be others for that matter, AUSTRAC, for example. And we have a committee that oversees all of the regulatory work to make sure that they're progressing as they should. that one was sort of ticking along as you would expect. These things take time. They involve huge amount of document discovery that we have to provide, which we did. In this case, it involved a lot of our people going along for interviews, which they did. There was nothing at that point until very recently that suggested to us there was anything sort of, and I mean out of the ordinary in terms of the process for managing ASIC investigations. That really changed when it became public and it was suddenly in the newspapers and conflated with a range of other issues. And that changed, obviously, the sort of public perception around these issues.
So based on where things are at now, is it fair to say that both the bank and ASIC are undertaking investigations?
Yes, so ASIC are on the record as saying they're undertaking that investigation. My understanding, and I could be completely wrong, that'll be ongoing for a number of months, if not longer, so you wouldn't expect to see that come to close anytime soon. Of course, you would imagine from our perspective, these are very serious concerns that have been raised, and I would make it clear at this point, and I don't think it's semantic, at this point, ASIC has not put an allegation to us. They're doing an investigation. There is a difference here. They obviously have their suspicions and reasons why they want to investigate, but they've not put an allegation to us with any detail. But clearly they have a concern, and so as you would expect, we have conducted our own investigations again, so not relying on the work we did at the time, April last year. We've employed both internal but also external advisors to help us go back and look and make sure that our understanding of and analysis of what happened on that day is correct. And we issued a press statement recently that confirmed that based on what I've seen, we still, at this date, have seen nothing to suggest there was any misconduct or anything improper from ANZ.
How would you characterise the current status of the two investigations? Look, are the two teams talking to each other? Are they broadly on the same page, or is it too early to say that?
That's a good question too. So just to be clear, ASIC undertake theirs. It's very serious. They're a regulator. It's independent. We're not cooperating in the sense, we're not sharing notes or anything. We cooperate in the sense that they come to us for literally hundreds of thousands of document requests. It may have even reached the millions of document requests, emails, text messages, all sorts of policy documents, communications, etc., which we provide. They also have been understandably wanting to and continue to interview staff at ANZ, either those involved in the actual transaction or those involved in some of the control process, like our risk team or our compliance team. So that's ongoing. I can't comment for them where they are, I don't know. In terms of our investigations, we have formed a board subcommittee, and the reason we've done a board subcommittee is there are some sensitive legal issues here, and from a governance perspective, it was felt it was legally more robust for us to have a smaller group of the committee dive into some more of the detail. That committee continues to review work that is being given to external advisors, interrogating and going back and looking at that data. That we've had an initial report around those things from our internal investigations. That work is also ongoing. I couldn't give you a date when it will come to a completion, but again, that's probably in the next month or so. And then once that's reported to the board, the board will, so I'm on the board too, we will then decide what actions we should take from there.
So based on what you know at the moment, and based on the nature of what the incident might be, what would you characterise as the appropriate accountability path?
Well, again, so just to be clear, as I mentioned in my opening, there are three issues. There is a data error, there's the trading that you and I we're discussing right now, and then there was the conduct of a small number of individuals. The data and the conduct issues, we have accepted that there was errors there, and there's already consequence being applied for that. As I said, 3 people have lost their job, have left the bank. Another person has received a formal warning. That's to do with their behaviour, their individual behaviour, not to do with trading or anything. This is about, the profanity in the dealing room, use of alcohol during work hours, etc. Those issues being dealt with, so there's consequence. What happens, there'll be an ongoing review to see whether that consequence should be further up the supervisor chain. That's an ongoing thing that we're doing as we speak. In terms of the data breach, the data error at this stage, the evidence suggests that was a mistake, that there was no ill intent, it was not deliberate, but that work is also ongoing. If we find wrongdoing there will be a consequence. With regards to the trading, as I mentioned, as of now, we have no evidence of misconduct. There is, therefore, nothing to be accountable for. However, with one thing. Clearly, the conflation of these issues, the media reporting, which has been, dramatic in terms of colour and content, has caused us reputational damage. There's no doubt about that. And whether it's fair or not, or right or wrong, or based on the right information, at some level doesn't matter. We have suffered significant reputational damage. And as a result of that, you would expect for us to go back and interrogate how this happened, what we've done wrong in terms of communication or the way we've managed things, how we could avoid these things in the future, and what actions we need to do to stop this from happening again. There's a whole range I'm happy to talk through if you like. There will be consequence for that. Now, we're not at a definitive point. In fact, we're meeting next week. We have our board meeting. As it so happens, we're at our financial year end is September 30th, so we're right in the middle of doing our annual performance assessments of individuals, teams, divisions, the group, including me and my team. And that process actually sort of more formally kicks off with the board next week. There's no doubt that the reputational damage will impact the assessment of some, if not many, but we're only at the beginning of that, and those things will be determined over the coming 2 months.
So there's the trading issues, which
Yes.
being examined. Just going to the traders for a moment, and then I'll go back to an overarching accountability question. So were you aware of any, were any concerns expressed to you that some elements of the trading floor were overly aggressive or a bit out of control?
So are you referring to the trading activities, or are you talking about conduct and separately?
Or conduct.
Well, yeah, so in the trading, like aggressive trading, no. As I said, and to date, there's no evidence to suggest even that did occur, and so it certainly wasn't brought to my attention. In terms of the conduct, and again, I just want to be clear, the conduct, we had some complaints from our staff that said that a small number of people had behaved badly. There are a number of allegations made. Those allegations were investigated by an internal team, subsequently supported by external advice. We have to go through a due process. It's only fair. These are individuals to see whether these allegations were substantiated or not. The vast bulk were not substantiated, but the ones that were the use of profanity in the dealing room and coming back during work hours after having consumed a reasonable amount or an unreasonable amount of alcohol, not to the extent that they were incapable of doing their job, but nonetheless, that is deemed in violation of our code of conduct. Those things were brought to my attention. I'd have to go back and look, but during the process of those investigations, it was brought to my attention. But at some level, the system at the bank worked. The process went through, they were investigations, we're substantiated, it kicks into a consequence framework, it ultimately goes up to a consequence committee, and the action was taken. 3 people lost their job.
You've got a background in financial markets and trading.
Yes.
Is this an area that you have been paying attention to over the course of your time as CEO? And I ask that in particular, given that it is a particular area of risk for any bank,
Yes.
And particularly given that we're 5 years post-Hayne, and not just here, but on a few other fronts that have been raised over the last 2 days, where things start to creep back in, it raises concerns about, is the pendulum coming back?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I mean, just to clarify, in terms of specific financial markets, trading related, I haven't worked in that since 1997, so I'm a little bit out of my depth on that stuff. It's moved on since my time. But it is an area I would like to think I have some understanding of, both technically, but also from a cultural perspective. You always have to be concerned. These are serious allegations, whether it's the conduct of individuals or the potential for market manipulation. Of course they're serious, and of course they are on my mind at all times. What we've tried to do over the years, and clearly we've got work to do, is to ensure that we have a really strong culture that's built around driving better customer outcomes. One where our people feel that they can speak up when they see wrongdoing, and I'm thankful that in these cases that did occur. But we also, the Royal Commission you referred to, I think you referred to the Royal Commission, and look, I was there. I was a witness in the Royal Commission, and that's sort of very much on my mind at all times. I mean, that was largely more about retail and small business banking. It's not quite the same, but nonetheless, the lessons of conduct, putting customers first, etc., is not lost on me or my team. But I'm the first to say we're not perfect. We have work to do. I don't think, and again, you may well call me out on this, but I don't think at this stage, based on what we know, there's sufficient to say, there's a slipping back into some sort of bad behaviours. Let's see this investigation go forward. Let's see what happens. And again, I'm not diminishing the conduct. 4 people, 3 people left, 1 person with a formal warning. As you can imagine, we, as a result of that, this is out of a dealing business where there's 200 people, out of an organisation that has 40,000 people, not diminishing it. It happened, but as you can imagine, we're not just investigating those people, we're looking right across the business. We've agreed. We kicked off the idea of having a conduct and controls review by an external party to come and have a look. Are we missing something? Are we wrong? Exactly to your point. Have we unlearnt lessons here? Do we need to make changes? We agreed that we would we've invited APRA in to help us write the terms of reference to ensure that the scope is sufficient. That work will start hopefully in the next week or so. It'll initially focus on our markets business, where this issue happened, but globally. So not just in one dealing room, but it'll look at our markets business all around the world. Subject to the findings and what is determined in that review, we've left the door open to expand that further across the bank if we find that that is necessary. And that report will go directly to our board.
So on accountability, I've kind of touched on this in an earlier question, but just to kind of relate it in a sense to the 3 different strands we're talking about. Now, look, as you say, there's 4 traders. It's not everyone, but nonetheless, it's for me, it's a high-risk part of a bank. There's the trading manipulation investigation, and let's see how that pans out. And then there's the incorrect information to AOFM about volumes of government bond trading, which again, as I understand it, is being examined. I guess on the accountability question, and this is something which will evolve as all these 3 strands do, but I mean, is it fair to say that the more that this turns out to be something that is problematic across all 3 of those, and the more systemic it is, the more that accountability moves up the chain?
Well, again, that's hypothetical, but yes. I mean, as a statement, the bigger, the broader, the more systemic, yes, then accountability is different. I totally accept that.
And it is hypothetical.
Oh, no, I know, thank you. And I get that, but I agree with that. And as I said, those are 3 important, meaningful issues. And as I mentioned before, Chair, over and above that, whether rightly or wrongly, we have suffered reputational damage. The fact is we're here talking about it is reputation, is evidence of that. The fact that it's been in the newspapers. Even if the newspapers are wrong, the fact is people are asking questions about our culture. People are asking questions about the way we do business and treat customers. That is hurting our reputation. So there will be a consequence as a result of that, because, it is what it is. And so there's multiple layers of accountability. The further the investigations go, and who knows, I mean, it's very early days. I can't predict where they will go. But to answer your question, if it's the more systemic something is found to be, yes, the broader the accountability will be. That is absolutely true.
So just 2 more questions, and then I'll go on to some of the other stuff. So of the traders that departed, did they leave of their own accord, or were they paid out, or were they dismissed?
So 1 was dismissed outright. 2 others, the technical term is we had a mutual separation. That mutual separation essentially means we both came to the agreement that they would, they understood they were under investigation, allegations were put to them. We agreed to part ways, and we have to be respectful of employment law. As a result of those separations, we did not pay them anything more than they were due to under the law, and they left on the table any remuneration that was still owing to them that had been granted at or after the time of any misconduct. Now, you may be aware that many of our people get deferred remuneration. Some of those people had had deferrals from remuneration that earned before any misconduct allegations that were still owing to them. You know, under our policies and law, it was reasonable for them to retain that, but they did walk away from bonuses this year, and they left. We took away equity that had been granted after the time of that misconduct, if that makes sense.
And then finally, in relation to the overstatement of government bond trading to AOFM, so what's the status of that? Is that something which ANZ's...
Yeah. Look, it's one of those, when it first arose, you sit there and think, how on earth can this happen? And obviously there were assertions that it was somehow deliberate. So if you just bear with me for a minute, what we did, we've gone back and looked at it. It was a mistake. We've seen no evidence that it was deliberate. You sit there like me and say, how hard can this be, reporting the amount of volume to AOFM? When you dig into it, it's a lot more complicated than you might think. And so what AOFM ask all of the traders, institutions to do, what they're interested in is knowing who's buying our bonds and why. You know, are they end buyers like a superannuation fund, or is it a bank buying it just to sell on to somebody else, for example? They give us a whole bunch of definitions of the sorts of transactions they want reported in the spreadsheet and in various columns and cells. There is some confusion and greyness around those interpretations. That's on us. I'm not blaming AOFM. That is entirely on us. If we were unclear, we should have asked for clarification. We misclassified some of those transactions in our reporting. For example, there's a really complex transaction type called synthetic repos. We did not report synthetic repos last year. If we had have reported those, and AOFM is now telling us that for last year they did want us to report those. In fact, we didn't over-report last year, we under-reported our volume. Yeah. As it so happens, AOFM are now advising us that going forward, they no longer want synthetic repos included in the spreadsheet. So we made a mistake. I've apologised to the CEO of AOFM. We've gone back, we've fixed the spreadsheet. We're continuing to be in dialogue to make sure we totally understand the definitions and get it right going forward. But as I said, that error over the longer term, it sometimes meant we were overstating volumes, but at other times meant we were understating. So on that basis, it's hard to assert that ANZ received any advantage from that error. However, your question is about accountability. We need to go find out. We're still trying to understand how the error was made. If it was a sort of honest mistake or not, we'll determine, and then they'll decide whether there's consequence or not. I would also say, understandably, we've gone and looked at all the data reports we provide to governments, including state governments, semi-governments and all those sorts of things, and we've not found at this stage, we've done a big comprehensive drains up review, we've not found evidence of any other errors, so this does appear to be isolated, but that work is ongoing.
So, and to the extent that you're looking at this, are you going back? It sounds like to some degree, at least, you've gone back to previous years.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're going to go we're going to go all the way back to find out when this error happened. From and I might be wrong here, and I'll correct myself. I'll correct later with the team. I think AOFM have been asking for that data for at least sort of 7 or 8 years. I can't tell you today when that error happened, but we'll go all the way back to the beginning. And if there was an error, we've got to find out how it happened and why. Okay.
Well, look, I'm sure other committee members may have more questions on those topics. Just on the state of the economy, so can you remind me, the 3 in 1,000 figure, was that mortgages under strain, or what was that figure?
Yeah, that's the number of... So, and Miley can help here a little bit. It's her business. So we have about 950,000 home loan customers in Australia. There's various definitions of, hardship, or you use the term strain. So that could mean people who have defaulted. It could mean who are not paying. It could mean people who are just behind, who are struggling. In this particular case, the hardship number, the 3 in 1,000 we're talking about, we have a hardship program. So that's when a customer rings up and say, hey, I don't think I can cope here. You know, maybe I've lost my job, maybe my income's been cut, something's happened at home, I'm struggling, can you help me? Yeah, and we have a team, like all the banks, and it's well defined, and we have a team that sit down and then say, hey, what do we need to do to help to get you back on your feet? And so that 300,000 is that specific cohort.
But do you provide other forms of assistance more broadly?
Miley can answer this, yes.
Absolutely. So, I mean, obviously there are, members of the community that are struggling, and we, obviously need to make sure we're looking after them. And so we have actually been putting quite a lot of work into our hardship program to make sure that we can meet their needs. And we really kind of started from, really from almost the ground up, starting with making sure that we've got a really clear and consistent kind of strategy and policy. So there was, so that, across all the ways that a customer can ask or come into the bank for hardship, because some of them come in for the front line, some from the contact centre. So, there's various ways that people can ask for help, and we wanted to make sure we had a really consistent strategy and policies and systems for, making sure we were working with them. The other thing we did, because again, depending on where a customer can come in, how you deal with them, it crosses multiple people's kind of areas of responsibility. So the other thing we've done is make sure we have a single accountable executive who's looking across all those areas to make sure the whole process is lined up and as consistent and strong and as good as it needs to be for our customers. Some of the other really big things we're doing, obviously, is also in increasing the training that we're giving, people who are managing hardship. Because one of the issues that we were concerned about was, historically, as you would be aware, hardship is usually triggered by a life event, either by an illness or divorce or something. We were getting quite concerned that what we were going to start seeing is people almost sleepwalking into hardship because of inflation. And so we wanted to give extra training for our frontline staff to make sure that, the overall skills were as good as they needed to be, but that if there were new reasons for hardship, they knew how to kind of cope and handle with all of those. So we've done quite a lot of training, and we've also increasing the number of people we've got dedicated to hardship. So I've got at the moment about 30 additional roles that I'm in the process of recruiting. But some of the other things that actually some of the other banks are doing as well, but we are putting quite a lot of effort into, is we know that the earlier that we can start working with someone in hardship, the faster you can, and the more effective the recovery can be. So one of the things we put quite a lot of effort into more recently is trying to be more predictive and working with people before they actually technically get into hardship. So we have created, a bunch of algorithms to kind of, basically sweep across our customer cohort. And if we see triggers like all of a sudden someone getting unemployment benefits, or if their income drops by more than 10%, or if we actually look and see, okay, we can pretty see consistently what their outgoings or expenditures are. If we can start seeing that their expenditures are going to, in a period of time, exceed their income, we kind of look across all of that, and we're starting to send preemptive messaging out to those customers to ask them to come and work with us earlier, because again, the earlier we can work with them, the better. The other thing we're doing is really making sure that we've got specialist care for people who are vulnerable, because obviously it's bad enough to be in hardship, but if that hardship is also, overlapping with something like financial abuse or domestic violence, then we've got, a lot of hardship hubs as well. So we've got a lot going on to make sure that we are in the best place we can be to look after our customers.
Well, look, I might circle back to some of that later on, time allowing. Just a couple of other quick questions, and then I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair. But just on regional bank, regional rural bank closures and Australia Post. So firstly on the regional rural bank, so where's ANZ's thinking at the minute in terms of how it assesses whether a branch is sustainable in terms of community and stakeholder consultation?
So right now, it's not really an issue, because as part of the agreement in terms of the Suncorp Bank acquisition, we agreed that we will not close any regional branches for a period of at least 3 years. And so there is no process at the moment. That's on hold. I mean, more sort of, again, hypothetically or in the past, I mean, typically what we do is we really need to respond to changing customer behaviour, and we assess, foot traffic, volumes, all those other things. But right now, as of whenever it was, a month ago, the condition was that, hey, there'll be no closures of regional branch that either Suncorp branded or ANZ for a period of 3 years.
And in terms of Australia Post, so I think it's accurate to say that of the 4 major banks, you were the one that wasn't or isn't in an agreement with Australia Post. So what's the status of that situation?
So that's correct. So when Australia Post first came back with its new Bank at Post, the new financial arrangements, and acknowledging that ANZ looks very different to our peer group, I understand we all get called the big 4, but our business is very different. We're far more international. More than half our people don't live in Australia. We have a big institutional bank. Our retail bank is it's big, I understand that, but it's relatively modest compared to our peers. I mean, CBA is more than twice our size. And so, you know, we were offered the same terms essentially as the big banks, and we said, we just can't make that work, you know, rationally for our customers or for ourselves. So we didn't participate. But we've continued to have dialogue all through that time. I mean, I meet with the CEO of Aussie Post at least once a year, if not more. My teams are meeting with them all the time. So we continue to be open-minded and try to find a way through. And I think there's a role for Aussie Post or Bank at Post. As it so happens, Suncorp Bank does have a relationship because the regional banks were offered a much lower cost model given their size. So Suncorp uses it. That's great. So we've inherited that.
So does that grandfather?
Yeah, no, that grandfather's across. What we've done, 2 things. We're going to learn. Miley and I were talking about it before, actually. We'll learn from Suncorp what's working for them, what they like about it, how their customers feel. We've got a real-life example there, so we'll do that. But we made a commitment to the Treasurer, the Federal Treasurer, that we will continue to negotiate and discuss dialogue in good faith to seek a way forward where we could offer the Bank at Post service more broadly at ANZ, and we're doing that. Now, as I said, we only got the Suncorp condition was like a month ago, but you know we'll continue to talk to them in good faith and see if there's a way through.
I mean, it's fair to say that we've talked a bit in this committee, and of course there was the Senate inquiry into regional and rural, but in a sense that's part of a broader issue, which is, you know, access to face-to-face services, and in a sense Australia Post forms part of the suite of different strategies banks might use there to give people more access. And I mean, I see in my own metro electorate that there are certain cohorts, you know, older, less financially literate, cold and so forth, who you could imagine might rely on an Australia Post outlet.
Sure, it has a place. I mean, I think I agree with that. I think there is a place for it. I don't doubt that. Although, having said that, when you look at ANZ, I mean, it's been at least 5 years where ANZ customers can't avail themselves of that service, wherever they are, whatever their age demographic, whatever their needs are, they haven't. And you know, interestingly, we haven't. You know, if customers really loved the Bank at Post offering, they would have moved bank to somebody who offered it. We haven't really seen too many people move. Certainly at the beginning, I received a number of, you know, complaints and people upset about it. But actually, time's gone on. People have much better tools available today. I mean, what we're finding is more and more people aren't using branches of any description, whether it's in a post office or a bank branch, because they don't need to and they don't actually want to. Some do, I get that, but I think it's a good alternative and it speaks to the competitive nature of the market. So the other 3 have decided that gives them an advantage and they want to compete on that. We've taken a different path, but we're open to always embracing the Bank at Post options.
For perspective, if it's helpful, we've seen just about a 50% decline in transactions through the branches since 2019, and we continue to see double-digit declines every single year. So we're seeing our customers move pretty consistently outside of branches, and that is very agnostic to age, geography. So you know, we just continue to see that trend happening. But I agree with you. There are cohorts of people for whom, you know, face-to-face service or in-person service is important.
Yeah. I mean, look, we've heard the 96% figure from all of the banks, but again, I'm sure all of the politicians on this call would also say that our EOs and some branches also deal with people who fall into that minority. Now, just 2 quick questions on scams, and I know others will talk about scams, and then I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair. But ASIC last week released a report into anti-scam practices by 15 ADIs and 22.3. The report found that overall the approach to scam strategy was variable and overall less mature than expected. The report found banks had inconsistent and narrow approaches to determining liability across the bank. and that sometimes victims aren't well supported. So look, I know that's now 2 years ago in a world where things are changing quickly, but just invite you to talk about what's happened since then.
I'll get Miley to talk about it just before, because it's in her area again, and she's done a lot of work at the team around scams. And again, from an ANZ perspective, we sort of broaden the definition, because these words are getting harder to know. What's the difference between a scam and fraud and other sorts of financial abuse? So we sort of look at it as a whole. I mean, the reality is that over that period of time, the rate of scamming has increased, probably geometrically. I mean, it's gone up enormously. I think all of us, if we haven't been scammed or experienced a scam, we all know somebody who has. So it's a blight on the entire community. The good news, and there is some good news, is that as an industry, the industry is making progress and getting on top of it. And so now what we're seeing for the first time in a long time is that the actual losses for our customers are coming down, and they're coming down at a relatively significant rate. I mean, I mentioned in my opening ANZ customers, and we'll all have different starting points and different data, but losses were down by 50% over a recent period. So that's pretty good. But there's still more to be done. So we get that, and of course the sophistication of these scammers is increasing every single day, and with the advent of new technology like generative AI is giving them yet another tool to exploit. But, it's a war, and we continue to invest very, very heavily to do this, because these are our customers. And, we need to protect them, because it's the right thing to do, but just from good old business point of view, if we don't protect them, we won't have customers anymore. And so we're absolutely aligned, we're absolutely incented to do the right thing. But Molly, you might want to talk a little bit more detail, some of the things we're doing.
Sure. So, as you'd be aware, there was the Scam Safe Accord that was put in place, and we have absolutely kind of, delivered and are kind of working our way through the recommendations, which I can walk through if you'd like me to. But, we're obviously doing that, and that was voluntary, and I think it speaks volumes that actually the government and, has actually supported a whole of community approach to managing scams, which I really think is very differentiated to some of the other jurisdictions, and actually is proving to be, I think, vastly and substantially more effective. So I think, people, outside of the banks, but the government, basically, deserves a lot of credit for taking more of a whole of community approach versus just expecting one part of the chain to work through it. But I guess what we are also doing, besides kind of working our way through and delivering on those Scam Safe Accord, we're really doing a lot of testing and learning to see what is the most effective way. Like when we're seeing our customers stopping payments that would have gone to scams, what is the really most effective approach to enable that? Because as Jane said, we've seen about a 50% reduction in the impact to our customers, and that is not including the reduction we're seeing of people aborting payments that they would have made that we have intervened on, and that number is growing substantially as well. So some of the work we're doing is really trying to figure out what we found is just-in-time education and just-in-time flags seem to be the most effective way of getting our customers to stop a payment and make kind of additional, either their own additional kind of, investigations. And so we're doing quite a lot of work on putting those flags in place. So, for example, if someone's going to be sending money to a new payee, we put a flag in place to kind of get them to stop and just think for a minute. Obviously, the work we do when we see, large payments going out that typically smell like a romance or investment scam, a lot of work there. So again, a lot of that just-in-time education seems to be working really, really effectively. Other stuff that is working effectively for us is we're starting to, use some AI tools to both identify the biometrics, in particular the selfies of people who are either, we think creating scams or kind of the recipient of, and we're actually creating a selfie watch list so that, we can kind of keep an eye on them. And if they try and come back into the bank, we are, we're very much, stopping them. So we're using all sorts of biometrics to try and manage that. So we've got a lot of stuff going that we're kind of testing and learning. And one of the things that I think is very admirable about the way the government and the ABA is managing this is there is obviously through the right protocols, a lot of collaboration across the industry to share best practice, to share what's working. And I think that's another reason why we're seeing such a big reduction in scams. The area that we are making less traction on is on the social media. Basically the fake, investments, sites or fake, retail that we're seeing on social media. We're not seeing the type of traction we need to. Those scams now represent 45% of all the scams we're seeing at ANZ. So if there was an area that we think it would be helpful to, again, have more of a whole of community approach to solving, it would be in those social media areas, and in particular in Facebook. Is, again, if you look at all the scams that I'm getting in my business, over 30% of the total is coming from Facebook.
Yeah, no, that's a point which has been raised a number of times, and with social media, there's also, as you'd be well aware, complex jurisdictional issues which make it particularly difficult. So look, last question is that, I mean, the reduction in aggregate losses is something we're seeing across the sector and at each of the banks. I mean, an area where there's a bit more controversy is reimbursement, and I mean, look, I think that there's an acknowledgement that 100% reimbursement is tricky, can create perverse incentives. But I think in 1 July 21 to 30 June 22, across the big four banks, there was $21 million of reimbursement, which varied across the four banks from 2 to 5%. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty low. I'm just interested in, what the bank's thinking is in terms of where is the dividing line as to where reimbursement's appropriate.
Hey, when we're at fault,
is that a work in progress?
I don't know that it's a work in progress. When we're at fault, we reimburse. It's as simple as that. Sadly, we know, and I've obviously been watching your committee and would echo what the other banks have said. Sadly, the number one causes of scams are where customers willingly want to send money to a scam investment product, a romance scam, and even with warnings by the bank, they still want to go and do it. I think it's difficult to then say the bank should reimburse in those situations where the bank has actually done nothing wrong other than fulfil our legal obligation to our customer, which is to fulfil their instructions, which we're obliged to do. But where we make a mistake, where we've let somebody down, where we shouldn't have let that money go, etc., we reimburse, just as we do with fraud on cards.
I mean, I get the notion of fault, but my read of it is that when you get to real-world situations that are often fairly complex, there are a number of cases in the grey area, and it's not always a case of, bank makes a mistake or bank gives 10 warnings and somebody nonetheless says, yes, transfer. There are situations in the middle.
So we do both. I mean, that's fair. I agree with that. Although, and again, I'm not blaming the victims here, but, if you've given your password to somebody or access to your account, or you knowingly, we told you that was a scam crypto exchange, but you went ahead and did it, it's kind of hard to then say the bank should be liable. Now, what we've seen, there are grey areas. You're absolutely right, Chair. There is absolutely grey areas. What our teams have is they have discretion. So we do take into account circumstances. And again, for example, we take into account an individual's perhaps their personal circumstances in terms of their financial literacy, their financial situation itself. And our teams do have the ability, even though there's no fault of the bank, to make a goodwill payment, either to cover some or all of the loss. You're right, and we have a team, and that's their job. They sit and they assess what's the right thing to do. It is fraught and always going to be complex. What we do know is that in the UK, where there has been a scheme where the banks have been made to essentially be liable, not for everything, but for a lot of it, their scams are going up as a result because now there's like a no-fault regime from customers, while the scams in Australia are going down. We're not done, but we should be celebrating the fact that in Australia, customers are more protected from scams than in most parts of the world, and one of the few jurisdictions where the scam losses for customers are going down. And they're not going down 5%, 10%, they're going down 50%. So we're going to have to keep that going, but what we're doing here in the industry is working.
Can I also say, because I agree with you, there are some very complex cases where you look at it through a customer lens, and you do kind of say, okay, it's hard to see that they necessarily were 100% at fault. But when I look at many of those cases, there are often faults in other parts of the chain, right? So there'll be a case, where was a horrible case where someone, pretended that they were a domestic violence victim. They organised a SIM swap. They used that SIM to then kind of work through the banking system, right? So, so it often now, when I look at those complex cases, there is some sort of breakdown, potentially sometimes in the bank. I'm not saying we're always perfect, but often it's between the seams of the kind of the different actors or players in the community, and that's why. And I completely understand the jurisdiction issues, but if the banks are purely going to be held accountable when actually a number of times it's other parts up the chain, I just think we're going to struggle to continue making the type of progress that we are currently making. So, I look at the moment where, it's very much a voluntary code. I think it's fantastic we've made the progress we are. Exploring and looking at a mandatory code, I think is something that, we would welcome, particularly if that mandatory code isn't just mandatory for banks, but is mandatory for the telcos, is mandatory for the social media companies. Because I think unless we kind of get that whole of community kind of, bar to the same place, I just don't think we're going to see the progress that we want to continue making.
Well, thanks for your evidence. I'll hand over to Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just follow exactly the same line, and thank you both for being here. It may be a hypothetical question, but in these examples, the romance scam or the investment scam, how far do you go? So if you've advised someone, that's what's about to happen is someone's about to give their money away, and you're as certain as you possibly can be. How far do you go?
I'll get Molly to answer. I'll just give you, it's a great question. We are caught. We have an obligation to our customers to fulfil their instructions. It's their money. And if they tell us to send it to a person or invest it into a scheme, there's a limit to when we can say no. Yeah, we can if it's a known crime. There is absolutely a carve out in certain laws where we can absolutely say no, sanctions, etc., etc. But these scams are clever. They know how to sit between the grey, and so it's very difficult for us to say no. In fact, one of the recent trends is that, and I don't think we're alone in this, but because we're putting more and more controls, particularly around card payments, we are saying no when we see unusual situation. We're stopping those payments. We're getting more complaints from people saying, why are you stopping my payment? It's my money. I want it sent to that person. How dare you intervene? So it's a difficult area we navigate. I think we're navigating it well, so I'm not asking for help or sympathy, but it is grey. But you might want to talk a little bit more about how far we go.
Yep. So I won't go back over what Shane said, but if I think about the average call time that we have with customers where we've seen a payment and we are looking to stop that payment, that average call time, and I'll go back and I'll make sure I get the right data, but it's upwards of 40 minutes, right, to often over an hour, talking someone through the fact that whether this person they believed an investment advisor or a romantic interest, someone that they have been groomed for months, if not years, is not really an oil rig worker, right? And doesn't really need, money for parts to send to the oil. I mean, it is, and it's actually extraordinarily stressful work for, the teams who are on the phones, basically breaking someone's heart most of the time. So we go to extreme lengths to try and stop these people making what in our minds are obviously scam payments. But as I said, we are working hard to do a lot of as I said, kind of testing and learning, and we don't always get it right. So I'll give, one of the things we did, we thought, wouldn't it be great if we make it really easy for people to say they think that a payment is not one that they've made, they want to dispute the payment. Let's make that as easy as possible. So, in our kind of contemporary part of the bank we're building, ANZ Plus, we literally made it so easy. The problem with that one is that particularly if you're in a joint account and you don't know what your partner is buying, like we literally got flooded. We started getting flooded with people saying that they weren't real payments. We have to manually investigate every single one of those, right? Now, then what we started finding out that scammers were figuring out what the payment limit was, where it wasn't worth us investigating it. So we started getting scammers scamming our attempt to make it easy anyway. So we are trying really, really hard, both in our front line, spending hours trying to talk people kind of, off the ledge in terms of these payments, but we're also trying to work through our digital channels to test and learn our way to say, how do we try and, work this through?
We did hear evidence from one of the small banks in our competition inquiry where they had actually taken the step of intervening and suspending someone's account, knowing full well that there's all sorts of backlash that would come off that. But I guess, just to be clear on the point, without some kind of legal boundary, it's very difficult for you to actually intervene to the point of stopping something.
If someone has been scammed multiple times, then we will start putting limits on their accounts. But we're right at the extreme, right? Where,
we have to use judgment. Again, I just give you an example. Recently, a young man wrote to me that his father, who was elderly, perfectly of sound mind, had been scammed multiple times, and he was worried about it happening again. And so we've put extra care over that account, and we stop him making payments. Sometimes it possibly, black letter law, we've probably been a little bit of trouble on, but we have to use judgment here as well to do what we.
Absolutely, and I am asking about the extremes.
Yeah, these are extremes. They don't happen all the time, but there are extremes, yes. But without the law, at the end of the day, a lot of our customers say, it's not your business, it's my money. I am entirely entitled to send it to whomever I like, as long as it's not against the law.
No, thank you for that. And I've only just got one question on the Chair's first line of questioning around that bond trading issue, and I'm respectful of your point around conflation around the different issues. It's a question around you have like any organisation of your size, sort of a hierarchy of management controls and notifications as things come through. Have you, looking back on that now, have you reviewed that? And where you are now, particularly with the trading issue, I'm assuming that would be at your level where you've got direct oversight.
Yes, I think it's a good question. Yes, we're looking at all of those things. It's not finished yet. So in all matters, whether it's data, the trading issues or the conduct, we are having a look to say, were issues identified quickly enough? And there is, clearly the data issue wasn't. I would argue even the conduct issue could have been faster or certainly dealt with more quickly. So we need to look at how quickly we're identifying issues. And we need to look really quickly at who and how fast we escalate those matters. And then thirdly, how in a timely manner we reach decisions around consequence. I think it's reasonable to say, the one on the conduct, the individual, those 4 people, that investigation in hindsight just took too long.
Was it a single initiation point for that investigation, or?
Yes. So for that, again, for the conduct of the 4 individuals, it was a series of complaints, but they were all basically around the 4. Yeah. So you can think of them as a whole. That probably took too long. And again, trying to do the right thing, trying to give people the presumption of innocence. You go through due process like you would expect in any investigation, but we have to go back and look at all of our risk settings, absolutely, including escalation. I mean, I have some rules in the bank that we've put in place, for example, around if there are any allegations of misconduct of any sort around senior people, so in our lingo, Group 1s, which is our sort of top 100 people, irrespective of what it is, I get told. Now, I'm going back and saying, well, and none of the people here were in that cohort, by the way. So we're going to go look at that and say, maybe my tolerance level should be, maybe I should lower that bar and it should be a broader group of people so that I'm more personally aware. Obviously, it can't always come down to me, but clearly we'll look at, to your broader question, we have to look at escalations and how information travels through the organisation, yes.
And then one, I guess, more broadly on what you would see as the future of regional banking. Because I have a feeling we're in a transition period, and I note the 3-year commitment that you have, and my gut feeling is that the trends that we're seeing aren't really changing too much. If anything, if they might be slowing down as we sort of reach the top of an S-curve, but that's about it. Is it a hub and spoke model? Is it moving people more? Are you expecting people more to not rely upon a drop-in centre somewhere? Is it mobile, or a mix of all the above, or you're just sort of walking into it and we'll sort of find as we go?
It's a mix of all the above. But first thing to say is we're not alone. So this is a phenomenon happening all across the Western world. Yes, Australia has some challenges with it given the geographic disbursement of the country and the population. But it is matter. So we're already, and as are the other banks, we're already experimenting with, part-time branch. So okay, the branch's not open 5 days a week, it's only open 2 days a week or 3 or something like that. We've looked at shared branch. So actually in New Zealand, there was actually a trial where the banks would share a branch. So we'd say, look, it's a bit silly us all having a branch. And from a scale point of view, what if we share? That didn't go so well as an experiment, but, so we're looking at those models. I think one of some of the exciting areas of opportunity, we've been working through the ABA with the experiences in Europe, and acknowledging Europe's different, but there are some similarities. There's some of the new technology. For example, these what they call recycling ATMs. So at the moment, when you go to an ATM, it pretty much puts the money in one side and the money comes out the other. It's different money. That means they have to be serviced almost every day. That's expensive. They've invented these new machines that says, no, the money going in ultimately becomes the money coming out as well, which means you don't have to service them as often, which means they're more reliable, so you could have more of them in regional. So there are solutions. Technology is going to be a struggle because you need really, really good bandwidth in the places. So I don't know what the future is. I think it's getting harder, clearly. We talk about a lot at the ABA. We talk about a lot at ANZ. I don't think there is an answer or a magic bullet here. I think it's just going to be lots and lots of baby steps, trying new things, experimenting, see what works.
Thank you, Chair. That's and I appreciate your
Thank
responses.
you.
Thanks. Ms Lawrence.
Thank you. Just 2 secs, I'll just close. Thanks, it's a busy office, it's a little noisy. Thank you, and my apologies, I'm not there in person to speak to you directly. I would like just to focus somewhat on culture within ANZ. And if I can just perhaps just begin with how you regard ANZ's culture, like how would you place it from when you commenced to where it is today?
So can you just repeat that? You cut from where?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, just from the time from which you became CEO to today. How would you define the culture of ANZ? How would you rank it?
So that's a broad question. It's a big question. It's a fair question, but it's a difficult one to answer. So, and everybody will have their own perspective.
Well, you're the boss.
I understand.
Are you happy with the culture?
Well, I'm trying to answer your question. I'm just framing it. It's a big question. At the end of the day, the way that I think about culture is it's truly, this sounds glib, but it's true. It's our only ultimate point of competitive advantage and difference. What we do is for a living, it's a highly competed market where all the banks fundamentally have the same products and services, more or less at the same prices and service levels. And therefore, the only way you can truly achieve difference is through your culture. And your culture comes down to your people. And the way that we think about it is what we have implemented since I've been CEO is a purpose-driven culture. Our purpose is to shape a world where people and communities thrive, and we think about that in 3 ways in particular. Who we bank, making sure we're banking people who align with that purpose. How we behave, which is the test of our culture, the way we interact with customers when things are going well and when things are not going well, and what we care about. And, there are lots of things we care about, which we can talk about if you like. The culture at ANZ has shifted, I think, quite materially towards a much more customer-focused culture. There'll be those that challenge that, and I am not for a minute suggesting we're perfect, and we have a long way to go. What we do know about cultural change, it takes a long time. What we've tried to do is put in place all the supporting mechanisms that support that culture. So, for example, when we evaluate people's performance. It's not just about what they did. The first thing we start with was how they did their job. And we have a set of values. The cultural behaviours we want to see in the bank are individuals and teams and businesses that create opportunities, deliver what matters and succeed together. And so we evaluate people. Were they collaborative? Were they innovative? Did they treat customers well when things go wrong, etc.? So the how has become much more embedded in the way we do things, but it's an ongoing, I don't want to say it's a battle because it's actually what we do for a living. It's a good thing, but it's an ongoing investment that we need to continue with.
And just in consideration of your own position and your bonus, has there been any impact or consequence in light of the issues that have come to light around the bond matter and other scandals?
So, as I mentioned before, so that's yet to be determined because I get paid on those issues and get evaluated once a year. As it so happens, that process has just started. Our financial year end is September 30th. So, as I said, the board will actually be meeting, coincidentally, it happens to be next week, where we begin that process. I have a scorecard that I'm given, which is, kind of classic balanced scorecard, which balances risk and people, customer and financial outcomes. There's a bunch that'll be evaluated. I'm not party to that. I put up some things. The board will look at that. I imagine that there absolutely will be consequence. I just want to make it clear, though, the matters that are in front of us in terms of markets are, at this stage, based on what we know today, and it may change, but based on what we know today, an error in a data spreadsheet in markets, the conduct of 4 individuals within the markets business. The third one is the conduct of traders that is being investigated by ASIC, where no allegation has been made to us at this point by ASIC. Obviously, they have serious concerns, and I respect that, but I don't have an allegation put in front of me. I understand, and the investigation is so there is no fact that if there is anything to be held accountable for at this stage. But as I mentioned, we have suffered reputational damage. That is on me. I accept that. There will be a consequence. I can't tell you what that will be. That is a matter for the board. And remember, ultimately for our shareholders, my remuneration, as does the entire remuneration scheme of the bank, goes in front of our shareholders every year. That AGM, I think, is at the end of December, and they will also get to determine whether the board has been fair and reasonable and applied appropriate consequence at that time.
So in terms of your own internal investigations, though, in relation to the conduct matters, the allegations themselves around the AFM bond transaction, your data reporting processes, you're 100% happy with the way in which the bank has performed?
No, not for a minute. As I said, these are very disappointing things. They're wrong.
For perspective, again, as Shane said, the board will make a decision on how this is all treated in terms of compensation. But in a recent executive committee meeting, Shane did talk through how he thought the year had went, and he was very, very clear with the executive committee, at which I sit on, that he assumed and in fact was kind of recommending that the reputational issue, even if nothing is found to have been improper regarding the bond trade, that the reputational impact is such that there should be an impact on executive compensation this year. So I personally have not seen Shane do anything other than, I think, take a fair and I think quite measured approach to the fact that this will have an impact.
So I'm not sure whether I'm just thinking to grab his name. It's Mr. Kevin Corbally. Is he with you today?
No, he's not. He's our Chief Risk Officer.
Yeah, so he's not here today.
No.
So he's, what sort of bonus arrangements are in place for your head of risk? So his salary is about 1.8 million or so? What sort of bonus is he normally privileged to receive?
I don't have that in front of me. It's in our annual report. It's publicly available, what he receives every year. The Chief Risk Officer has a slightly different remuneration structure as required under regulation than the rest of our executives to ensure that they have some level of independence from the business results. Obviously not totally, they're part of the team, but that's disclosed. As I said, each of our executives, it's publicly available what they earn, what they're entitled to receive in terms of their targets.
No, that's fine. Appreciate that's all transparent at least. But what sort of KPI is expected of the head of risk?
There's a whole series. He has a balanced scorecard like everybody else. He has a series of, we don't use the term KPIs, but, he has a series of objectives around people, around customer outcomes, around, and really importantly, obviously, around risk. And risk encapsulates the broad areas of risk. The financial risk the bank undertakes and manages and mitigates, the operational risk, which includes matters of conduct, etc. So I have just, I am in the middle of reviewing Mr. Corbelly's performance assessment at the moment, just like everybody else, including Miley and on my team. And I write a report and I take into account their scorecard and I take into account the objectives or KPIs, if you like that term, for the year. But, at the end of the day, there also is just the reality of the circumstances and what we find ourselves in, and I've taken that into account.
I'm sorry, I know I haven't been in any circumstance in a workplace where I have people, doing cocaine and being drunk during the workplace.
Sorry.
I think we need to be careful about kind of assuming this is just a normal workplace. This is quite extreme.
I never said that. Sorry, I never said that. And first of all, there is no substantiation of any drug use. That has not been substantiated. If you weren't here before, as I mentioned,
misuse of alcohol during the workplace.
So to be clear, the substantiated issues with conduct, 4 individuals, not diminishing it, but it's 4, profanity in the dealing room, and coming back from lunch having consumed wine, not to the extent that they were incapable of doing their job, but nonetheless they were intoxicated and therefore they shouldn't have, and they lost their job. Now, there will be there's clearly consequences for those individuals, and what we're going through at the moment is a structured review process to look at management. I can assure you there will be consequence for managers at multiple layers through the organisation for that conduct and for it allowing to be happen in the first place, which is, you're quite right to raise cultural questions. And then obviously,
bullying. I mean, there's a list. There's there's no shortage of allegations and reports by staff.
I think our people deserve due process. There was no substantiation of bullying. So again, people can make allegations, and again, that's just not by us. We had external legal counsel go through and investigate those. We take those things very, very seriously. As I mentioned, what was substantiated, I explained.
Seriously. But just be clear. So if I'm just a quick Google, I can see Mr. Wellen has sent out a note that it's important to know we're managing the 3 related but separate issues of conduct matters. So what conduct matters were being dealt with, and what if there's nothing to see here apart from someone having just a little bit too much wine at lunch, what conduct matters are being investigated?
I didn't belittle it by saying that. What I said, the 3 conduct matters he was referring to was the data misreporting, the trading investigation, and the conduct of those 4 individuals. That's what he was referring to, the process. And as I said, there will be consequence around each and every one of those. Obviously, and more broadly, what I've suggested, there's a 4th issue, which was the more reputational damage that has done. So all of those things will have consequence. We're going through the process at the moment. It's just that it's that time of the year. The board meets, the board makes decisions. Yep. People will have remuneration consequences.
Are you of the view that that day of the bond trading scandal was an isolated event? There was no behaviour, no conduct within the workplace that could be pointed to as evidence of a pattern of culture and behaviour on the trading floor. That Mr. Wellen hadn't seen anything before that moment to cause to have an investigation, or your risk manager being able to say, you know what, we're actually got a high risk here of a workplace culture that's not befitting of the standing of the bank. No one saw anything until that day.
So, as I said before, the conduct that you're talking about, the misbehaviour of individuals, yes, people saw that behaviour. People complained, they spoke up, they raised an issue, it was investigated, it was sustained, People lost their job and obviously remuneration consequences. And the rest of that...
those individuals, but what about your top-tier executives who presumably have a KPI to ensure this doesn't happen in the first place? And if it wasn't an isolated incident, what is the consequences for them? Not in the pay review now. What was the consequences for them at the time? What has changed? Because I presume, what is Mr. Wellen on, like, nearly $3 million plus bonus? What are shareholders getting?
So I think
for expertise to be able to give assurance that there is actually a handle on what's actually going on, and it's not just only when we get caught out.
So I'd like to answer the question, if I may.
Sure.
So I hear you. And as I've mentioned, there is consequence. No, there were no other allegations that were brought to anybody's attention that should have been interrogated earlier. If they had have been, they would have been investigated, just like any other complaints or allegations that get made at the time. Yes, I agree. There will be consequence reviews, and that's what we're doing at the moment. There's a time for that, and that is happening now. You use the word scandal on the bond trading. At this stage, there is no scandal in the sense that there is no evidence that I have seen that suggests there was any wrongdoing in terms of trading in that particular AOFM matter. So to bring all these things together into some sort of grand story, at this stage, the facts don't support that. Now, we've undertaken, and let's just talk about what we are doing. Despite all of that, and I'm not belittling any of it, I'm very, very disappointed. I'm angry about these three matters that they've been happening. We have conducted further internal reviews. We've appointed external counsel to go on each matter, to go and independently assess what happened, how it happened, who is accountable, all the way through the organisation, all the way up, including to me. That work is ongoing. Those reports, and they're multiple because they're different issues, will be shared with the board, and once, where there has been fault identified, where there has been misconduct, where there has been failure, whether it's direct or through a lack of supervision, there will be consequence.
And so you're fully confident that Mr. Wellen, with his salary, with his bonus, with Mr. Corbally, with his salary, to combine just at that base rate we're talking about, because we're talking about people who are at the top echelon of pay in Australia. So presumably they've got a really good handle on what their remit is and their responsibilities to you, to the board and to shareholders, ultimately to customers. You have absolute confidence that they are on top of their job, that today none of this workplace culture is happening, and that, that it was somehow just happening in a pocket of the organisation that they had no line of sight to. So you have confidence that they are actually able to do their job.
I think I've answered your question. We're doing investigations. We'll look into it where there is accountability. And again, you were talking about hypotheticals here around the markets trading. The only two proven things that we've agreed, there was a mistake made in a spreadsheet, and 4 individuals behaved poorly, broke our code of conduct, and our system worked. They were found out, they were investigated, the investigations were substantiated, consequence was applied. Sadly, not all people behave perfectly, and we're not going to have a situation where bad things don't happen. Now, as we go through and further investigate, including the ASIC investigation, if the facts change, if we find more information, if we find that there's culpability from managers, a lack of oversight, people should have known things that they didn't, or there was a breakdown in culture, conduct, policy, process, whatever, there will be consequence. And that's what precisely we will go through. And that consequence will be applied at every single level across the bank where it's appropriate to do so. But at this stage, we have to go through some level of diligent review and base those accountabilities on the facts.
So back in 2019, APRA imposed a $500 million operational risk capital add-on to your bank to reflect the deficiencies then in risk governance. They have continued to hold heightened concerns because they're yet to observe significant improvements in your non-financial risk management. Do you disagree with their assessment?
No, and as I said, that's their assessment. So at the time, all of the banks had various amounts, some had more than we did at the time. We conducted a program of work to improve our non-financial risk management. As I said, We believe that we were making progress. That's been independently assessed by, again, an external advisor who gives us and APRA reports on that. That work was on track. These matters that have recently arisen, particularly the data and the conduct issues, as I think APRA referred to in its release, has caused them some concern. I understand that. And as a result of that, they've penalised us, as they should and as is their right. That is their job as APRA. We take it really seriously. I'm not happy about that. But what it has done is it has steeled our resolve to make sure that we're making the progress we need to when it comes to non-financial risk management. And so we are spending a lot of time, as you would imagine, with our board, looking at the way we're undertaking that program. Clearly, it's not sufficient. I accept that. And so we will re-resource it. We will re-look at the terms of reference. We will re-look at the amount of money we're investing there to do everything we can to get that back on track, to strengthen the bank primarily. That is the ultimate game, to make sure that we do get this right. And of course, hopefully one day we will win back APRA's confidence in the way that we manage non-financial risk.
And is Miss Meg Darling your customer advocate?
Miss who, sorry?
Meg Darling.
No.
No.
Darling?
No.
Do you retain a customer advocate?
Yes, we do. So we do have a customer advocate.
So, because I've just grabbed her name, I've just literally opened up your webpage and it says Meg Darling, but that's okay. It's hard to maintain these websites. So just, we've talked about the trading floor and appreciate, your comments that you want to, wait and see what the investigation reveals, notwithstanding you can see that, you took immediate action to the staff directly involved in the misconduct around workplace behaviours. But now if we just look at it from a customer perspective, so I'm not sure then who your customer advocate might have been at the time, but, we've also had the Banking Code Compliance Committee sanctioning your bank for not stopping or refunding fees for deceased estates. And in a really current media release, it talks there, just from the 2nd of July, in fact, that, there are ongoing concerns in relation to that. So what issues did your customer advocate raise around an example like that for customers?
Yeah, good question. So Meg Darling is a great employee, by the way. She just happens to do something slightly different.
Yes, she actually is a customer. I apologise. We have a customer fairness advisor, and so when I was thinking about a customer fairness advisor as a woman called Evelyn Hall. So Meg Darling is a customer advocate, and Evelyn works directly with Shane, kind of more broadly across the enterprise. We were talking about more of the institutional issues. Meg Darling works in my team as an advocate for more of the retail customers versus Evelyn, who works more broadly on the enterprise. So I apologise for any confusion.
Okay, so what issues would she raise with you around ensuring that it wasn't an ongoing issue about stopping or refunding fees for deceased estates? What matters did she raise internally about resolving this?
Thank you, because obviously deceased estates is, it's a time when, people are, in a difficult position, and we need to make sure that obviously we're looking after those family members who have faced a loss, sensibly. And I just obviously want to acknowledge that we did not do that. We really weren't. We did not live up to kind of how we wanted to show it to our customers. And just to make sure that you are aware, we've actually corrected the issues that were identified by the BCCC. So we are now at the point.
Why did it have to come from the BCCC?
So actually, the issues were identified both from the BCCC, but actually an internal audit. So there was an internal audit that was done within ANZ that identified issues that we were also working through. So it wasn't just something that was identified through the BCCC. So it was internal audit, but also, yes, the customer advocate was raising issues as well. So we have addressed them. the issues. So we are at a point now where we actually put in place systems and processes where we automatically close off any fees, and we also have increased our staffing in the deceased estates team, and so we're at a point where we are getting back to the families and representatives of deceased individuals in a very timely manner. So they have, and obviously
what was Mr. Corbelly's advice around managing this as a risk?
Mr. Corbally, Kevin and I, work very closely across all the risks on the business, and obviously he, was aware and was concerned and wanted obviously to make sure that we were working through it, but making sure we were working through it in a way that was really managing the structural issues. So we didn't want to go in and just fix it in an episodic way. We want to fix it in a very structural way. And unfortunately, that took us a little bit longer than, again, with the benefit of hindsight, it should have.
I might just. So we're talking about a failure to identify, stop and refund relevant fees. And I appreciate you're saying you now got an auto system in place. But then the refunding, as I understand it from this really contemporary statement from the BCCC, is that you're a couple of years behind in actually settling the payments that have been taken out of deceased estates. Like, how has this not been identified as a risk within without having to get external auditors in? Like, how is this not just something that your risk team has got a grip on? And especially because it was something that came through the Royal Commission as well. Like, where is ANZ at on its ability to actually have a handle on these controls? Because to name a bank, to use the BCCC's quote, naming a bank is a sanction that we reserve for the most serious and systemic breaches. So this is not, again, an isolated incident. So what's going on? Help us understand what's going on within your risk team.
So it's a very fair question, and again, we failed here. There's no doubt about that, and importantly, once this was discovered, we have done everything we can to fix it, and now we have remedied, as Miley mentioned. Your question about risk, I just want to just backstep a little bit. The role of risk is not to run all the risk decisions across all of the organisation, etc. Then the Chief Risk Officer, they set the policies, the boundaries, whether they're regulatory, whether they're internal policies, to ensure that the bank sets the risk appetite within which we operate. Yeah, it is up to the business, in this case Miley's business, and it wasn't, just to be very clear, when these issues happened, it wasn't actually Miley's business, but it's within the business to operate their businesses within the risk appetites that are set by the board and ultimately through the Chief Risk Officer, and then we have control functions that review and make sure that those things are met. There was a failing here, I'm not going to deny that. As I said, we're not perfect, there's no excuses, there will be consequences for that failing, as you would imagine as well. But at the end of the day, when there are failings, they get called out, there is work done to understand the root cause, and then where appropriate, always we fix them, and then where appropriate, there is accountability that is applied to that, and to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
And so, obviously this is a breach that has come to our attention because it's, up on the BCCC's page, but talk to me about other breaches in terms of how, these are managed by ANZ, because we know from the Code of Compliance monitoring that there has been increase in breaches across the board. ASIC also reported 19,500 breaches in 2022-23, up from 15,000 in the previous year. So, if we're confidence, can you speak to that assures your shareholders, your customers, regulators that you're actually making changes to address the number of breaches, the time taken to report them, making sure these aren't ongoing systemic matters? Talk to us about that.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, and I'll get Miley to chip in as well. So it's a very fair question. So first of all, the breach regime in Australia under regulation has changed quite materially in terms of the level of breach reporting. So breach reporting, just to be really clear, is when the banks violate or exceed a limit or a regulation or a requirement from a range of bodies, including regulators. And when we breach those, we are obliged, quite rightly, to report it to, in this case, ASIC, or in some cases the BCCC, but most importantly in ASIC. The regulation about what we report, the level of tolerance around those things has changed quite materially, and so that is what has been accompanied by a significant increase in the amount of breaches being reported, because the rules changed around that. So once they're reported, as you can imagine, so we have a very complex, or it's not complex, we have a very sophisticated system right across the bank that captures when a breach happens, because sadly they do happen. We do make mistakes. When they happen, we have a system for doing that makes sure that the right ones get reported to ASIC, but in all cases we then go through a monitoring process of fixing it. We don't wait for ASIC then to tell us what to do. If we found it out, we start the work to say, what do we need to do to stop this happening now and to stop it happening in the future, make changes to policies, process, systems, controls, people, whatever, to fix it. And then there's an ongoing monitoring progress of all of the breaches that have been reported to ensure that they're remediated in a timely and effective manner. And ASIC obviously oversee that as well. So from their side, they expect us to report on the health of those breaches and where we are in terms of remediation. Did you want to add?
Sure. And, clearly, as what is defined as a breach has changed, there has been an increase in the number of breaches within the industry. So I think in the last 12 months, industry breaches have gone up by about 9%. Actually, at ANZ...
And have you got the numbers specifically for ANZ?
Yes, I do. So we've been working really hard across the board. Obviously, we didn't move fast enough in some instances, but our breaches have gone up by 1%. And for the second period in a row, ANZ has had the lowest number of breaches in amongst the big four banks.
And what about customer complaints? How are you guys faring there? Like, is it that we're hearing like some 100,000 customer complaints this year? Where is ANZ at on those numbers?
So yes, Miley can give you the data just while she gets her facts in front of her. It's also changed, and again, complaints is a broad array. It can be anything from a person at a branch saying, "Hey, I had to wait too long to see a teller," all the way through to reporting a scam. Could be a complaint about a fee. "Hey, I don't like paying my ANZ credit card fee. I think it's too high." Or it could be a complaint about, my card went lost in the mail. So there's all sorts of things. And again, and some are very, very, they're all serious. And we, in the past, a lot of those things didn't sort of meet the threshold for reporting. For example, and I'm again not dismissing it, "Hey, I had to wait too long in the branch today." Typically in the past that wouldn't have been reported. Today, the standards, community expectations, regulatory expectations are that we capture all complaints, however, whatever nature they are and in whatever channel. So whether it's in a branch, it's on the contact centre, it's online, it's through a chat, somebody calls up a relationship manager, etc. So we now capture those. So you will have seen a corresponding increase in the number of complaints from the industry as we capture more of that data. But Miley can talk to, from a retail bank perspective, the complaints.
Yep. So we do have about 285,000 complaints a year, and again, most of those are contact waiting centre times are too long, or I don't like, an interest rate or something. But we capture all of those, and they're 285,000. That's about a 6% decline versus the prior year. Importantly, one of the other things that we do is obviously, like all the other banks, measure how and if they get escalated and where they're captured and how quickly they're resolved. So about 90% of those complaints are captured in the front line, and about 90% of those are resolved at that first point of contact. But obviously there are, a number that do get escalated up to AFCA, which is the body. And we obviously, if someone has a complaint that they don't feel like is getting resolved, we make it very clear that they have avenues where they can escalate their complaints. So, we on an average year would have, somewhere between three 3,000 or so, maybe up to 4,000 complaints escalated to AFCA. Now, not all of those complaints are accepted by AFCA. So if you kind of say that there are a relatively small number of those that do get escalated within AFCA and need to go to the Ombudsman, and now we have the second lowest number of complaints accepted by AFCA. But if you look at the ones that then get escalated to the Ombudsman, I think in the last, call it 12 months this last year, there was about 112 of them that were escalated and were resolved by the Ombudsman, and about 22 of those were resolved in the favour of the customer, and that actually includes a number where it was not fully resolved in the customer's favour. It was kind of a blend across two. So I don't know if that's helpful, but there's some of the numbers we're seeing in terms of complaints.
Thank you. And in terms of your local branches, are all of them, without exception, accepting cash at the counter? So I have heard that sometimes cash has declined, but I don't know. I don't have the facts to which branches.
So when you say at the counter, no. So all of our branches accept cash. Some do it only, though, through ATMs. Some include what we'd all sort of colloquially think of as a bank teller, but not all branches have a bank teller. And that's a response to the changing nature of customer transactions. As cash usage falls, there's no, it's sort of not the same to provide that service when people don't use it. And the ATM sophistication has increased over a period of time. So you've probably got the numbers actually, Molly, how many have...
Is that something you get complaints around? That the teller themselves are not accepting cash when a customer walks in?
Well, I think one of the things we very much are, that we make as obviously a big priority within the branches is to make sure that if someone requires assistance with getting cash in or out, that someone is there to assist them. Because we do understand that there are some members of the community for whom using an ATM is something that is new to them or they're less comfortable with. So we absolutely offer assistance to all customers in terms of managing their cash needs. And actually we get a number of people who are very happy once they know how to use an ATM, because it means that they have a lot more autonomy and control over, getting their, managing their cash. So I can go back and take on notice the specific, number of complaints that we get regarding needing to use an ATM for those branches, but again, it's.
And I appreciate the economics of why a bank, would like to reduce or close as many of their bricks and mortar outlets. We have heard this morning about the cost impost that's shifting to Australia Post, and they're struggling to make it work. So clearly it's not a cheap exercise to have a banking facility that's in person. But that's kind of the business you're in, and I just, notwithstanding you're clearly, doing well on the profit front, and there, in any business there's a degree of cross-subsidisation, but at its very core, is it not something that, if you ask customers, if you put up on your website, we'd like to know whether we should continue based on what the customers want, not what the banks or the shareholders might prefer, but what do the customers want from their bank? You don't think the option to be able to actually come in and deposit cash at an existing branch, it would be something that they would like to retain an option for?
So that's a good question. I mean, we are a customer-focused business. You may not think so, but we are. We want to do what our customers want. Our customers have voted with their feet. Cash transactions in this country used to be well over half. In fact, I remember when it was 70% of all transactions in the country were cash. Today it's 13%, and the Reserve Bank forecasts it'll fall to 5 or 6 by 2030. So cash is actually sort of diminishing considerably. Our customers don't per se want to deal with cash. They just want to get their banking done. They want to be able to pay for bills. They want to be able to manage their money, see their money. I'd like to answer. Okay.
No, because I want you to actually go to the point, because it's just the 13%. Because I know the argument, we've heard the case quite resoundingly that, particular age demographic are all moving digital, myself included. But my parents aren't, that 13% is probably looks like my parents. And I do worry that in the convenience of the majority that are prepared to move into the digital offerings, we are leaving behind our entire demographic, plus those that struggle with digital literacy, people with disabilities. And I do worry a little bit that we are, pointing to the majority as the rationale for the why, but forgetting what the core service and business model actually is.
So that was what I was going to get to.
I agree. 13%.
I agree with you. That's what I was going to get to. I don't disagree with you. Nobody is sitting here saying we have a branch-free future. There is absolutely a role for branches. It's just changed, just like it's changed over the last 100 years, where they are, how big they are, what they do, what sort of activities happen. We used to receive gold in branches and weigh gold for people. So things change. And they're not changing. For some, it's changing too fast. And I totally understand that. We're not just, slashing and burning in the branch network at all. We have to respond to customer needs. And as our customers change, we need to change. But there's absolutely a future for branches. I think there's a bright future for branches. What we've got to do as an industry, but as ANZ, is find where's the best place for them. What's the most important things to be done in them? When should they be open, right? How big should they be? What kind of tools should be in those things? And actually, that is where there's lots and lots of innovation to get the balance right. I take your point. Yes, they're expensive things to run. They are. But, that's why we're innovating different models. For example, in parts of regional Australia and New Zealand, for that matter, part-time branches, where we say, hey, rather than close a branch, maybe we just open it on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we can keep it longer. Or maybe we don't need quite so many tellers or people in the branch, and we can sort of do reduced options. So there's all sorts of innovations. I mentioned before to the Deputy Chair around some of the innovation around some of the technology. So I don't think we're walking away from branches. It's just that it's going to continue to change.
Unfortunately, I think as an industry, it does feel like that way, particularly for remote and regional communities and for areas like mine, which is peri-urban. I feel like there's been a lot of discussion the last 2 days about, that we're putting a pause on closing anymore or whatever, but I think the damage is done, and I think that partnership with Australia Post is going to be vital to ensure that there isn't a divide between people's access, business access, to being able to, continue to operate in a cash economy or to access the different services that they need outside of a digital sphere. I heard your comments earlier today around why you're not yet a partner with Australia Post. But I think, if that's something you could be encouraged to consider, because we are looking at that digital divide.
I agree.
And the stress and anxiety that it's causing, that 13%, is I just don't think we can just, dismiss that and go, well, but the majority, it works well and the shareholders are happy. I think we have to be serious about our obligations as a society to everyone. And yes, that might mean a bit of a pinch point on your final returns, but I think for working in a society, it will be better for it. But anyway, that's my commentary. Just shifting gear, can you talk to me about the percentage of people that locked in at the interest rate trough on your books?
I heard this question. I'm not quite sure. When you say the percentage of people who locked in?
When we had the lowest point of interest rates through COVID.
Do you find enough
question? Yeah, I'll get Marley to answer, but just before we do that, so the lowest rate was about 2% actually. I assume you were talking about mostly when it was fixed rate, and there was a time when, if you're fortunate enough, you could get sort of 1.94% or something. That was for a 2-year fixed level. Yeah. Actually, lots of Australians jumped in. Marley will correct me in a minute, and she'll give you the data. A lot of people jumped in and got that really, really attractive rate. I think one thing, just remember at that time, even though the interest rate might have been, we'll call it 2%, we, as prudent bankers with the other industry and by regulation, we had to assess the customer as if they were paying more like 5.5%, even though they weren't, because we had to build in a buffer. And so most of those, there's almost none of that left in our books anymore. Most of those people have moved on and have either gone to a floating rate or gone on to a new fix. But Miley, you'll probably have better data.
So if I look at, there was a period of time from, it would have been about November 2020 to about March 2022, where we were kind of at that ultra low, what I think you might describe as, I was trying to define the trough. As Shane said, most of the people who took a loan out at that time have, rolled off, but we still have about 17% of customers or home loan customers on our book who took out a loan during that time.
Okay, and earlier this morning we heard that of all the different groupings, if we can describe in terms of homeowners, other 30% that own homes without a mortgage, the renter base, which would you describe as most feeling the pinch with the cost of living?
Yeah, great question. Look, and again, you always hesitate to generalise because there'll be people in all of those cohorts who are finding things very difficult, and every circumstance is different. But if you're just standing back and looking at sort of averages and accepting it's not perfect, clearly it's the renter population. I mean, those who own their own homes outright are generally pretty good. They're generally older. They've got they've got equity in their home. They're typically sitting on pretty healthy super balances. In fact, if anything, they've been the ones enjoying the benefits of slightly higher interest rates because they're actually earning something on their savings at the moment, which, when the period you're talking about, the trough, they were like probably getting almost nothing on their savings. So they're actually, in general, pretty good. And you see it through the spending data. You see that cohort out and about, spending, discretionary, travelling and all, enjoying life, and that, well, good on them. The homeowners, it depends. The people with a home loan, it depends. It depends on our individual circumstances. The number of people actually in formal hardship or actually really can't keep up with their payments is less than 1% of all our home loans are unable to keep up with their payments. That's really tough for the 1%. It means they're paying something, but they're a little bit behind. They're struggling. That number actually, in historical terms, if you look over 10, 20 years, that's actually still pretty low. And it's lower than it was pre-COVID. So but there's some cohorts in there doing tough. But in general, those people with a home loan, irrespective of what rate they're paying, generally they've got good jobs. They're employed. They've got good jobs. Their incomes are rising faster than they have for quite a period of time. They've been really behaving extraordinarily prudently and using things like the stage 3 tax cuts, but early days, but they've been putting money aside. They've been increasing their offsets, saving. 75% of our home loan customers are ahead on their repayment. So that means they've already paid or are paying more than they have to get ahead so that they can own their home faster. That means they've got a little bit more flexibility around them. But the cohort we all worry about, well, we worry about everybody in hardship, but that renter population, for a number of reasons, less likely to have secure employment, not always, but less likely to have higher incomes, more likely to be either young or older, so they tend to be in the barbells of the community, and they're the ones that are facing, frankly, cost of living is much more likely to impact you if you're a renter than it is elsewhere. So gross generalisation, but those are sort of where the cohorts are.
And were you able to sort of look at your data of shifts in the amount that rent is increased? Is that something you can pick up as well? Westpac gave some numbers, NAB gave some numbers this morning. Is that something you can also see a shift in the rent payments? Any increases?
Yes, I don't have it off the top of my head. I'm looking at you. I absolutely do. We do get that data for our customers. We can kind of have a look in aggregate anyway and say, hey, what's happening to rentals? And clearly, and we do some work with CoreLogic. We sponsor the housing affordability reports, or sort of unaffordability reports now. And what that shows is the amount of income that is required to pay rent continues to rise quite strongly. And so, again, that's taking more and more. Rent is taking more and more money out of renters' pockets over a long period of time, but we certainly can share any data that you're interested in there.
Because one thing I didn't get a chance, we ran out of time with the NAB, that I would have liked to have asked, but perhaps if I can put it to you as well, and take it on notice if you prefer, but I'd like to see if we could understand what is the correlation between the mortgage rates and any change and the rent, because what I am seeing in my own community is obviously we've got a lot of mum and dad property investors across Australia, a little bit perhaps different to Europe and elsewhere. So it's quite an unusual situation where so many mum and dads own it, and there's a number of them that have commented that they are making the increase because they can, because of the supply-demand constraints on options. It's not actually anything to do with a big shift in their mortgage. Like their mortgage might be on a fixed rate that's quite modest, or they've paid down that particular investment property. So just if it's possible to actually look at, well, yes, their rent has increased because the interest rates, because of the value of that property and the mortgage that they're holding, or is it opportunism?
So we happily will get what we can to you. My intuitive answer to that, and possibly it's more than intuition, will say there's definitely a correlation between the two. The difficulty will be in ascribing causation. Clearly, we have experienced a period of time where the cost of a home loan, the interest rate has gone up, and at the same time, rents have gone up. Now, whether one is causing the other, that is for others to work out, and I'm sure there's some smart mathematicians out there who can figure that out. But there's no doubt that both have increased at the same time, but it will be difficult to, I don't know that we would have any particular data that would suggest one is causing the other.
Just try and link the two together, because I just feel like it's a gap in our sort of line of sight as to understanding what's actually happening in the market. And, obviously we can talk to the supply of houses, but certainly from what people volunteer to me and within my own community, is that there's also, well, I can increase the rent because I can, because there's, just because of the demand on properties to rent. And then I also discussed this with the NAB around giving customers options around their term of contract on their mortgages, and where I think we've moved past the consumers just like having the variability and doing offsets, because to my mind, if I could have locked in at the that trough interest rate, I absolutely would have done it for 10, 20, 30 years, as long as, but there is no offering of that to be able to have as an option in Australia. And I completely take the point about, ensuring that we've got the borrowing ledger lined up with the deposits, but exploring ideas around partnering with like the super funds, for example, to be able to have the super funds sort of back in those borrowings over, an extended 10 to 20 plus year contract terms. Is that something that ANZ has explored as an option? So in terms of giving customers more options around, particularly as mortgages are so high now, they're not modest enough that you might actually need to have them over a longer term to have any prospect of paying them down.
So we do look at those options. And again, there's a difference here between, and I respect the question, between the term of a home loan, whether it's variable or fixed, and then the term of fixed home loans. And I think you're referring more to the option to fix for longer periods of time.
Yeah.
I mean, the reality is we've had 5-year fixed rates available for a long time. The reality is there's just almost no demand. And so the idea if we did 10 or 15, there's nothing to stop us doing a 10-year home loan tomorrow morning. Not really. The reality is there's like no demand, and people don't even want 5 years. And so I understand, and again, with respect, in hindsight, it's a great thing. It's great to say that in hindsight it would have been great to have a fixed rate for 10 or 20 years when rates were 2%. But remember, at the time, people thought rates were going negative. And so there was actually fear, and I sat in this room actually prior to that, when there was a view that interest rates, we were being told by the Reserve Bank to prepare for negative interest rates. And we went and spent a whole bunch of money, as did the other banks, getting ready to how would that work. So you can never tell. I also had the experience of living in the United States where people do have 30-year fixed rates, and they're great until rates start falling. And then you're locked in to a higher rate where all your neighbours are getting. So we're always open to those. The research we do and just actual customer behaviour has shown most people are okay, sort of 2-ish, maybe 3 years fixed. The other thing that's interesting, and again, I'm not sure that the committee would be aware of this, I don't know that it's most, but a lot of people who have a fixed home loan, what they're actually doing, they split. They have half of their home loan fixed and they have half floating. And so they're trying to hedge a little bit because they're not really sure about the future of interest rates. So We'll always explore ideas. The super industry, we've been in dialogue with them about, whether we're a big institutional bank, we bank super quite a bit, whether there's an appetite for that. Typically, the maths doesn't really work out so well for them to be in the home loan business where the margins are relatively modest relative to other things they can do in sort of corporate lending. But, those sort of dialogues continue.
Because I certainly think in terms of creating ways to, access affordable homes, I think one of the things has got to be looking at people's means to pay it down over perhaps an extended time. Look, I really appreciate the candour for which you've discussed these issues with me today, and I'll hand back to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, thanks very much. Well, look, we'll suspend briefly and reconvene at 3:45.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for being here and coming back. So I'll now hand over to Ms. Spender.
Thank you very much. And again, apologies that I'm not able to be there this afternoon for in person. I've got a range of different questions and topics I want to cover, many of which we've sort of been touched on, and some are follow-up questions on previous conversations that we've had this afternoon. I'd love to start really on the question on scams, and particularly I'd note that your comments, Ms. Elliott, that when the banks are liable, the bank will pay, and that is appropriate. The challenge I've got, and the challenge I think many people are facing at the moment, is that the sophistication of the scams is evolving so fast that Deputy Chair of ASIC has been scammed. So that while the banks may not in many cases not be directly at fault of a scam, they have more tools at their disposal to help kind of minimise scams than probably your average consumer. And I assume the sophistication of scams are only going to get more and more sophisticated. So it's really about saying, well, how do we get the incentives right so that the banks have the incentive to really fight against scams, even those ones that ultimately they're not going to be, it won't be their fault if people get scammed. That's that question of incentives that I'm trying to wrestle with, and how do we get that right?
Yeah, no, and I totally accept that. I mean, I think at one level we have a huge incentive, which is if we don't protect our customers, we won't keep them. And so we need, as part of the service proposition, I mean, we've been in bank for 196 years, and since the day we started, we've been in the business of protecting our customers' money. Yeah, and increasingly we're now in the business of protecting our customers' money and their data. In the old days, people tried to steal it by, coming into bank robberies. And today, criminals have figured out that that's far too difficult. And it's much easier to convince customers to give me their money willingly through scams. And so we have to continue to evolve the tools that we have to identify those scams and shut them down, give our customers the tools. But as I mentioned before, the difficulty we've got, and I'm not shying away from it, is we also have an obligation to fulfil our customers' instructions.
No,
and when it's a fake, website that somebody thinks they're buying a pair of shoes or whatever it might be, it's very difficult for us, A, to know better than them, and B, to actually stop those things. So I think we do have those incentives. I think, and that's evidenced by the amount of money that the banks are spending on scam protection. I mean, we are, collectively spending hundreds of millions of dollars, and that will continue, I'm sure. So I think that is evidence of the fact, even without a mandatory code, that the banks are investing on this to protect customers, and we will continue to do more. I think the point that Miley had been making earlier is that where there is no incentive to do the right thing, sadly, is in other parts of the ecosystem, in particular social media. And I know they've become the sort of the bogeyman in this particular discussion, but I think with some justification. In fact, that not only they have an incentive that this propagates because they're earning money from advertising revenue for advertising fake retail sites, scam websites, fake investment schemes. They're actually earning money, so they're profiting from propagating the scams. And I think that is really where the work needs to be done to get your incentive structures right.
And I absolutely accept what you're saying about the ecosystem around this and about social media, the role of social media in this. It's not lost on me at all. And I think where, the government is going on this is appropriate to bring in different players. I guess the question, though, I would say, and this is a bit of a challenge to you and to the other banks, is that you have all the incentive to do as well as your competitor in, the other big four, as opposed, that's the incentive from a competitive point of view, because, Australian banking is so concentrated that, customers who you're likely to lose are more likely to be lost to the other big four, particularly when it comes to, from a scam point of view, you guys have, I would expect probably your comparative advantage to manage scams is going to be increased because, just the scale of which you operate compared to some of those smaller banks. So that's why I'm challenging it, and probably will continue to challenge this question, because we do need to get the incentives right beyond, everybody doing, taking steps. And a challenge I made to CBA earlier in the week is, why haven't we had some of these payment, recognition sort of, checking sort of is the name that you're paying to, the same name that you think you're paying to. Why haven't we had some of this technology earlier? Have the incentives been strong enough, to be honest, in this space?
So it's a great question. Again, so on that one, it's sort of confirmation of payer ID. So the industry is going to get there middle of next year. I would just point out that that's one of those things that sounds really easy. It's extraordinarily complex. In fact, Australia will end up being one of only 3 or 4 countries in the world that has that sort of capability. So it's not like we're behind. We'd actually be ahead by having that. I think it's also, so we'll do it. And we'll spend a lot of money to make sure that we're there as an industry and, and including ANZ, because it's the right thing to do and it will help. However, they do not stop investment scams. They do not stop romance scams. Those two alone are something like 70 to 80% of all scams. So yes, it's a good thing. We should do it. But that in and of itself is a relatively modest door to close on it. Your earlier point's a really interesting one, and I think we should go away and give that some more thought. All I can tell you is that we don't sit around in our team thinking about how do we do the minimum viable just to be as good as the other 4. I mean, we would love to have a reputation for being the safest bank and the one that gives you the best protections. I mean, our new platform that Miley has built called ANZ Plus is really designed around, using biometrics. So it's, using selfies, using biometrics, which actually interrogate, hey, is this the way that this customer holds their phone? Is this the way they type? Do they normally type at that speed? All of those sorts of things to say that really is this person. So we're investing a lot in technology to make the bank safer in general. And we want to be the best that we can be rather than let's do the minimum we need to do just to be, to catch up to a CBA or Westpac or something.
But I would say, Shane, we would welcome, a mandatory code, a code that lays out kind of what are the minimum kind of requirements that you would expect of a bank. And if we don't meet those, then we should be held accountable. Agreed. Again, the only request I think that you would hear from Shane and I is that mandatory code is not just a mandatory code for the banks, but there is a mandatory code for the telcos, for the social media that we look across the chain. And that it is more broadly, because I think we can all, look at what is happening in some of the other jurisdictions where they are only setting minimum requirements for one part of the chain, and it's just not working, right?
I completely accept that. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. So it is the piece, and I think that's a fair comment. Then to say, it's. That mandatory code question is, how do we structure that and how do we make that ambitious enough to sort of help incentivise the rights of investments? Just a question on, your reduction in scams. What has been the most effective of the tools that you've deployed to, achieve, you're saying you've cut it about 50%. What's been the thing that's driven it the most? Is there an individual piece?
Hey, Miley's done a lot of work on this and actually leads the program, so I'll get Miley to talk. I would say, and again, it sounds simple, but the most fundamental change is customer awareness. It's education. Making people just aware, just be careful, just question, is this a scam? Is that really who I think it is? And, so putting the right tools for people and educating people with the warnings, being careful. And I personally, I don't have the data to support this, but I personally think that the industry's achievements in seeing scam reduction is awareness. The media, government programs, the ABA's programs, the banks, all of us are reaching out saying to our customers, hey, be careful. And of course, sadly, we all know somebody who's been scammed. And so we've all sort of had an experience in some way, shape or form, which makes us all careful. I know, I imagine everybody here is really reluctant to click on that SMS message we get, whatever it might be, even sometimes legitimate. So I think awareness has been the biggest driver. But Molly, I know you've done work on more bank-led things that we can do.
So, but it is linked to that. I think the real-time friction that we have been putting into the system. So whether that is the flags to kind of just get people to pause and stop before they kind of add a new payee. A really big one was the friction we put into crypto and moving money into crypto exchanges. I think we all know that was kind of the exit door of choice for many scammers is through this crypto exchanges. So that made a big step down. So there hasn't really been one thing. It's just been a series of kind of seeing something, tackling it, seeing something and tackling it. But yeah, I think it really has been the timely education and the timely friction. Again, when we get that wrong, though, we see a spike in complaints, and so we're constantly just trying to get that balance right. But again, just on Shane's point, it both kind of is very difficult to read in some of the media stories, the stories of people who get scammed, because you can't help but feel really, obviously very terrible. But I think that even just the media around it as helping people, if there was one thing I would love, it would be to see a way to capture, and what you can do in this situation is, you couldn't call people to make sure, that before you type in the BSB and account number, call it, just clarify if that's the right thing, rather than sending whatever your version of a big chunk of money, send a small chunk first and then clarify that it got there. I mean, there's things that I think that as we're building awareness, I mean, we're trying to do that, but I think, what I would love if the media, is here, is how can we actually bake in that education so when people are having a real emotional response to a specific new type of scam, there's also what you can do in this situation is, a couple of simple steps.
And tell me, where do you think where's the best summary of those simple steps? Because I think it is obviously things that we should be sharing with the community, and parliamentarians are part of that responsibility. What's the best summary of the simple steps we should be trying to get everyone to know?
So I think all the banks have them. So we're just having, Scam Education Week, but I think we can follow up with the ABA, because I'm sure the ABA have got them as well, and we can get those sent on. But again, they tend to evolve. So we probably, as we know, you close one loophole, and another opens up. So we'll have to just keep on keeping those fresh.
Okay, great. Thank you. I want to come then to the issues in relation to the bond trading that have been covered pretty extensively already. You mentioned earlier, Ms. Elliott, in your work that it sort of came, if I understand you correctly, it came to your attention in February this year, but the actual issue in relation to this actually happened in April the previous year. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So the question I've got is, my understanding about what actually happened is that traders, in other banks actually noticed what had happened that day and sort of were asking, asked questions. And so, and you're saying, look, you didn't hear about it until, almost a year later. And so what's the learning in relation to that sort of gap in sort of knowledge?
Yep. So just to be clear, slight difference here. I was talking about my personal knowledge of this was in February. The organisation. So the transaction happened earlier in 2023. As I mentioned, we had a particular role to play where we de-risk the transaction. We take risk off the government of Australia, the Commonwealth, and the people of Australia, and we manage that risk. Yeah. And we do so by hedging in the market. And that's understood and it's transparent. And everybody in the market knew we had the role. Everybody knew that we would be hedging that transaction before, during and after the price setting. AOFM has a bunch of protocols, for the want of a better term, of how you are to fulfil that role. We followed those protocols on the day. At the time when the pricing of the bond was set, and from memory it was, I don't quote me, it was sort of, early afternoon, 1 o'clock or whenever it was, ANZ had substantially hedged its position. So at that point, we no longer had any financial interest whether the bond futures go up or down, etc. We'd fulfilled our role. After that, there was unusual activity. It spiked. The price spiked. Yeah, that caused questions. AOFM, quite rightly, reached out to ANZ and said, "What is that? What is happening?" So the business knew, and we then conducted a review over the following days to go with AOFM to go back and say what was happening. Could any of that be ascribed to our behaviour, our trading? And we reached a determination that it was not. We shared that with AOFM, and I'm using my language here. They were satisfied with that at the time. Yeah. As it so happens now, well, more recently, people say, "Oh, there were other people who had opinions about what might have happened," and to express those views in the marketplace. This is the marketplace. There's people talking all the time, people throwing around stories and allegations, etc. ASIC at some point, I don't know when, ASIC at some point decided to conduct an investigation. They only told us about that investigation formally, as I say, in February is when I found out about it. So I don't know that there's anything unusual in the fact that that took that time. As I said, at the time, we didn't see any wrongdoing to alert the CEO of the bank to say, "Hey, we've found something untoward." There was nothing found to be untoward. ASIC, for whatever reasons, it's up to them to give their position on, believe they have some suspicions. And and as I said, they have different information than we do. They may well be talking to some of those other traders, but from what I've seen, there has been no wrongdoing.
Okay. And tell me, I understand you said you've appointed a barrister to to conduct sort of an independent investigation in the process. But in your, and it's this is an ongoing and open case. Are there any pieces or any learnings from this particular experience on the bond trading piece that you will take away, in advance of the sort of barristers or any learnings you're sort of taking on immediately,
Yes.
as opposed to ones that you're waiting on?
Yes, that's again a good question. Yes, absolutely, and they're not finalised. So again, just to be clear, they're not finalised. So even if our position prevails and there was no wrongdoing, clearly this incident has caused us harm. Yeah, it has caused us reputational damage. So it's not a matter of saying, "Hey, there's nothing to see here." Clearly, even if there was no market manipulation or anything untoward, this cost our shareholders and it cost the bank, and our reputation has been harmed. That will take some time to recover. So yes, we need to go back and look at our controls, our processes, our escalations, all sorts of things to say, if we were doing that again, what are the actions we could take to avoid such concerns or suspicions arising? So there's a couple of things. So again, these are not fully formed. So for example, I mentioned that we have always given the option to AOFM and others for that matter to have an open line, to listen in and to actually observe the trading, to hear our traders, to understand what they're doing live in real time. I would consider making that mandatory in the future to say I would expect that to be, for example. Clearly that concern that AOFM had about the post-trade activity, we should look at whether those sorts of things should be escalated, even if they're just concerns, and even if in this case we didn't find anything wrong, whether those should be escalated to a more senior manager in the organisation, potentially me, depending on what it is, faster. So I think there will be absolutely, under any circumstances, whatever the outcome, there will be a massive series of changes that we will put in place to ensure that these things don't happen again. I have started preparing ideas on some of those, and we will work it through with the board, obviously, but more, probably more importantly with our own management team to make sure we put those changes in place.
Okay, thank you. In relation to the trading floor issue, I'm aware of at least one investment bank in Sydney that has a sort of hard no alcohol policy. It's certainly a debate we have had in Parliament about alcohol in relation to the workplace. I'm just interested if you're considering any of those and and whether some of those sort of more simple solutions should be on the table in relation to this.
Yes, we are considering that, and it should be on the table. I haven't made a decision on that. Again, I think it's entirely reasonable that is considered. In fact, I just mentioned that I was putting together a range of options for changes to policy, which I'll be discussing the first draft of that with the board next week, and one of those is that we review our alcohol policy more generally, not just for trading rooms, by the way, but just more generally to ensure that we've got those settings right.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to then move to a topic I raised with CBA in relation to ASIC's report 785, Better Banking for Indigenous Customers, which found that a number of Australians were kept on sort of low income, Australians on low income, particularly Indigenous Australians on low income, ended up in sort of quite high fee accounts. I'd just love to understand, he provided some of the context and some of the questions they asked themselves and reflections on this. I'd love to just understand from ANZ's point of view, what happened here, what is the learning here, and, what are perhaps, just, I guess, get a bit of insight into it.
Sure. I mean, I think Marley's going to answer the question. So first of all, again, we take this really seriously. We've let some people down here. I mean, we are very conscious of the fact that we have obligations to ensure that customers, irrespective of their financial circumstances, whatever that might be, are given appropriate products and services, not just on day one, but that there's an obligation to ensure that over time people continue to be in the services and the products that are most suitable for them. And clearly there was a failing here, which we've had to put right. But Marley, I know you've been working on this one.
Yep. So before I kind of get into the specifics of kind of what we've learned, one of the things that has made this a little bit difficult is that, we don't tag any of our customers based on their religion, their ethnic. We don't do that. And so as a result, we also included, we don't flag whether someone is a First Nation customer or not. So And so that's one of just the conundrums or things that we found difficult. I mean, we completely agree. So please do not say that we completely agree that we need to look after our customers, and in particular our vulnerable customers, in a fair and effective way. So that's not to take that away. I'm just saying in this particular issue, we don't flag them or we don't tag them, which made it a bit tricky. But we have learnt and adopted, a lot of the learnings are obviously from that report. So we think that it was a really timely one and one that we absolutely can learn from. So we completely agree now, looking back over it, that we could and should and have now moved from a opt-out to an opt-in to an opt-out. So meaning that, if someone comes in and they are, clearly have got, they demonstrate that they are going to be vulnerable, lower income, the assumption is that they should need to opt out of a low fee versus opt into it. We also need to provide a lot more discretion to our frontline bankers around, having more discretion over the application of some of our policies. So, for example, we had a policy which was that they needed to cite concession cards or cite kind of proof, and we're now saying that they can use their judgment. Just they don't need to literally see it; they can just use it. So we need to start putting some more judgment back into the hands of our frontline team, which, quite frankly, out of the Royal Commission, we actually removed a lot of that judgment, and so now we've got to get that balance right to actually put more judgment back into the hands of those frontline staff. But, you know, we also, you know, so we need to be more generous in just the identification of customers when they come in, and we need to kind of, you know, assume that we need to opt them in versus opt them out. But we have, you know, worked hard to make sure that we've, remediated the customers that we've identified. And, you know, we obviously need to do better in this space, and we want to continue working with ASIC and the government to figure out how we get this balance right.
And tell me, I know this was, you know, this particularly focused around Indigenous people, but are there other groups that you think this is particularly applicable? Is this, you know, all people sort of or low income or vulnerable people? Is this how you're thinking about this now?
So one of the things, so it's a really good question. One of the things that we've done is, you know, is we've created an accountable executive, not just for First Nations customers, but we've actually expanded it, and we've created an accountable executive for vulnerable customers. Now we're working through kind of, you know, they're not all the same, so we're going to be working through them kind of cohort by cohort. But it's really just saying, okay, let's just not look at this First Nations incident and say, okay, you know, done, we'll look after we're trying to generalise it and say, what can we learn here beyond just what we've seen in the First Nations? What we can learn here is we need to do a better job here, but, you know, do we need to add more discretion in the front line for other vulnerable populations? So again, I've identified an accountable executive who is going to be accountable to look across all of our vulnerable customer cohorts and kind of work her way through how do we make sure that we've got appropriate, appropriate solutions and customer support.
I'll just add one thing, if I may, and it's not in this particular case around the First Nations banking issue, but the other thing that we've learnt over time is that vulnerability isn't ordained. You know, you are vulnerable, you are not vulnerable. People dip in and out of vulnerability, right, depending on circumstances. And so what we need to do is have more, exactly to my, we need judgment, we need flexibility in our policies. We don't want to label people, but we need to be sensitive. And I like Miley's term, we need to be generous in our application of these policies to make sure that as people change and their circumstances change, we are also able to change with them and not wait for them to tell us. I mean, we should have the capability to identify, as we said, with the tools we have now around data, we can see when people's income are falling, or we can see when somebody's gone on to Centrelink, or we can see changes in their behaviour, and we should be reaching out to ensure that people are on the right products for them at that time.
Okay, thank you. I want to move to some more broadly some of the comments you made about, and we've actually covered quite a lot in terms of different people, the sort of current economic circumstances affecting different people really in different cohorts in quite substantially different ways. And you know, your comments, particularly Ms. Elliott, on young borrowers, and you know the issue that young borrowers are not only sort of dealing with, young people are not only dealing with high rents, but you've been quite sort of, I'd say, outspoken on the concern you have that young people are locked out of mortgages, and perhaps this is actually a market design issue, not just the fact that, you know, well, it's obviously that houses are now, 8 times income as when they used to be 4. But there's also issues in terms of how the banking system works and whether that is impacting our ability, the support that we can provide young people to get into the housing market in the first place. So, yeah, I'd love you to, I'm just interested in your perspective on, what are we doing as a system to help to ensure that young people have had the same opportunities for home ownership as previous generations, and other things that we should be doing in this space?
So at the risk of being controversial, the reality is that we're not doing very much at all. And I'm not talking about we, ANZ, I'm talking about as a community. We're not doing very much at all. I cannot point to very much change to the system that you're talking about. Now, it's a complex issue. First of all, Australia's not alone. This is not a uniquely Australian challenge. This is a challenge that we see in many, many, if not all parts of certainly the developed world, who are struggling with the same challenges to varying degrees. So there's a lot going on here. And, it's not, I'm not the expert, and I'm not going to profess to be to say I understand precisely what needs to be done. There are issues here around land availability and zoning and planning permission and cost of constructions and all sorts of things and standards. But when it comes, what I can talk about with some knowledge, not perfect, is from the bank's perspective, One of the issues that is doing this is the barrier to entry, the availability of credit. It is harder to get a home loan or a credit card today in Australia than probably at any time in the last 30 years, for a whole range of reasons, yeah? And most of those reasons are well-meaning. There have been limitations, regulations, guidelines, standards, etc., that have been imposed to make the banks safer. Well, that was a good thing, and that is the reason why the banks and Australian banks came through the GFC really well, came through COVID really well, and have continued to look really, really strong. The issue is that collectively, when you look at all of those things, it has come at a cost. And so mission accomplished, we have really, really safe banks, but one of the costs, the unintended cost of that is some people, less people, particularly younger people, will have less opportunity to avail themselves of credit. I've said that before in the media. The access to credit is becoming the preserve of the wealthy. And therefore, middle Australia is being locked out, being underbanked, underinsured, underadvised. And so we need to do something about that. I don't have all the solutions. All I suggest is that we're a small enough country, I think, to get the right people around to really start to debate what some of those issues might be. Some of it's to do with regulation, and I can't point to any particular regulation and say it's that one at fault. I think it's a collective build-up over time, and a lot of it is to do with us. So I'm not pointing the finger. A lot of it is to do with the banks and our very conservative application of policy. I'll just give you an example, just if I may. Two people walk into the bank, you're both 27 years old, you're both looking to buy your first home. One's a young medical student just starting out on a doctor's degree, and the other one might be, working in a shop. If at that point, they may well earn more or less the same, but their prospects are very different. The way that policy and regulation works is, no, we assess them based on their today's income and assume that they earn today's income forever. Mm-hmm. Yeah? That's clearly not, that's sort of absurd in the real world, but that's the system that we have today that says we take people today, and we understand their financial systems today. We assume their home loan might go up 3%, but we don't assume their income will ever go up, etc. So we do need to go back and look at the way we've got our risk settings and the way, and again, bank policy as much as regulation to say, is this right? And are we getting the right sort of outcomes that we all would expect in a reasonable community?
I guess my question on that is, you make the point, you talk about the sort of regulatory settings and then the bank settings. And the regulatory settings, I appreciate have a significant impact in this space. The bank settings, my question is, shouldn't competition drive this, right? Shouldn't, competition mean that there are more types of products out there for different types of people? Because, if you can step away from the regulatory settings, that competition is driving that innovation that allows these things. So, how do you, and I'm interested in your comments on that, and also how does government intervene from that sort of bank settings point of view? So again, it's a really big question. At a system level, I would argue that competition you do see. In fact, if we just move away from home for a moment, and we just think about business lending, and it's probably a bit more advanced, what you have seen over the last 10 years is the rise of what we call private credit. So basically, as a result of regulation, as a result of capital requirements, which again, we're all designed to make the banks very safe, means that banks are no longer or less likely to be the natural provider of lending to, for example, real estate developers or people who own and operate buildings, because the capital intensity of that has increased to the extent, as a bank, it's really hard to generate a fair and decent return for your shareholders. So guess what? System works. New capital comes that is not regulated as a bank because they're not deposit-taking institutions. The rise of private credit, the rise of funds, and they are fundamentally transforming the way that the commercial property market is financed. We've seen the same thing in equity. We've seen, over a period of time, the relative, and again, I stress relative demise of public equity markets versus private equity for all sorts of other reasons. What we're not, and we are seeing at some level the same thing happening in home loans. So at the end of the day, the banks, we're all essentially regulated the same, and there is massive competition every single day within those regulatory frameworks. But there's also competition from outside the banks. So we get a lot of non-bank lenders who they have some regulation, they're not free of regulation, they have some,
but they don't have it to the same degree. And there's been quite a bit of innovation there. And you see non-bank lenders taking more risk, willing to, for example, higher loan to value, willing to take more risk on prospective borrowers, et cetera, because they can. But within the formal sector, what we call the ADI, the authorised deposit taking institution sector, competition is fierce within very tight boundaries because we all have the same rules applied to us, and I get that. But so there is innovation. I wouldn't expect to see a lot more given the strictness of those rules today. So, for example, in the case I gave, yes, we have the ability to make exceptions. We always have the ability to make exceptions, but in a relatively modest scale. Yeah? So yes, okay, maybe we can take a punt and we'll bank that young doctor and we'll take a punt on her because she's got a fantastic future. But that will be as an exception rather than say, I've got a new competitive offering out there at scale, because that would be an exception under the current regulatory framework, which would be difficult to maintain at scale.
So where you're seeing the competition play out is in pricing. So if you look at the RBA data on the price that the overnight cash rate, when that went up, and then the rate that customers actually paid, there was about 105 basis points difference or reduction. So that money that customers did not end up paying because it was competed away in price. And so I think going back to Shane's comments, what you are seeing is very, very low risk tolerance from the banks to operate outside of anything that looks like, regulation. And so therefore the competition, which you've rightly called out, is all largely being funneled into price.
Okay. To talk to business for a moment, I've looked at the sort of data in terms of business lending, and what is really stark is the sort of basically unsecured lending by the banks at the SME, at the sort of small end as opposed to the sort of medium end, but is at the small end is almost zero. At the medium end, there's a bit. Obviously, at the big end of business, there's more. But when we're talking about again, economy-wide driving innovation, productive new businesses, that is I have concerns, I guess, at that it's only people who've got security, which is actually not everybody, and it's certainly not young people who can access this sort of credit. So I'm interested in, do you think it's working actually at the small, medium end of businesses? Yet you're saying you've got these external providers. Are they helping driving this, or do we have a problem in this and at economy level?
So it's a really complex question, and obviously, well, maybe I was listening to my peer, Mr. Irvine, speak this morning, and in many respects, they're in a better position to answer this. They're well recognised as the sort of biggest bank in the business banking. Our business looks very different to theirs, and it looks very different to our peer group. So just a little bit, just to give you the context. So we service about 650,000 small businesses in Australia. 600,000 of them are very small. Yeah, so we skew to the very small. And what does very small mean? It means sole trader, maybe employed 2, 3, 4 people. Yeah. Those people, that 600,000, generally operate in what we would consider to be high cash flow business. They don't actually have a need to borrow. They're tradies. They operate small retail offerings, particularly in hospitality. So, cafes, those sorts of things. They don't actually have a big demand for borrowing in the first place. It's the medium size that do. So we do have a product. We have a product called GoBiz, which again is an online service that does provide unsecured financing up to $500,000. You can do it all online. You can link in your ASP, your accounting service provider like Xero or MyOb or Intuit or QuickBooks or whatever it is, and not quite in real time, but pretty much. You can get up to $500,000 unsecured. I mean, one thing ANZ has done, we don't do everything well, clearly, but one thing we do well is we've always had a little bit of a specialisation in unsecured credit for, startups and early stage businesses, and that's in that business there. So I don't see a huge restriction from the banks. Like, it's not a risk appetite question. There'll be some. There'll be some risk appetite. There'll be some things that, as a prudent banker, you probably wouldn't want to lend to. But to me, it's more to do with our customer base. We don't see that demand Now, maybe it happens in the other banks, but we haven't really seen. Oh, and one more data point, which I think is important. If I look at it over time, our decline rate, so the people who apply for small business lending, secured or otherwise, the decline rate or the approval rate has been pretty static through that period. I mean, it moves a little bit to do with the economic cycle, as you'd imagine, but it's actually pretty static. So there's no evidence that it's getting harder or we're declining more. We're declining about the same, which is a relatively modest number of actual applications.
Yeah, it's interesting because I understand, from your point of view, and then you have sort of surveys saying that, half of small businesses, and this is a recent survey done, faced difficulties trying to obtain funding, and also particularly the focus on the time that it takes to obtain funding being an issue where they don't get a hard no, they get a kind of come back to us kind of answer, right. Which, feels it's different to, both NAB's experience but also yours.
Yeah, it is interesting. I remember, and again, to be fair, it was a couple of years ago, we constantly get this. It is interesting to me because I know that the banks are really competitive in this space, all of us, right? We're all, first of all, small business banking is a great business. We love doing it. We love servicing all of the banks, right? And so it's heavily competed. And if you go and look at all of the banks' results and what they talk about and their strategies, all of us have a strategy to get bigger and to grow our small business appetite. Because why? Because it's a really diversified business. You get lots of opportunity to do lots of things with your customers. And for many of them, it's not just about, hey, servicing you as a tradie or in your coffee shop, but actually also your personal banking. So it's a very attractive area. It's a very, very competitive. And I know we work really, really hard trying to grow the business. And then yet, every year, constantly we hear from COSBOA, many groups can't get credit. And we're sitting there going, what? There's something lost in translation here. So we actually convened, I think it was when I was the chair of the ABA, we actually convened a round table where the Reserve Bank brought in COSBOA and the various small businesses to talk to the banks to say, what are we missing? What we found, and I'm paraphrasing, is that, and again, not pointing the finger at the small business, a lot of small businesses, when they say I can't get access to funding, in our language as a banker, and not saying we're right, what we're hearing, what they really need is equity. Mm-hmm. They don't have business plans. They don't have cash flow. It would be imprudent, forget regulation, to lend to somebody with just a big idea. And so what they really need is equity. And that, again, not shifting the blame here, but that seems to me to be where the real gap is.
Okay. So to your point, the conversation we're having about home loans, when you look at, that question of risk appetite and servicing people, would you prioritise home loans and access to that as opposed to, a similar kind of question in relation to business?
I'm so glad you asked that question. We get this a lot. It's an interesting question. It's a totally valid question. We get this a lot from our investors, actually. The sense that we have some sort of limited appetite and we have to prioritise one versus the other, and that we choose home lending over small business. Actually, the reality is we don't have really there's no binding constraint on our ability to lend to both. Mm-hmm. We have abundant capital. All of the banks, we're all about the same, but ANZ, we sit on about $70 billion of capital. I have a $1.2 trillion balance sheet that we manage. We have massive capacity to do both and to grow both. Where we have constraint is risk appetite. How much risk are we willing to take? Sometimes we have to fund the lending. Like we have to grow our deposits as fast, if not faster than we're growing our lending. Those are the reality, but we do not. I can, hand on my heart, we do not sit in any committees or any meetings or strategy sessions with the board or management and say, which do we prefer, are we going to grow A at the expense of B? So we have a growth plan. Now, ANZ might be a little bit different because we're small in both cases. We have a growth plan in Miley's business. Yes, we want to grow our share of home lending. Yes, we want more customers to choose ANZ. And we absolutely have a growth plan in Claire Morgan's business, who runs our commercial bank as well. And we want to grow both. And there is no trade-off decision between those.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's okay. I'm going to almost be pleased to know, wrapping up. One question we haven't covered actually much in these hearings is actually cybersecurity. We've covered a lot on scams. We haven't talked as much on cybersecurity. And I wanted to note that my understanding is APRA said that there's one regulated entity that isn't where it needs to be on cybersecurity, which is obviously of huge concern given what the experiences we've had in recent, whether it be Optus or Medibank or all the other issues. Tell me, I'd love to just hear a little bit about how you're approaching this from that, more from that data privacy point of view, and I guess anything that we should be, as a committee thinking about in relation to the banking system and cyber.
Yeah, it's again a really thoughtful question. Since the day we opened our doors in 1828, we've been in the business of protecting our customers' money from those who want to steal it. It's core to the DNA of any bank. It's sort of what we wake up in the morning. We wake up every morning assuming bad people are coming to steal our customers' money. The way they came to steal it has changed over that period of time. So, with respect to others, industries, and I don't know them and haven't worked in them, they have different core things they wake up every morning thinking about. But we are in the business of assuming bad people are coming to steal our money and our customers' money. So we have always been investing in whatever that might be, safes, guns, all of that sort of stuff. And today, everything is digital. So increasingly, it's about protecting, the cybersecurity. So we invest hundreds of millions of dollars to stay ahead of criminals, to keep our customers safe, not because we don't want the liability or anything like that. It's because it's our business. It's what we do. We don't have a bank if we can't keep our customers safe from theft. Yeah, and so it's just where the money is. It's where the investments go. It's a massive priority of all banks, but certainly at ANZ, it's right at the top of the list of things we think about. We invest more and more in terms of not just the technology, and we do invest a lot in the latest technology. We also invest in capability, and so the people, because at the end of the day, it is a people business. The people thinking about that work is huge for us. So we get attacked every second. We have millions of attacks, literally, every year. Some sophisticated, some less so. And so we're constantly evolving the way that we defend, and we're using all the best tools that we can. So massive issue for the board. So we at ANZ, we have a digital committee of our board. They cover a number of areas, but one of the most important areas that we do cover is ensuring that we stay up with the very, very best in the world when it comes to cybersecurity. I'll just make two other points. Well, really one. As much as we can protect ourselves, the more important thing is to protect the system. And so we have to work with the regulators, and in this case, that regulatory list includes people like the RBA, who've got responsibility around the payment system. But also we have to work as an industry to ensure that Australia is safe from a cyber, because when these things happen, whatever the CrowdStrike or whatever the latest attacks are, they tend to be nation targeting as opposed to just individual. I'm not suggesting that one was malicious, by the way, but the malicious ones tend to be nation targeting rather than any individual institution. And so we need to be better at cooperating, sharing best practice where it's appropriate and where we can do so in the right sort of protocols.
And tell me, you're given the experiences of the last 18 months, I think it is, of some of those big cyber attacks in Australia. Are we meeting those? What you have asked in terms of that coordination and that sort of nation protection piece, because that the banks are not. It's not just about what you have. You are absolutely right. This is you have a national impact from a cyber point of view. If you go down, we all. The whole country will suffer enormously. So how are we doing on this? Are we learning the right lessons? Are there things that we need to, as members of parliament, be pushing for or doing differently here?
We need to do more as a community. I think the banks, again, it may sound arrogant, I think the banks, relative to most industries, are actually pretty advanced in this because it is core to our business. And it's not core to everybody else's business, so it is core to our business. So I think the banks, and I think if you go and ask experts, whether that's sort of from an ASIO perspective, slightly different perspective, or you go and talk to the various other regulators, I think generally they would say on a relative basis, banks are pretty good at this stuff, relative in Australia and relative globally. We're pretty, there's a sophistication about what that does not mean we take anything for granted. Every single time there is a cyber incident, wherever it is in the world, we take that as a learning opportunity. We adapt, we change, we put in new controls, we try new software. As a board, as a management team, we went through quite a significant cyber mock experience where we actually, there are people you can hire to do this with you, who take you through and say, what would happen if these things, how would you make decisions? What happens if that goes down? How would you act? So we did that as a board. It was over a couple of days, including with the management team. And as a result of that, we learned stuff. We learned. We found some loopholes in our policy around decision making. We had to tidy things up. So it's a constant battle. Your question about more broadly in the community, look, ANZ is a really, our strength or our point of difference is we're a big institutional bank. So we bank all the big institutions. I think the reality, and companies, I think there's still a significant gap for most companies in Australia, not everyone, but for most, between where they are and where they need to be when it comes to cybersecurity. They don't need to be as sophisticated as the banks, but they do need to be far more aware. They need to have stronger policies, better technology, etc. I think there is still a significant gap when it comes to that, and I think the government agencies and others have a role in, just like we've done with scams, continuing to educate the population, continuing to encourage industry-wide, economy-wide collaboration and approaches. And, the government is doing that, current government is doing that, but more needs to be done. I know it's a cliche, but at the end of the day, you're only as strong as your weakest link here as a system, and we need to be, that's why it has to be collaborative.
Okay. And then sort of last question, a question I've asked all the bank CEOs has been just more probably about the sort of broader economic settings. I'm conscious of productivity and conscious of climate, which we haven't covered, but we've covered with some of the other banks of the challenges in relation to climate and, some of the challenges that you highlighted, particularly with young people. I'm interested in also setting a question of any sort of other government settings that are linked to that, whether they're on track or not, and particularly in relation to tax, which is of a specific interest of mine in particular.
So we are positive about the future. You look around and there are a few places in the world that you'd rather be, whether you're operating a business or having a family or starting out in your career or retiring or whatever stage of life you're in and whatever you do. It's a country of enormous opportunity. And what we need to be mindful of as a community that we don't squander that opportunity, because we're in a competitive world too, and there are lots of other people out there who want what we have and who are competing and investing hard. So we need to make sure that we remain contemporary and relevant on a global stage. Part of that will come down to the necessity for investment in the broader sense, whether that's foreign investment or whether that's domestic investment. And my predecessor used to say quite rightly, capital goes where it's welcome. And we still, despite all the prosperity in this nation, we're still a growing country and a country of opportunity, and that will require capital, and we need to be a welcoming place for that capital. And welcoming place for capital means regulatory settings, tax settings, but also the broader social environment. Is this a place that celebrates success, encourages entrepreneurship, celebrates, large successful businesses or not? And so there's a lot there that I think the government can do. With your question, and I know you're interested in tax, it's not an area of my expertise, but tax matters. It is one of those factors that plays into it. In my experience, and I've worked in multiple places around the world and taken my role as the CEO of ANZ and talking to a lot of our customers, which tend to be the big end of town, companies can deal with all sorts of settings and they'll make do. What they're really looking for is clarity, predictability, and simplicity. And I think, those things to some extent could be worked on, I think, in Australia in all three.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your time. I'll hand it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Look, I just have a couple of quick follow-ups. So firstly, I think when we talked earlier about regional and rural bank closures, so can you just remind me what the current position is?
Sure. So we agreed with the Federal Treasurer that we will not close any regional branches either Suncorp or ANZ for a period of 3 years from the date of acquisition, which was, a month ago.
Okay. No, just that I've had some feedback that there's active discussion going on in, I think, Katoomba and Murwillumbah around this, and that there's actually kind of petitions and discussions in the community and pushback on some scheduled closures for October.
They were ones that were already in train before the condition was even discussed with us. So, as you can imagine, outside of the current moratorium, there's quite a long consultation period, and we give communities a reasonable amount of notice to say this is what we're going to do. When we talk to people about what alternatives will be put in place. Some of those had already started. The negotiations and when the Federal Treasury put in place the requirements, they were literally not at the last, they were right towards the end of our negotiations. And so when we kicked off those branch closure, we weren't aware of that we were going to make that obligation, and that's why they sort of caught in the middle. And so we're re-looking at those.
So you're re-looking at them?
Yes.
So specifically, actually, with Katoomba, we are planning to go through with that closure. It's so there were 4 branches that were kind of caught up into that, in that zone where we had announced the closures, before we knew about the requirement as part of the Suncorp acquisition. 2 of them we have reversed because they were clearly in regional areas, and we were able to, to reverse them. Katoomba we've shared this with the government. Katoomba we are going forward with. And actually, the issue with Murwillumbah is that branch is actually not fit for purpose, and so we're closing it, but we are actively exploring an alternative site.
Just to be clear, if not fit for purpose, for health reasons.
Yes.
It's
But is this
from mold.
post floods?
It's suffering from mould, so it's not habitable by people.
So
Yeah. No, okay. Well, look, I might follow up with clarification on those 2. I mean, it's an awkward one where I can imagine in those communities they kind of see a commitment, and it would be jarring. Look, I'm just interested also in your analysis of community need for branches. One of the, and this isn't just regional, rural, this is, face-to-face engagement. I'm just interested in the extent to which you've undertaken analysis of how much, for example, elderly customers, but also potentially others, might end up relying upon other family members or friends to do their banking for them, or basically be a person who helps them with their banking.
Sure. So obviously, before we close a branch, because we understand, that it is, as you said, regardless of whether it's regional, rural, in the city, there are members of the community that use the branches, and so and they're a significant part of kind of their current habits and practices. So we don't obviously close a branch lightly, but when we do, one of the things we have in place, we have a customer care team. Now, what that customer care team will do is it will go and will actually analyse our customer data to identify anybody who is over the age of 65. We will identify anybody who has used the branch more than 2 times in the last, I think it's 6 months, and we'll also identify small businesses that are frequent users of the branch. So we kind of have a filter to try and recognise who are people who are most at risk of finding the branch closure difficult. We will proactively reach out to those individuals, that the customer care team will, and we will start working with them well in advance of the branch closure to start to help them understand what alternatives there may be. So firstly, understand what are their needs, put in place alternatives for them. So a lot of that is to do with education, like, educating them on actually, you can do this via the ATM, and we go and we will literally do in-person sessions with them to help them understand how they can do that. It might be phone branching. So we will go through a series of steps, and then actually the team will identify whether or not there's individuals who then need follow-up post the branch closure. So we wrap a lot of, we try and wrap as much support as we can around the closure of that branch, again, through the identification. Now, I can go back. I haven't when I talk to that team, obviously they have mentioned times where they've got, family members who can support, but we work with them to try and help to identify how the individual can do the banking, themselves. I can go back and understand how big of a problem that is, and I can,
Yeah, that'd be useful.
Okay.
I mean, it just, and sometimes it works well. I mean, sometimes families want to do that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can lead to exposures, obviously.
Yes.
And I mean, I saw this in my electorate in COVID, where a lot of older people used their children, worked with their children to navigate government services or banking or whatever it might be, and then suddenly the 5K limit meant they couldn't do that easily, and it really led to a lot of challenging situations. But yeah, so look, a follow-up on that would be great. One of the issues obviously coming out of the Royal Commission, and I'll put this to all the banks, was that where there were clear cases of poor behaviour, the banking industry, I think Anna Bligh said this, but the banking industry said we'll pay every penny back. Are you aware of how many legacy cases are still unresolved at this point?
So all of those cases specific, to the Royal Commission have all been closed and have all been reimbursed. Now, obviously, we went beyond those to identify, okay, just because there was an individual case, were there other kind of examples of that? We are still working through those. So there's, I think there's quite a number that are going to be closed out by December. But we're also proactively continuing to look for whether or not, and again, often it's got nothing to do with poor behaviour, it's just,
mistakes.
A mistake may happen. So, for example, I've just opened a remediation case because I found out that for term deposits, if a term deposit term finishes on the weekend, and a customer makes any kind of changes to that term deposit over the weekend, we may not have been calculating the interest on that, right? Now, that I've recently just discovered that, and so we're putting in place. So I think there's going to be an ongoing kind of run of hopefully increasingly smaller and smaller examples of things we find, but we're really trying to make sure that we find them quickly and then we remediate them quickly as well. But again, I think there are going to be a few that that are left over from December, and I'm happy to kind of come back to you on what those specific remediations are.
Yeah, and look, I'll follow up. Ms. Lawrence asked a lot of questions about the AFCA cases, and so I'm kind of interested in a little bit of a breakdown on areas where there's cases, but also we're trying to look at it, for example, per 1,000 customers, just to make sure we're normalising it in appropriate ways. Just interested in what's the trend in number of court cases that ANZ isn't... So AFCA is obviously the preferred route where possible. It can't be used for all situations, but sometimes things go into more formal legal proceedings. What's the 5-year trend say, and how many court cases are on foot at any point in time?
I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you. Thankfully, it's relatively modest. It's not a big number, but I couldn't tell you what the trend is. I will come back to you on that.
But I'll put that to all the banks.
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And again, just I think the answer is, I think I know the answer to this, but just is ANZ formally committed to being a model litigant?
So we made that commitment some time ago, and that is embedded into our policies and the way we go about things. In particular, you may recall the previous time I was here was with my customer fairness advisor, Evelyn Hall, and she looks after to ensure that our policies meet that. So it's certainly our intent.
Yeah, I thought that was something that we'd dealt with in previous hearings. It's always good to get things on the record to make sure they're, still the case.
Yes.
But look, there'll be a few more things, I'm sure, and on top of the things that have already been raised. But look, thank you both for appearing today. The committee secretariat will contact you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I thank all witnesses over today and the last 2 days, and all members for their time. I declare this public hearing closed.
Thank you.